I rank where the view is nothing less than phenomenal. For how I express and project from my abdominal. The only view better, both my daddy and my mama know. No living parents, my sons give me balance. My wife is my serenity, this mic is my identity. The world is foul enough, that's why I write without obscenities. Provoking danger with broken language and spoken anguish. Begging to get hurt, why would you ask to go through changes? Yes, Lord, life's a chessboard, master the angles. Control the tempo, be the one who holds the info. Acknowledge is just as deadly as machete swings. When spoken, the truth is as potent as that Medellin. While others swear the style is free, I just let it ring. Our time is undervalued, soldiers make us better kings. My fans on my shoulder, reaching after better things. Today I take the shot, for them I'd rather set the screen.
My mama told me follow my dreams. My daddy told me get it by any means. Stand tall, make him bow to a king. But I've evolved, you can see the result. Look in my eyes when you speaking to God.
Life and for those who we caught up in using what I was scarred with the muse. I guess they call it proving I'm more than an artist. Penciling out my darkest while stenciling out a harvest. And storing what gets me from A to B, just like garages. Instrumental with collages. Envision what I've been drawing. Broadway to give you rhythm like the great Lena Horne. Soul bent on, found comfort in the storm. Find peace and on when you see them others perform. Organized chaos, outcast it like hey ya.
Yo, party people in the place to be. What's good? It's your man's Uncle Freezy. Welcome to the Knicks Morning Drive. What's good? How y'all doing out there? What's good? What's good? Y'all ready to get this day started? Let's go. Man, it's been a busy morning as usual. As usual, working behind the scenes on some stuff. You know how it go. It's good to see y'all. Good to be with y'all. Let's start it right here. Tradition. Let's start it right here. Let's do some blue tears, orange tears, blorange tears. Let's go. Let's get it. Let's go. Let's do some throw your hands in the air and wave them like you just don't care. And if you got some loot and a stick of juicy fruit, somebody say, oh, yeah. All right, chat. I need to see some oh, yeahs. Oh, yeah. Let's go. Let's go. Throw your hands in the air and wave them like you just don't care. And if you got some loot and a stick of juicy fruit, somebody say, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Let's go. So I've been working. I think I might get like one of them R&B chicks like Rihanna to make a song about how we grind behind the scenes here. All I want her to do is just say one word like 1,000 times, like maybe grind, 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 or work, 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 or something. Maybe we'll get her to do some, one of them R&B chicks to do something like that to signify what it is that we do here at Lawrence Tears. Grind, 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 work, 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 something like that. DSJ is in the building. What's good? Let's go. 316. Adele Chapman is in the building. Eli M. What's good? Subliminal 209 is in the place to be. D'Angelo, what's good? I see you. G.I., the ghetto intellect. One of the smartest Knicks fans on the planet. What's good? D is balling. D is balling. Heavy Reese is in the building. Let's go. Adele Chapman. What's good? What's good? Right? I've been working on intros, man, and some analytics, and on the phone with Nick, with Lawrence Tears content creators. Oh man, it's crazy, man. It's been a wild ride the past 24 to 48 hours. Right? I got a monologue I want to do, but I think I might hold it. I think I might save it for next week. What I'm going to do, though, real quick is throw this link in the chat. Throw this link in the chat. Subliminal 209 is in the building. What's good? Yeah, the birthday tomorrow, yo. The birthday tomorrow, man. Yeah, man. I'll be turning the big 38 tomorrow. 38 years old, man. Yeah. Throw your hands in the air. Mocha laughing like, hey, y'all should hear the laughter right in here. What you laughing at? You said you think I won't be 38 tomorrow? Yeah. Yo, what's good, party people? In case y'all can tell, man, I'm in an excellent mood. I hope you are as well. Let's take these few hours that we're going to spend together and make it something enjoyable, right? We're going to make it something enjoyable, man. We're going to have some fun this morning, right? We want to get in a positive mood and try to stay there, right? Let's go. The Ghetto Intellect says, hi, Miss Mocha. DSJ, this ain't funny. DSJ, this ain't funny. Ha, ha, ha. DSJ, ha, ha, ha. How y'all doing this morning, man? How y'all feel out there? What's good? Okay, so let's talk about a couple things. Let's talk about a couple things, right? Let's talk about the impact on the Knicks going forward from a Cam Reddish deal, right? Let's talk about that. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about the front office actually pulling off a move that makes sense to the fans, right? So the last few deals, the last few trades the front office pulled off, Robert Paul says, I was on Vibes and stuff yesterday. I know your age by them tracks you listed. Nah, you think you got me. And for those, hey, the shameless plug, the Vibes and stuff thing is a real thing, man. If y'all just want to come out, it's a community thing. Y'all want to come hang out and just talk and just have some fun about random stuff. Vibes and stuff is the place to be, right? Oh boy, I gotta cue up the intros. Where the intros at, y'all? Let me cue up the intros. Let me see. Where are the intros at? There we go. Bim. Hey, fellas, how y'all this morning?
Doing fantastic. What's up with you?
Hey, man, chilling, man. I'm excited, man. A lot of stuff
Morning.
going on. Hey, what's good?
What's up, bro?
What's good, y'all?
What's good?
Exciting
Feeling
morning
great.
today, man. Shout out to the chat, to my boys. Happy to be here today. Great morning for Knick fans, man.
Feel good, feel good, man. Yo, hey, DSJ, in order for me to do your thing, man, you got to send me me and you talked like 3 months ago, and you still ain't sent it.
That's all right, because I
Yeah,
feel like
Jay was good.
I like being Bad News Brown, just coming to the ring and beat people up. No music, no nothing.
Nah, man. We talked about this like 3 years ago when I first found out. Like, yo, you gotta.
No, actually,
DSJ, you better stop talking crazy. I'm gonna start targeting you.
Hey, Hardwill, hey, you target, I target back.
All right.
Oh,
but I ain't targeting in the chat. I'm gonna target you right here.
Hey, I got you, bro.
Hey, so this must be DSJ. This must be a Jackson Heights thing. What's happening?
So what now?
This must be a Jackson Heights thing. What's happening?
Nah, man, it's all love. Me and Hardwill come from the same neighborhood, even though we miles apart. You know what I'm saying? We got that same attitude. So,
ladies and gentlemen,
that's why we
put your hands together for Jackson Heights' very own Randy Watson. Yeah.
Yeah.
That real good.
This must be a part.
Yeah. So yeah, let me start the joint, man, with some stuff that had been on my mind some, and I just want to get y'all feedback on it, right? The addition of Cam Reddish in a trade makes me think the front office, while still inept, is at least going to try to make some moves. And for those that don't know, next month starts year 3 of this front office's tenure, right? And thus far, outside, and so it's not fair for me to say inept anymore, because in 2 full seasons, they acquired Derrick Rose and Cam Reddish. That's not bad. It's not great, but it's not bad either. So I do want to give the front office kudos for at least being aware enough to make moves that don't cripple us, but at the same time kind of nudge us in the right direction. In my opinion, though, the organization doesn't need a nudge, it needs a push. And this organization, the front office, is taking their time nudging things forward so that they won't make any long-term mistakes, which is admirable. But at the same time, when you're a fan like myself and you just came off an 8-year playoff drought and you hadn't won a championship since the Beatles were on the charts, it makes me question their sense of urgency. Legit, the last time the New York Knicks won a championship, Sly and the Family Stone had a #1 hit. Think about it. The last time the Knicks won a championship, the president was removing troops from Vietnam. Right? And I know Knicks fans say, man, hey, be patient, Uncle Freezy. You know, we need to allow them to do their job. Nah, not in all cases. Some cases you got to move with a sense of urgency. And in this case, I think you got to, I'm not saying cripple the organization, right? And I'm also not saying that you have to win a championship this year, but you have to at least give the appearance that you're working towards chasing a championship soon. Would you agree, DSJ?
Yeah, I agree. We need to have some level of sustainable success, and the moves that we made didn't reflect that. So it's hard to get behind the level of patience and have that patience talk when you've been enduring for so long. And under those circumstances, yeah, you want to move that reflects that same level of urgency within the fan base, that we want to contend. We want to build for a successful season, championship season. We're looking at chasing championships instead of just trying to, get by in the playoffs.
Just trying to be respectable. Hey, Tony Stone Cab want me to do this for you, bro.
Is that a gecko holding a spear in the back?
DSJ, I hate you. Through fire and brimstone, Cornerstone Cav is here. What's going on, fellas? What's up,
Good,
DS?
What's up, Kev? How you doing?
Good morning, good morning,
DSJ.
Yeah, I
Hey,
wanted to say something about that Freezy and what you just asked, right? I feel the move that they made, the way they're using the word fleeced, even though we said they're not making moves fast enough or they're not making the right moves, really wasn't too much that we missed on. And even with Cam before the price was higher. So I do want to give them a little credit for pulling it off, what they pulled it off for. So we could give a little credit for that because they didn't throw nothing away. We even expected we would have had to give up more for him.
Right.
So at least they made a good move and didn't give anything too much away.
Harwell, let me can I ask a question real quick?
Sure.
And Bond and DSJ, y'all and Uncle Freeze, y'all can answer this as well. Would past management make the move that we just made?
No.
No.
All right.
I have to say no too. I don't think so.
Yeah.
All right. Hold on for just a second, bro. Let me hold on for just a second. I got them.
Hey, yo.
Yo, what's up, D'Angelo?
Good morning.
I love that. I love that was
Yo, what's up, everybody? What's up, everybody?
What's up, yo?
Good morning.
that was lame. That was
What's
lame.
happening? What's happening?
It's good soul finger, G.I.
was on your show
D'Angelo.
yesterday.
What's good, y'all?
What's
Good.
good?
Squad,
Like
good.
soul finger music, I just think about. I don't know why.
And also on D'Angelo's, I could see him dancing like the guy in the video.
But I like
Yeah, I
soul
stepped out of the car.
I love soul finger. That riff. I love that riff, soul finger. That riff is slamming.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
Chuck,
that's
Chuck
good.
Allen. That's Chuck Allen.
Yeah. Oh, that's Chuck. Okay, that's
Chuck Allen.
tight.
Yeah.
That is tight. What's
Yeah.
up, GI?
So
Chuck.
hey, so let me, I want to so Kev, let me establish a little protocol just early on so that we won't talk over each other and all that stuff. So I'm gonna see the moderation to Diaz Ballin and to Hardwell, right? So I'm gonna be a contributor this morning and not moderate. And then once we get past all the topics and stuff, we'll establish the freestyle forum so we can pass questions back and forth with each other.
Yeah, kick it around.
We're gonna be here for a while, and what we want to do is establish that so that everybody's points and questions and statements can be respected, and so that we can all jump in and build the conversation,
Right.
build the conversation together. But before we do that, let me do this. Yo, every time I hear Free Keith join, I'll be thinking about a step show. Every time I think G.I., you ever been to a step show? Oh, of course. My bad. I don't know what I was thinking.
He probably on his way to one right after work today.
Hey, yo. Lambda never had a step show.
Relax. You relax. You relax.
From
You can't take Harlem nowhere, right?
What's good, beloved?
All right, hey, so D, I wanted to tip, bro. I'm kicking it to you.
No, as you got to finish because you were bringing on a monologue there that we could talk about. You didn't finish about the front office.
Right. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right. So guys, okay. So let me set the table then. Okay. So I've been critical of the front office, and the reason why I have been critical is because I think that they do the two things that I dislike when you work in a community. Mm-hmm. They keep things to themselves and they move at their own pace. And I dislike that because if you do that, that means when you do that, that means you leave gaps in information. What's up, Ron? You leave gaps in information, and you don't consider the impact of others, right? And so that's why I'm super critical of the front office, and they're smart enough to understand my stance and understand that it's not a form of disrespect. But at the same time, the move that they've done so far does not give me a sense that they have a sense of urgency. I think they have a sense that they're gonna stretch this thing out 5 years, right? Yeah. And we're going into year 3 right now, right? And the other thing they do is they don't communicate. Nobody they communicate through Knicks PR, right? And so we get mixed messages from Knicks PR. Give you an example. When the City Edition jerseys, and I know this is petty, non-basketball, but when the City Edition jerseys were revealed, instead of featuring your all-star most improved player or your young franchise player, they featured a dude that had just signed with the team that had no history with the team up until that point, just trying to capitalize on homegrown talent. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? And I think that was a terrible mixed message that you send to the players and to the fans, right? To me, it looked more like a hype video. Like we're less about substance and more about hype, right? Mm-hmm. And then the trades, all the trades leading up to yesterday before Cam Reddish were pinch a penny here so that you can pay the guys that you already have. Like for instance, trading back in the draft was not about saving money. It was so that you can give Taj Gibson a pay raise, right? Mm. And so now that you give Taj Gibson a pay raise, what does that mean exactly? Is Taj a key contributor? Was he a threat to go to another team, sign with another team? Or was it you looking out for a guy that you feel like is a team guy, right? Mm. I think it sends the wrong message because those pennies that you pinched, you could have used that money to sign a guy like DeMar DeRozan, right? And I know that seems like a gap in money and all of that stuff. But if you take into account how they traded away Austin Rivers' contract, which was 3 years, $10 million, that's cheap. That's less than first round pick money. Now Austin Rivers is a contributor for a playoff team, right? You traded Iggy Brasdakis, right? You traded for Denzel Valentine, right? So none of these moves, in my mind, established a sense of urgency. These moves, to me, established a sense of
activity.
Or comfort. Is comfortability a word?
Yeah.
Comfort,
Yeah, of course
comfort.
Don't complicate it, right? A sense of comfort.
Don't
Right?
overcomplicate it.
Right.
Like for the
Right.
floor.
Right.
I got you.
Right. And so it established a sense of comfort, right? And so with all that said, the move yesterday by acquiring Cam Reddish, while it was not a major move, like we didn't get a James Harden, we got a bench player from a playoff team who we think can come here and have an impact on our team. And in my belief, I think he will. But right now, Cam Reddish is a bench player from a playoff team that we think can come here and be a major contributor, whether it's off the bench or start.
Right.
But my thing is, I think the organization realizing they're going into year 3, that these years fly by, and James Dolan is not going to be patient if he does not get the things that he was promised.
Mhm.
And going into year 3, we're off to a bad start. We're at 500, right? So if the team doesn't do something significant, this front office has to be evaluated critically to think about whether we should even consider bringing them back for a year 4 or a year 5. That's my thought on it.
Okay, so what I gathered from everything, and I'll let you guys build on it more. I just want to make sure I understand your perspective. Is that you feel like within a championship building process, you feel that A, they've moved a little bit too slow, and B, they've made some moves that has kind of backtracked it and possibly made it even slower. So it becomes a point as to when do we question whether this front office is good for this championship process or not? Is that the gist of it?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Okay.
The speed at which they are moving is not to my liking.
Not at a pace that we want.
Yeah.
Okay, I have my own thing about it, but I'll let everybody else go first.
I think, look, if I could say something, I think with this front office, they don't want to tip their hand on moves that they're going to make. Why should they tip their hand to the league, what they're doing? I mean, everything gets to be rumored on Bleacher Report or whatever. But I love that move that they did with Cam Reddish. Okay. I think they're going to make I think a trade's come up for a point guard. I really do. I mean, you have to now. That's where we lack right now, is that point guard position. So,
you said just real quick. I'll get out of the way. But D'Angelo, first of all, you said you think, and then you assumed that we
I know.
To, right? You said you think, and that we have to, and all those things are assumptions. And the reason why you assume that is because the front office didn't declare anything. So you, as a fan, have to make the assumption or guess what it is that the front office is doing. So you're in the same boat.
It's a guessing game. Yeah.
Yeah, you're in the same boat as I am when it comes.
I agree with you, Freezy. I absolutely. I'm just saying, but we're gonna guess that the next move they make is for a point guard.
Right.
I guess.
Right.
Okay. All right. Anybody else? I wanted to narrow it down though, real quick, just before you go. So what we're questioning is the fact is that do you like the speed and process of what the front office has made in order to be a championship caliber team, and also do we feel that they can be sustainable? I mean, or can they last long enough in order to see that to come to fruition?
Can I go?
Yeah.
I think I said this before, and I think like again, what we're doing right now, the exercise we're doing right now is the same reason why the Knicks is not a team, it's not an environment for years long projects like a Frank or what you call it. because the fan expectation of time and how long things take and how long we're, like with a new administration or whatever, like how long we're going to get from point A to point Z, I think it's a little bit out of whack, and we got to temper that a little bit. I think we've made tremendous progress in the time that they've been here. I think that their moves have been, measured. I think that their moves have been very measured and very calculated. I still am one of the ones who, from their initial signing to their initial contract to coming on now, I appreciate the fact that there's no leaks coming out or like there's nothing for us to grab on directly from them, that they don't drop no hints and they just make their moves when they're going to make their moves. And I dig that. I think that we're on pace. I think that we're on pace to be a contending team in 2 years, by 2 years. And I think it's not in the way that fans have been trying to project, like, oh, they aren't making the big move for this guy now. There's no way we can. I think that they are making their measured moves. They have a plan. And because we don't know the plan, when things go rocky, we assume that there isn't one. But obviously, like their thought process is there, and I'm with it. Like if I continue to get wins out of this, playoff appearances while they're en route to that contending team, I feel like we have nothing to complain about. And I think like that's the defense of their job. They've done better right now than the administrations 8, 9, 10 years before them.
Can I jump on that? Can I follow up behind Free Keith?
And and one more thing. I'm sorry. I'll let you rock. Just one more point on that. You got to think of the things that they have allowed us the hurdles that they've allowed us to overcome. Right now, all the discussions around the Knicks is purely basketball related. Purely basketball related. There's no talk of dysfunction. They've kept Dolan away. Like, to me, like this is the best time that I've had in several years that I could just focus on Knicks basketball, and it's good basketball, and there's hope and optimism in it. I think they got time.
Come on.
Okay. And now Ron was next, and then we'll get Soulfinger.
Oh, okay. All right. Appreciate that, bro.
Yeah, you got it.
I think that I mean, I may be in the minority here. Personally, I like the way our front office does things. Maybe it's because I've seen so much dysfunction over the years that I'm like, I like the guessing game because, to be honest, when I don't know what they're doing, when they do something, I'm surprised by it. And usually it's a good surprise. I think they can do, obviously, we all think they can do better, but they're trending in the right direction. I don't think the only knock on this front office is, to me, the way they handle free agency. I don't love that, but I don't think that's their initial plan either. I think the Knicks as an organization have been on the back end of a lot of rumors and misinformation given to them by other agents, by other players with whatever tampering and intentions they may have put out there. And I think because of that, sometimes their plans don't turn out the way they expect, and then they wind up bringing in a guy like Fournier who wasn't in their big plans, or getting lucky, so to speak, and bringing in somebody like Kemba. I think that's all because of other failed attempts or things that they might have not been promised but thought were going to happen, and it just didn't pan out. What I will say is, I don't think that this team is going to be an overnight success. I think we've seen a lot of issues with the Knicks over the years, and I think in order to build a good organization, good franchise, you got to play for the long haul. So, another thing I was going to say is, I don't think this is all Leon Rose, man. Because remember, when we got Scott Perry, he was under the Steve Mills thing. Steve Mills was controlling, and he was outside of the normal frame of things. He always wanted to be in the media, always wanted to do different things. I think Scott Perry has a lot to do with the way we're moving now. And I think it to me it works. Now, as far as what you guys were saying, like, is it the right thing to do? Like, is this the pace that we should be going at? I think all this stuff makes sense to me, just because we've been so bad for so long. And if you want to build a good culture, it takes a lot of time. You got to create all that stuff from within, and it's a methodical process. I think that's what they're doing, and I like their moves so far. So I don't think. Look, if a lot of New York fans are impatient, we haven't seen good success in a long time. But you know what? I'd rather take the slow road, and then maybe a year from now, when we make I mean, I'm not saying we can't make the playoffs this year, but I'm saying maybe a year from now, when we're a much more solid basketball team, if we make the playoffs next year, I would expect that that's going to keep going every year, and we'll just keep building to a contender. Like,
Right.
this year is a little iffy still, but next year is what I'm looking at. That's my take.
Gotcha. All right, Ron, thank you for that. And don't forget, check out Still Knicks fans. Make sure you subscribe and like the platform. Ron and John, they do a great job. And also another thing too, we have 142 people watching. We only have 59 likes. Guys, let's please smash up that like button. Okay, let's support the platform so we can continue giving you this dope content. Okay, Soulfinger, you're up, brother.
Oh, okay. As I was about to say earlier, follow up behind Free Keith. Agree with what he said, and Ron touched on some stuff along with D'Angelo's and things. But Free Keith kind of jumped on it with both feet. He and Ron didn't leave me much of a bone, much meat on the bone to give him a point. So I'm just gonna add on a little bit.
Okay.
The front office has been hit and miss, so I'm not gonna go and say, hey, it's been everything roses and honey and all like that. They've been hit and miss with the free agents, but they've been pretty good with the draft. I do like the fact that they kind of keep it close to the vest, because in past regimes we already know what has happened. Word gets out, we're looking at this player or that player, and then it blows up in the face. Then everybody's upset, and is they flipping tables, throwing chairs, and everything else. And then the backup plan, the front office would make a panic move and do something silly like draft 4 or 5 power forwards and say, hey, this is the team. So I like the direction that we're going. Is different, and a lot of people, a lot of fans are uncomfortable because it's something we've never seen before, been in this area. So the way they're going, I think they have a slow plan, but I do like the fact that they did make a really good pivot move when he made this move to get Cam over everything else. So it's another. I really do believe there's another trade coming. Like I said, I agree with D'Angelo. There's another trade coming, but we're speculating. We don't know what it is, but something is bound to happen, because you made a lot of moves, and the pieces that we have are movable assets that we can definitely move. So it's just one of those. We have to be patient and just let them work. I think they have they got a little time to see some things happen.
Gotcha. Soulfinger, shout out the one-on-one with you and Stafford real quick. What time would they?
Miss me and my man Stafford Dunn, NBA one-on-one. Right as of now, we're going to be on Sundays at 4. Time may change. We got to check with the head man on that with Uncle Freezy, so we can help him out with some stuff so he can make moves and other things. But right as of now, 4 o'clock on Sunday, myself and Stafford Dunn.
Okay, cool. Thank you for that, Soulfinger. Who's next?
I'll go, no problem.
Okay, Harwell, get him.
Well, like I said, I give credit to the office, to the front office for making this pick, at least. But I'm not going to, rush to give them too much credit, because I feel like, I don't really see no move that I expect. And a lot of things they gave us in the past was just, like the Kemba situation or things like that. I think we should be building towards the future. And with Cam, these are moves that are building toward the future. So you can't mix one thing with the other. And I feel like I give them the credit they deserve, if they get another player that's really going to take us somewhere. Not just, or it depends on what type of player they get that fits in. Some people say, I believe rather too, that it's their fault as far as letting the team go the direction it's going before, with the Is we gonna go young? Is we gonna go old? There's a lot of confusion. So they part the blame for that.
Of course.
So that's basically how I feel about them. I ain't gonna rush to get them too much credit. It's a lot of work to do though. I do feel like we got to be patient as well, because in New York, we we haven't been nowhere in a while, so we see a little bit and we get excited and we start rushing.
Right.
So I just feel like we got to be a little patient, but they got to be more like, they don't got to tell us what they're doing, but they have to make moves, like I said, that shows it's going to make our future more solid. Like even like how Charlotte or different teams don't win, or they're not going to win it, but you could see their future is more solid than it was, and they're going in the right direction. And that's all I want the Knicks team to do. And that's basically why I don't really give them too much credit and what I want to see them do in my take.
Got you. All right, cool. Thanks. Hard Will, shout out for our love of the game and what time you guys are coming on next and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, for the love of the game, start off with the number 4 when you spell it in the search bar. For the love of the game, right? Me, Heck, L, Worldwide L. We on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. We on tonight. Friday night freestyle. You could pull up with your boy Hard Will if you want to kick it. Friday freestyle, like I said.
Cool. Thanks, Hard Will. Okay, who's next?
I guess that's me then. I was shaky a little bit with this with this front office, because I wasn't really seeing the results of them going out getting like a Fournier and a Kemba Walker. That caused me to have a little bit of doubt. But with them doing what they did yesterday, that went out the window, because the years I've been a Knicks fan, I've been a Knicks fan since '93. I've never seen, well, I shouldn't say that, because we did get Carmelo Anthony, but the stuff that we had to give up for him, for that. So he has been here. But for them to get Cam Reddish and not really cost us anything, that speaks volumes. And that's the reason why I think that going forward, they're not done. I do believe they are listening to us. I believe that they're, looking at Twitter and everything else. I believe that they are going at their own pace. And I just feel as though that they're trending in the right direction. With the move that they did last night, reaffirmed me having faith in those guys. So I tip my hat off to. I'll tip my hat off to them. I know a lot of people still don't want to, at least yet, but I'm going to tip my hat off to them, because Steve Mills, Phil Jackson, all those other guys, they wouldn't have pulled off what Leon Rose, Worldwide West, and Perry did. So
yeah,
that's how I feel.
Okay, Kev, shout out your show, man. What time? What day?
Oh, well, just let everyone know, I am the star. I do have a co-host, but I am the star of the Pod Couple every Thursday at 8. It's from 6:30 to 8 o'clock on the Orange Tears channel. We talk all Knicks content, and we put some comedy in there as well. So I don't know if the comedy is always on point, but we always put some laughs in there. So come check us out. We just had the show last night. We enjoyed everybody's. We appreciate everyone that comes out and watches our show, and like I said, we'll be on every Thursday from 6:30 to 8 o'clock on the Born's Tears channel.
Okay, cool. Thank you, Kev. All right, DJ, ball on the court.
So I respect everybody's opinion, thought process in regards to the front office. For me, they've only made 2 moves that were lateral. So outside of everything that they've done, we're talking about all the trades that happened through the draft, through free agency. Only 2 moves that you've made with this regime have actually looked like upgrades.
Mm-hmm.
Derrick Rose for Dennis Smith Jr. and a second round pick. And now this move where you got rid of a player that has no playing time for a player with a lot more potential in Cam Reddish, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the Ryan deal, because I can't pronounce his last name to save my life. The Denzel Valentine deal.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that we've still, for as long as we've been Knick fans, are still in need of a starting caliber point guard because Kemba Walker is not the player that he was. Now is more injury prone than he has been um, at this point in his career. Evan Fournier hasn't been consistent enough to validate the money that we gave him. All the while, I'm looking at a team like Chicago, who within 2 years made bold enough moves to go from lottery all the way to contention in the playoffs,
Mm-hmm.
right? And when you look at stuff like that, how do you sit there and say, "Oh yeah, good job front office," when players on the board again, a deal like getting Vucevic,
Mm-hmm.
you know what I mean? And what did they give up? A player that basically was just sitting there on the bench in Wendell Carter Jr.
Mm-hmm.
Some level of impact, but not enough to sit there and validate getting him for an all-star in Vucevic, or at least a former all-star in Vucevic, right? You turn around, you get someone who now looks like an MVP candidate in DeMar DeRozan and Lonzo Ball, a starting caliber point guard, something that we've been needing for how long,
Mm-hmm.
right? Now, in the moves that they've made, you got Miles McBride, who doesn't look like a starting caliber point guard at the moment, right? Quentin Grimes, who's basically going to have to sit behind Evan Fournier for as long as Evan Fournier is here. Jericho Sims, who looks like another version of Mitch. So even though we appreciate what they have, um, there's no lateral, there's no upgrade in regards to offense. And these are the things that I'm looking at overall as a culmination. So as I applaud the moves that they made yesterday and the Derrick Rose move, that's basically all I'm able to applaud for real at the moment. Until everything else kind of, basically comes to fruition.
Good take.
Okay, DSJ, thank you. Now, before I go on my spiel, I have a question for you guys, and we'll go one by one. I'll start off with Ron. Ron, from A to F, from A plus to F, what are you grading this front office for so far in their first couple of years?
Good question.
And this goes, we're saying, so how many years are we giving the front office? Was it been 3 or 2? 2?
Well, this is the beginning of the third year cycle.
3rd year.
So if you want to say 2 years, it don't matter.
Wow. I think this is going to be the most controversial grade anybody's going to give.
That's
I'm going
cool.
to give the front office a B.
Okay.
And can I elaborate a little bit on why I'm giving them that grade?
Absolutely. Of course you can.
All right. So the reason why I give them a B, and this is one of the things that I feel, this may not be how everybody else feels, and I definitely think most Knick fans don't think this way.
Yeah.
I don't think.
Guys, I'll be right back.
Okay, Kev.
Okay. I don't think free agents want to come to New York. I think everything, the Knicks, I've seen it so many times for so many years. Obviously, there was a lot more dysfunction back in the day, and now things seem to be a lot more stable. There's money being spent. Dolan has open pockets. Scott Perry is a good GM. Now you bring in a guy like Leon Rose, who's about creating a nice culture and a system here. You bring in World Wide West. From the outside looking in, no NBA player should say, "Oh, I don't want to go to the Knicks because they got this function." So that's not it. You can say that the Knick fans are a little too much, the Knick media is a little too much, but that's it. And you might say, well, have they established a culture of winning? That's fine for winning players who deserve to be in a winning culture. There's a lot of
Right.
NBA players out there that just want to move to a team and be a part of the mix. It's not everybody's ready for a championship. So to me,
Right.
people, free agents still don't want to come here. And I think the Knicks have been given that I guess a false sense of not bringing in the right people when I don't think the right people want to come here. So saying that, I give them a higher score because I think they're doing as best they can with regards to free agency.
Right.
Now, what I will
Okay.
say is the reason why I didn't give them an A is because
Hmm.
I think that Freezy made a good point, and I guess other guys have made good points about other players in the past. There are still situations where we could have got certain players that were on the board. Like I guess you guys were talking about Bain. Whose Mark was talking about Bain. We definitely could have drafted Bain. Cam Reddish. We could have got Cam Reddish last year. So there's certain things that could have been done prior
Right.
to this. So it's not perfect over there. But I still like what they're doing, and I think that the front office knows exactly the trajectory of this team, and they know the speed in which we're supposed to be moving. I think Tibbs has a different timetable, and the fans have a different timetable. But I think the front office is moving at the pace that they think we should be moving at.
I
Hey
got
D,
you.
That's it.
can I? D, I had. Oh, D, I'm sorry, but I had to step away for a second. What was the question?
Okay,
I had to step
I'm
away.
gonna swing it around to everybody again.
Oh, okay, cool.
So okay, Ron, did you finish?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay, so you got him at a B plus. That's what you
No,
said.
no, no, just a B.
Oh, just a B. Okay, cool, cool. Okay, thank you for the take. That was a good take. Soulfinger, question. So Angelo can hear it again. Front office, are you grading them? What are you grading them from an A plus to an F?
I'm giving it a B minus.
Okay.
Um, some of the way I'm going along the way with Ron on some things. However, I'm looking more or less at looking at some of the misses. Free agency. We didn't do well. We didn't do well in free agency. One of the best trades was the original first trade we had. Well, the only original trade we really had for personnel was getting Derrick Rose, which was big. And then you followed up with Cam. But we missed in free agency. And then you look at it like you said, we could have got Cam before last season. And then and also with not making a push to get other aspects or pieces that we really needed, like as in the point guard thing. You can look at the whole thing. Kimba was low risk, high reward, but didn't really pan out. I like the fact, like I said again, I like how they keep it close to the vest, and then they make the move. They're being cautious, but it would be minus mainly because of free agency and how it worked. Didn't totally put together. And another thing would follow up what Ron was saying regarding with the timetable. I agree with him 10,000% on Tibbs has a timetable versus the front office. Tibbs is older. He wants to win. He knows his time is not going to be as long. While the front office, feel like they got a little time to get the right team that they want.
Right.
I do believe they work together, but the timetable and the matter of trying to press on one side is more urgent than the other.
Okay. All right. And you went with a B minus on that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. One thing. Thanks for the take, by the way. Freezy, send out the link. Got some people trying to get in. All right, D'Angelo, you're up. You know the question now, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll
Bro, y'all got the link, right?
I do.
Yeah.
Oh.
You clicked on it to get here.
Oh, doy. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, but I can't let him in though.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. All right. No doubt.
He's got the keys still.
Okay, Dan.
Yeah. Real quick. I'll piggyback on what Soulfinger said and Ron. C plus.
Okay.
I think, with the moves that they made in the off season, the Fournier deal and the Kemba thing, Fournier's still in question. Kemba, I don't know, whatever. But I think those moves, we'll see how that pans out. The draft, I felt that they screwed up a little there with the Kai Jones thing and they getting it and returning it, and so to speak, those picks. I had a little problem with that. signing Taj to a higher salary that he should get. Just giving him the vets minimum just to keep Tibbs happy, keeping Taj and Rose and things like that. A little problem on that. But the Cam Reddish thing, I'm a lot happier today than I was the day before that. I think we still have to see if they address this point guard situation. And I think the jury's still out. C+ in my book.
Okay, thank you for that. DSJ, what's the grade, brother?
I got a D+, and let me just
a D+.
It's just going down now.
now let me ask everybody questions to validate why I'm giving this grade.
Hey, hold on for just a second. Hold on for just a second.
Yo, what's good?
What's going on, Evergreen?
Evergreen.
Peace and love to everybody. Your humble and gracious prophet is back. And I use those words loosely because in this Knicks community, yet again, there was only 2 people who were advocating for Cam Reddish to come to the Knicks last year. One of them is CK2K. Shout out to him. And the other one is me.
There was other people too, but
they got it from me and CK2K.
No problem.
They got it from me and CK2K, but it's okay. I predicted the Kemba Walker. I predicted that number 8 pick. I predict Cam Reddish. And now I say we're going to win a championship this year. Nobody wants to get on Noah's ark with me. It's okay. We're one big trade away, people. We're one big trade away. But you don't have to believe me. You can fight me with it if you want to. But don't get left out on Noah's ark. Because I can count everybody in this chat that has laughed at me this whole entire time. Everybody's laughed at me, and it's okay. People in the chat right now commenting, y'all have laughed. I predicted it. People on the panel right now, y'all have laughed. I predicted it. So what more do you need? Then once you get on the boat, once you get on the ark with me, you'll get mad and say, why aren't you bringing me to the promised land tomorrow? Just the same thing as they did with Noah. Get on the boat now, people. Get on the boat now.
We still getting 50 plus wins?
So,
I hope it's not
hold on a second. Hold on a second. So, Evergreen, are you done? You got it off your chest?
I'm done.
I just want to give you the opportunity to do that.
I got it all off my chest. I feel great.
I think
I got it all off my chest.
The last person talking should be able to finish, and then let that.
Oh, absolutely.
Speak.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because DSJ may lose his train of thought now. And
I apologize.
No, it's not your fault, Evergreen. We let you rock. We know.
It is. I mean, Evergreen wanted to, despite what was going on, Evergreen definitely wanted to get that off his chest, no matter what the hell was going on. So, that is what it is.
We let you rock, man.
All right, Keyshawn, thank you for coming on, man. We'll get to you. We'll get around to you in a second. Let's let DSJ go ahead and finish his points here. DSJ, you good to go?
Yeah, matter of fact, let Keyshawn come in and do his intro thing,
Okay, no doubt.
Salute guys, salute chat.
What up, Key? What's going on?
Okay.
What's good?
All right, DSJ, go ahead, finish up.
All right, so basically, here's my thing, right? How happy are you with the coach? Nothing. No, no,
I'm
no,
not that
Who are
happy
you
with the
asking this
coach.
to, DSJ? You
yeah,
Yeah,
asking this
we
to everybody?
yeah. This is everybody. Yeah, I
Okay,
mean,
go
I'm
ahead.
not
Yeah.
happy.
Chime in.
I'm happy
this
with the coach for the point of what he has done to give us a defensive culture, right? But it's only going to go so far. I've said it, like, Tibbs is the guy to change the culture. He may not be the guy to lead us to the promised land. So I knew I was only going to be so happy. So
so you're not all the way happy. Okay. I guess
but
because I'm operating off of extremities. Either you're happy or you're not. So
okay,
in
well
regards to that,
if that's the case, then I got to go happy. Then I'm happy because if you give me those two choices, I'm gonna have to be happy rather than not happy.
right? Okay.
Yeah.
Everybody else, by all means, chime in.
No, I mean I'm okay, but I'm not over the top. So I already let it be known who I was looking for as the coach. But I mean he's changed the culture. I'll give him his props, but it goes into where I was going with it.
Nah,
Right.
Right.
Soulfinger, you happy or not happy? DSJ put the qualifier out there.
Right.
I mean, well, you know what? I can't even say I'm happy. I'm okay. That's
You're
about it.
content.
You're
Yeah,
content.
that's
Yeah.
that. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, D. I'm
So,
content. I'm
so
not
that
over
sounds
the
like
top. I'm not ready to just start pop locking and doing the boogaloo and moonwalking behind it. Nothing like that. I appreciate changing of the culture, but I'm okay. It's not not the coach I was looking for, but I'm content.
so
How about
just
you,
passing.
DSJ? Are you happy?
No,
You don't sound
Go
happy.
ahead, get into it.
no. Again, in regards to the development aspect, individual development, um, I don't see much, and I don't think we're gonna see much because while you have glimpses of improvement, like in regards to Emmanuel quickly and his defense, the shots that he takes still bad shots. He's a bad shot maker for the most part.
Mhm.
Obi Toppin, how much improvement have you seen from this season and last season overall? Right?
None.
Your your measuring stick might be something like summer league, and that's not against competition that he'll face in the NBA on a regular basis,
Mm.
right? Turn around and let's look at Grimes and McBride.
But let's keep
What do
something
you
in mind,
think?
DSJ. We're talking about a grade level of the front office, not whether Tom Thibodeau has developed these players. We can
Right,
leave that for another
but
topic, but
yeah, but it all culminates because what I'm
okay.
looking at is the coaching hire. Was it a right fit for this team going forward
Okay.
to have sustainable success? And that's in question.
So you put it in the
The
front
the
office, Scott.
moves the moves again that I see in regards to free agency and roster personnel. Only two of them have been lateral moves, but these are not the only moves that they've made along the years. Again, comparing that to a team that basically got the same new front office in Chicago, who's already made enough impact to become contenders. Again, the fact that we have regressed in regards to our roster, it doesn't it doesn't bode well. And again, at this point right now, the only thing you can say in a positive is that at least they're not talking to the media the way Steve Mills was.
Right.
But you also have remnants of the old regime because you decided to keep Scott Perry on. And I don't know if I'm happy with that as well. So for me, that's a D plus.
D
It's
plus.
just
Okay.
it's just passing.
The worst rating today so far. Thank you,
D
Wow.
DSJ.
D
What's up?
before you move on, and I wouldn't do this for everybody, but it's just
I'm not
because.
moving on, by the way. But go ahead.
Oh, okay. I was just gonna say to DSJ's point because you gave that D rating. Um, the only thing that I would probably say, in contrast to what you said about the coach, all those things you mentioned with regards to what the Knicks are dealing with, not having a true point guard, the underdevelopment of Obi Toppin, whether it be organization wide or Obi's own fault, The other issues, finding the offensive identity on the court, all the stuff we've been dealing with, the Julius Randle issues. Knicks are 21-21 right now, winners of 7 of their last 10. The coach has a lot to do with that. So that's all I was gonna put out there.
Okay, no doubt. Evergreen. What's your rating for the front office so far? A plus to an
So
F. What are you giving them?
so my rating is front office rating is a B plus, and I'm being a little I'm being a little I'm being a little what's the word I'm looking for? I'm not being as generous as I should be, just because Tom Thibodeau hasn't been doing what I wanted him to do as a coach. But as far as the front office is concerned, like
Mm-hmm.
this vague idea that we just couldn't get anybody in free agency, like it's really broken down based off of us not getting the players that we wanted, as in the player that one panelist might have wanted, not realizing that the free agency market sucked.
Mm-hmm.
Right? There wasn't many
Karen,
free
put your mic
agents
on
that
mute for a second. Mm-hmm.
there wasn't many free agents that were available that were going to be able to push the needle for us, which is why we got a sustainable needle in Evan Fournier. Everybody else either commanded too much money or didn't fit this team. With the exception, I would say, in my opinion, I thought Kelly Oubre coming to this team might have been something worthwhile.
Mm-hmm.
He's playing pretty decent as of right now, but I digress. There weren't many people available, so they did the best with what was available. In the
Mm-hmm.
draft, a lot of people seem to think that the draft was a bust, but clearly the majority of us are in awe at the basic things that Quentin Grimes is doing for us. Even though, Miles McBride isn't getting the minutes that he could to show us a difference, Quentin Grimes, we went back. We could have drafted Quentin Grimes at the pick that we drafted, but we went so carefully as to sell our picks, go back and pick up more picks, and still got Grimes. Right?
Yep.
So I thought that was masterful for a front office to do. They got the guy that they wanted. Specifically, they got the guy that Tibbs wanted at a later pick for less money.
And that pick we traded down for was to get Cam Reddish. So we used that pick to get Cam Reddish, right?
Right. And this is what I'm saying. Like this idea that, and again, I seem to have been the only person that was preaching fiscal responsibility, even though it doesn't seem to be that with Evan Fournier, which is the only thing that leads me to believe that he's going to be here for the long run, or he's going to be a part of. He's either going to be here for the long run, or he's going to be a part. He's going to be the main piece of a big deal. But I digress. This idea of fiscal responsibility is what reared its ugly head as soon as the front office took over and started making moves. Like when this front office took over, and we ended up signing our guys back to 2-1 contracts. That should have been enough to see everything. And while everybody was upset at the way we moved in the draft, I'm like, yo, this is fiscal responsibility. We're going to be able to get this. Now look, you got a guy such as Kevin Knox, who we were paying $5.8 million, who we got off of his contract, even though it was expiring. And we brought in another guy who's only getting paid $4.6 million. And then we moved a pick that would have been a first round pick that we would have had to pay. We moved that pick and got rid of it to get Cam Reddish, who's a guy who's already got experience with RJ Barrett. Who's going to have the same exact size contract. Because remember, Kevin Knox got drafted number 8 a few years ago, right? Cam Reddish got drafted, 13? So we're still paying him cheaper money that we would have been paying Kevin Knox this year. So that's fiscal responsibility, and we just fleeced them.
I don't know about fleece, but okay.
Mind you, for the last 20 years, we've been getting fleeced with trades. So what I'm saying is that fiscal responsibility is what's keeping them at a B+. But if Tom Thibodeau would have been coaching the way he was coaching, I'd be giving the Knicks right now an A-.
Okay, no problem. So what I understand is that your higher grade is coming from the economic sense of how they have handled the cap and contracts and stuff like that throughout the 3 years.
Absolutely.
That's what I'm
And if they
understanding.
would have got
Okay.
it right, and if they would have been able to get Evan Fournier to a little.
Yeah, you break. I can't even hear you right now, bro. Yeah, I can't even hear you. Must be at a bad spot or something.
They cut his mic off.
Yeah, can't hear you. Try it again. Yeah, no.
See,
Okay, Evergreen, we'll move on.
the Knick universe is saying shh.
Anyway, all right,
All right.
Keyshawn, same question. What are you giving the front office A plus to an F?
I would have to give the front office a B. B,
Okay.
yeah, B plus
Okay.
maybe. You know, 'cause a lot of people was upset we traded back in that draft because we could have got Kai Jones or Sharif Cooper, but none of those guys are even playing right now on their respective teams. And we used that pick to get a Cam Reddish. So we basically picked Cam Reddish at like 19. You know what I'm saying? So I think what we did there was a masterful move, you know? And Atlanta, we saw that Atlanta, they were desperate. They needed to get rid of Cam Reddish. I mean, I thought they would have got rid of Gallo first, but that's
Right.
besides the point. But yeah, they got rid of Cam Reddish, and now I think we're in the right direction, heading somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
So that's all I
Okay.
got. So I
So
got a
you got
B for that.
a B for that. Okay. All right. Thank you, Cameron. First of all, Cameron, nice meeting you. This is the first time I've met you. Welcome to the panel. So first question I got for you is, what do you rate the front office A plus to an F? Oh.
AD, she put in the chat. She said she'd be right back. It was in
Okay.
the
All right.
chat.
We'll swing around to her. GI, Mr. GI. First of all, promote your platform, brother, before we go ahead and hear your thoughts.
Oh, every Thursdays at 7:30, yo, Knicks freestyle. Let's go on the Blondes Tears Network. Let's go, let's go, let's go. And Free Keith is looking like Nostradamus right now. He's not looking as smart as Evergreen, but they all knew that these great things were going to happen. They just didn't tell us. They just didn't want to tell us. They're in the know like Leon Rose and them. So they just didn't want to share it with us. But this morning, they all knew.
I hear you. Hey, go Freezy with the little promotion real quick. Thank you, sir.
It threw me off.
He's CEO and scout. He's an analyst. He's a promoter. Jeez.
I actually got a little scared. I thought Free Keith was coming in. I was going to run. So,
okay, GI. To the question: A plus to an F. What are you giving the front office so far?
So just a 5 minute, 5-second background. 2 months ago, this office got a C minus to a D plus tops.
Yeah.
And listen, that's the only reason that I'm not going to give them the B minus. First of all, there's more room. So why give them an A? Because what are you going to do if they pull off something phenomenal? You have no room to go higher. So I need some room for them to go higher, right? The only reason that I'm going to give them a C plus to B minus range is because I still want to hear something. They're close enough now. So they're going to hold out. They're going to hold on. So the fact that we do a draft like that, how many times it's not normal for you do a trade like that? It's not normal for the president or the GM to come out and say, hey, we made this trade last night. We want to thank Kevin Knox for all of his service. That's not unreasonable. You know, kicking the tires. We're always at it, you know, and walk off the stage. I don't even think we're going to do that. You know, welcome Cam Reddish to the team. We got a bright future. You know, something. Give us something. So because of that, I think they can do that without giving up too much. So I'm going to leave it at C plus to a B minus. But I'm much more optimistic today than I was 3 days ago, and that's positive. That's a good thing.
That's a good thing.
I hear you. Until Karen's ready to go, I'll give my spiel real quick, and I'll answer all three questions as best as I can. And you guys put out a good take, so I won't try to be redundant. I think this front office so far has been a hit or miss. And so I'll give my grade first. It's a C plus to a B minus, which is hilarious that you came with that rating because that was mine. And And the reason why is because things have been a hit and miss. There's been some good things that have happened, and there's been some bad things that happen. I won't get too much into contracts, into the economics of it. I'll just get into more basketball. Obi Toppin pick, and I'll run it down as quick as I can. Obi Toppin pick, not really working right now. And we could say that that was a possible miss, especially with the fit of what Tom Thibodeau does and what he expects from his players. The fact that you're kind of using him completely different than what he was in college and what made him the college player of the year. So I have to say a miss on that, but they did hit on Amir Newell quickly. And people could gripe about that. We could have gone quickly into second or whatever the case may be. But the fact is that regardless, we still made a draft pick towards him, and he has delivered so far. Has he been inconsistent this year? Yeah, he has, and he has dropped a little bit. But I think as a basketball eye that we are, I think we see the potential in Emmanuel quickly, and right now we could say that that was a good pick. As far as this year's draft, they made we almost lost our minds when they gave up the 19 and 21. And we were like, yo, like, are you really doing this right now? Like, in one of the best drafts in so many years, you wouldn't. And that has turned into Quentin Grimes and Cam Reddish. And I like Quentin Grimes. I had him on my list. So, and then the fact that you pick up Deuce, which is a great on-ball defender. I think Sims could be very serviceable, and I think that he brings a lot to the table with his strength, his ability, and his weak side defense. That he could really bring something. If not this year, definitely next year. And I'm very high on Rokas in Europe. I've seen him play in Europe. I saw him play in the summer league, and that's when I play in Europe. I say I'm very high on that guy, and I think that's why. And I'm just speculating here, but I think that's why the point guard thing hasn't been like we need a point guard. I think they feel we have him.
Rokas, okay.
And is he going to be like an all-star point guard? No, I don't think coming off the gates, absolutely not. And maybe never so. But I think he could be very serviceable, especially from what we're starting to build. My C+ goes to mainly what we did in free agency this summer. I felt that we could have gone to pieces in a different way. I would have seen with Taylor Hall and Tucker. I would have seen how I would have nudged him. I would have looked at Will Barton. I would have seen how I would have nudged him, because these are guys that can put the ball on the floor. You can work them in the PNR, and they're very good defenders. So I would have thought about that. But overall, I think that, and also too with things that are going on, I think the fact that they are giving the keys to RJ Barrett, I think is gigantic, and I think that it's really shaping as to maybe visions as to what they had. And I think the Julius Randle thing was just an unexpected anomaly. And I think they were running with that, and they tried to see how it would work out with Julius at the helm and stuff like that. And I think they've seen some things that don't work. So I think front offices are like us, you know what I'm saying? And they're like players and they're like coaches, and especially their first-time administration, where, they're going to have their ups and downs. And they're going to have their trials and tribulations, and they're going to have to learn from their mistakes. What I'm seeing, and I'm not ready to turn the corner, so I ain't jumping out the window, but I will go in the direction of turning the corner because I see certain mistakes that are being made up for. And I always think that's a very good direction. And especially that I give Tom a lot of crap, and I have, for being stubborn and possibly being a little outdated and stuff like that. But he showed me something this week, and he showed me something this month, and he showed me that he is willing to adapt and not be as stubborn, and can give the guy like RJ Barrett the keys and let that work out. So I give it a C+ to a B- with a green arrow on the uptick, because I feel they are going to make another move or two. I think there's a log jam in the perimeter, and they're going to have to find some way to subtract that. We're going to have to find out what we're going to do with the Mitchell Robinson situation. Okay, we cannot let him go for nothing. Okay, so that's very big. So then you got to keep an eye on the Julius Randle situation too, because if Cam pops, right? If say he pops right away, what does that do with Julius Randle now? Now his shot attempts are going down now. So,
Freezy. He left. I thought he liked that one.
So we have to consider all these things moving forward, and if they make the right decisions, and it really pops, like Evan Fournier is another thing too. Like if Cam pops, I don't really need Evan because I got Burks. And Burks shoots 41% from 3 on 5 attempts. and he's serviceable in the PNR. He's a secondary ball handler, and he plays way better defense. So,
and he's 20 million cheaper.
That too. So a lot of interesting things moving forward. But I think I'm going to be positive today, and I'm going to say that the front office has made certain moves in the last couple of weeks that lead me to believe that they're heading towards the right direction. So I leave it at a C plus to B minus.
What's good, G man?
G-man.
I was gonna get my grade. I ain't get my grade.
You didn't get your grade? Hardwell?
No.
My bad. I'm sorry about that, bro.
No, that's all right. Once you got going, I
Me
can't
either.
stop you, bro. You was cooking. Look at Freezy. Me either. Well, my grade was similar to yours because I would have been my grade would have been a C plus, but I went up to a B minus because of the move that they made yesterday. And I feel like the move, what they gave away for that, for Cam, I have to give them credit for that. I agree with you guys. You guys know I agree about the whole confusion with the coaching and wanting to win and all of that stuff. So the front office probably is getting what they wanted in a way, giving the ball to RJ and getting Cam. It proves they're kind of going in that direction. I think it's a good thing because it gives us more of a, hopefully a sustainable future with young guys that could really play and whatever else they add in the mix. But I'm not rushing to give them more than that because, like G.I. said, you got to leave some space there for them to get to that A or even that B plus. You know, A would be like Eastern Conference Finals. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Getting us going in that direction. So I do, like I said earlier, we got to have a little patience, even myself, fans as well, and just see what they're going to do. Because if they have something else planned in reference to what they're already pulling together, then, you know, you could really be like, okay, I give you your credit now because I see what you was working on, what you was chefing up. Because like I heard a lot of y'all mention, right? We didn't really miss up on too much. It wasn't really nobody available. I mean, Bane, Kelly Oubre, you know, but I do feel like you can't sell out in the draft and in free agency. You can't do that. And we got a lot of draft picks that, you know what I mean? We looking all right for young squad though. So, you know, that's really my grade and why I'm giving my grade. And I can't wait to see how Cam fit in the mix. That's all I want
Oh
to
yeah,
say.
that's going to be exciting.
Oh yeah.
I can't
I might
wait
throw
to
a party on Saturday just because I'm so damn excited about that.
I can't wait to see the other moves we have lined up because there has to be something like
There has to. They
yeah,
will.
because they got to move
I
some
agree.
people. They got to move some
It
people
has.
to clear up space. And
I already think
I think they're going to show the direction that we're going in even more, hopefully.
Yeah. All right.
I hope the point guard, if we get one, is not old but a little experienced. To have some weight that kind of get them young guys in the right position and stuff like that. If they get a
know
point
who
guard.
we're getting.
Who?
I think they're really gonna try and go for Jalen Brunson because he wants out of Dallas.
That's the third time I've heard that.
And we have the connections to it. He's CAA, like Rick Brunson knows Thibodeau. He knows like there's a lot of ties like with Jalen Brunson with the Knicks. And I think
that would be animal.
His father's under Rose, I heard too. Connection with
Rose
Rose.
under Rose.
Yeah, they
He
all
was
know
under
each
Rose,
other.
yeah.
That would be animal if that happened. I would just be concerned in what we're giving up in return, but I'm definitely interested.
I would think we would just give up like maybe a Burks and a Noel because didn't the Mavs want to sign Noel like not too long ago? And we took.
Didn't the Mavs have Noel?
They
prior.
told me one time they wanted to bring him back for a larger contract if he
Yeah.
came down, and that
See, if I'm the Mavs, I'm more
never.
interested in Mitchell Robinson
Yeah,
than
but
Noel.
see,
But
I think we're gonna use Mitch and Obi to get Miles Turner.
we'll see. There's a lot of ways we can go about that. Before we get into that, Karen, you ready to go? All right, Karen's still missing in the mix.
Yeah,
All right,
let me
Freezy,
throw this out
let's
there
go.
real
I'm,
quick.
I'm interested to hear your takes here. What do you grade in the front office? I see you have a lot of disagreement about what we said.
Man, bro, this front office make my head hurt, bro. This front office makes my head hurt because it's not fair how they do us, right? Like for instance, I love the Cam Reddish edition, right? But I would love to have had my hands on a Scotty Barnes right now, right?
Wait, hold on, Freezy.
Right. Now, let me.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Okay. Y'all wait. And I
You're
waited
right.
patiently.
You're right.
Right. Okay. So here's the thing. I'm tired of this front office making us settle for second best because in years past we settle for nothing. Right. So they moving forward with us like, well, hand-me-downs is better than not having clothes at all. Nah, man. Come on, bro. We're a world-class organization and we should be treated as such. We're the most valuable franchise in the NBA. We play in the biggest market. We have the most passionate fans. That's my opinion. We have the most passionate fans, right? Why are you settling for a potential lottery bust in Cam Reddish? And I think Cam's going to be something. I think Cam's going to be Paul George for us, right? But why? You had 5 first-round picks over a 3-year stretch, and you couldn't trade up in the draft to get a bona fide young stud and get Cam Reddish.
No one was trading out that top 5.
Nah. I don't want to. Yeah, everybody spoke, man. I want to just get my go. No disrespect. I'm just saying.
No doubt. Go ahead.
Right. The rumor and the rumor is, and this is because we have like this we have this PTSD battered girlfriend approach to everything because Knicks fans have been through so much stuff. We settle. We legit like the battered girlfriend say he only beat me because he loved me. That's what we go through, right? And it's the thing is everybody in the NBA makes moves, and you sit back and we wonder why the Knicks can't make these moves. And just like, but when I was getting cut off by Keyshawn, he was about to tell me that nobody was trading up or down, but that's wrong, right? Because there were 8 trades in the NBA that was trade up, trade down scenario. 8 and 30 picks. There were 10 overall. 2 included us, where we traded back and allowed another team to trade up. And since we go through this thing where our front office can't walk and chew bubblegum at the same time, and we give them a pass because we like, well, at least they walking, at least they chewing bubblegum. Sure, they can't do it at the same time, but just allow them to take their time. Let them walk some, stop, chew bubblegum some, stop, walk some, stop, chew. Bro, we are in a situation where we have the most amount of resources that we've ever had. Draft picks, young players. We had free agency money and all of that stuff. And the front office rewarded us with 3 dudes that we could have gotten in the second round with Quickly, Grimes, and McBride. Right? They rewarded us with a dude, Obi Toppin, who plays the same position as your best player. And we constantly give them kudos. Like, hey, man, good job. They didn't loose lips sink ships. They didn't come out and tell the rest of the NBA what they're doing. In my opinion, is because they don't know what they're doing. Right? This Cam Reddish thing should have been done at the draft. Right? This Cam Reddish thing should have been done at the draft. We'd have had Cam Reddish the whole time, all the way through training camp, and who knows where this team would be right now. Right? But we constantly, all these moves, the Denzel Valentine move, y'all gave him a pass. Well, at least they cut Wayne Selden. Wayne Selden didn't do nothing on the court for us. Why is that? That's not even impactful. Cass legit justified, Knicks fans justified the Denzel Valentine move by saying, at least we cut Wayne Selden. Where are we as a franchise? What are we settling for? Why do we settle for so much stuff, man? Leon Rose, listen, I'm sure you're a smart dude. I'm not saying that Leon Rose, Scott Perry, and all the dudes in the front office are not smart people. What I'm saying, as a collective, they are not making moves with urgency, with the urgency that I feel like they should be doing. Right? Because I legit saw Brooklyn go from a lottery team to a team that had Kevin Durant, Kyrie Irving, and James Harden in a 2-year stretch. Guess what? In February, it'll be 3 years for this organization. What are we doing? We don't have Kyrie, we don't have James Harden, and we don't have Kevin Durant. But I tell you who we do have: Rokas Jokubaitis and Jericho Sims. Is there a comparison there? Daryl Morey legit just took over Philly about a year and a half ago, right? And they're playing just as good as ever, right? Golden State had players out. They had Steph Curry missed the majority of a season. Klay Thompson missed 2 years. What did they do? They added Jonathan Kuminga and Moses Moody, and now they look like they might make a run at the NBA title, right? But the Knicks traded for Cam Reddish. Whoop-de-doo. Okay? Whoop-de-doo. Right? So and the list goes on and on and on. Look at what Memphis did. Memphis was in the same boat as us. They took Ja Morant with the 2 pick. We took RJ Barrett with the 3 pick. Now Memphis has won 10 straight, and they look like they're going to be a contender in the playoffs. What did the Knicks do? We signed Evan Fournier. And y'all want me to be patient, and y'all want me to give them a high grade, and I will give them a grade, right? I'm going to give them a D, right? Because at least they didn't trade away all our draft picks with their incompetence. So that's just my take on it. And I know y'all going to hate on me in the chat. Come on, bring it. I ain't scared of y'all. Y'all me. You know what I'm saying? Say what you got to say. I'm a big boy. I can handle it.
Okay, so Freezy, come back here. I want to tell you something.
Yo, he just convinced me. Hold on. I'm going to a C. He convinced me. I'm going back to a C.
D Poetic, you mad because Memphis drafted Desmond Bane? And
you got a good point, Freezy.
I wanted Desmond Bane.
And our kind of move was sign Evan Fournier.
No, I'm not mad at. No, I'm not arguing with you. I'm actually going to build with you right now. And what I didn't think about during my discourse was that I forgot that we bombed the whole LaMelo Ball stuff too.
Right. Last year at this time. Think about this. Last year at this time. Just think about this. Last year at this time, the fan movement was, Lonzo Ball, the Pelicans want to trade Lonzo Ball for a first-round pick. That was the movement last year. The same thing we were talking about Cam. The Hawks wanted a first-round pick for Cam. The Pelicans last year wanted a first-round pick for Lonzo, right? Whether you like Lonzo or not, everybody disliked Elfrid Payton at point guard this time last year. Yeah. Whether you like Lonzo or not, we all knew Lonzo was an upgrade over Elfrid Payton. We got to the trade deadline, and the trade they pulled off was trading Iggy Brasdeikis. That's your move? That's your move. You had us wait a month for you to trade Iggy Brasdeikis and Austin Rivers. Right? And instead of going to get DeMar DeRozan, which a lot of Knicks fans wanted, They chose to go get Evan Fournier. And we could have legit had Lonzo Ball and DeMar DeRozan on this team, right? And maybe having the same impact on the NBA as the Chicago Bulls, yet they didn't do any of that stuff. They was like, nah, this first round pick that's so valuable that we don't want to trade for Lonzo, we're going to keep it. And then we drafted Quentin Grimes for it, with it, right? And today, if I asked you, would you trade Quentin Grimes for Lonzo Ball? Everybody in here would say yes.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah,
I mean...
Yeah, but Freezy. Oh boy. So here's the thing. All right, so here's the thing.
I'm working on the pod couple things, though.
I got you. So here's the thing. Obviously, the front office didn't make the best moves, but let's look at what they were thinking at the time that they made these moves. We talked about the fact that we drafted Obi Toppin, and in hindsight, we all look at that and say that was a bad draft pick. But they drafted Obi Toppin, not knowing exactly what Julius Randle was going to do. We all know that. So it's one of those where you kind of stuck. It's not a horrible, draft pick at the time. Now it looks bad. Okay, fine. You're saying the whole thing about Lonzo Ball coming in here. The problem with Lonzo Ball is, as much as I think Lonzo Ball is a really good player and could he have helped our team? Yeah. But the Lonzo Ball, at least at that time, and we don't know if he's still acting like that because he's over there in Chicago and we don't follow the day to day. But Lonzo's a diva and he brings the diva package with him. And maybe the Knicks just thought, with his type of talent, it's not worth it to bring that guy in for what he's going to. Remember, he was going to be a free agent. The asking price was going to be high.
I'm shocked.
Then you got. Well, I wanted Lonzo. I'm just saying what the front office might have been thinking.
Did you just say diva?
And Chicago was tampering.
You said diva, yet we signed Evan Fournier, who said he had a bad game because of a
Chicago
steak.
killed
All right,
us.
but
they front office killed ours, man.
I'll be honest with you, Freezy.
Yeah,
I
they
didn't
needed
know,
to,
I didn't know nothing about how Fournier carries himself. Okay, I've only seen him light us up. That's his histrionics, and that I know. I don't know about him being the French cruller. All the stuff we seen, I didn't know none of that. So, hey, Karen.
Hey, Karen.
Fournier never came across to me to be like. I mean, it's not about Fournier right now, anyway. But I said why I kind of agree with some of his points is because, we the fans, we see something, we get excited, and we forget about all the stuff that they put on the tape that we felt like they should have made moves on, even though it wasn't a lot of people out there, like I mentioned too. He brought up some good points about Cam. We could have been had that. Certain things, I don't really agree with them as far as even letting Tibbs do some of the things he doing. Y'all mentioned that as well. They got to take blame for that too, right? Because that's not fully communication. That's not full communication on a direction or nothing. Hopefully now with these moves we're gonna make, or this move, we can go in the direction of our future. So I blame them for that. So that's why I said my grade is a C from a B minus. I really feel like a C.
Okay, let me get Karen. Let me get your take on this. So the question is that what do you judge? What do you rate the front office from an A+ to an F 3 years so far, or 2.5, however you want to rate it?
Oh, and you're on mute, Karen.
Yeah, Karen, you're on mute.
I don't know. She's might be a little delayed. Maybe she's not picking it up.
Possibly. Let's see. We'll give her a second. I should be brought it. Was that Karen? You're on mute. So while we wait for Karen, I see where Freezy's coming from, and I could get why. I can get his sledgehammer approach because we have like instead of going straight, we have like gone around in a circle sometimes.
Yeah.
Or like, we'll take an unnecessary left or right and then end up back at the same place
Right.
when we could have just
Yeah.
gone straight.
No shortcuts. Right.
So I was just
I
gonna
just
say, hold
want to
on.
ask you real. All right, you got it.
No, go ahead, Keyshawn, go.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask you if you think that was due to the fact that maybe Tibbs and Leon had like the butting of the heads of winning now and building towards the future. You think like maybe that had to do something with it?
You know what I think really messed it up, Keyshawn? I think the emergence of Julius Randle just put like a monkey wrench into certain things because it was so unexpected. Nobody knew this was going to happen.
They gave Tibbs a shot. They gave Tibbs a shot with it, maybe. You know what I mean? Like Tibbs wanted to try it again, and they said, "Okay." Maybe
I think they were all in agreement of that because he was the most improved player, his second All NBA. So it was like, wow, like can we just put potato chips and dip around this guy, and he can make these type of things happen? And I think they threw that and they struck out.
But them drafting the OB and doing certain things, it proves that they didn't buy it all the way, but they had to give Tibbs a shot, especially what he did last season, Coach of the Year. I don't want to say Tibbs gonna be like Toronto coach and get fired after Coach of the Year, but he got 1 year to really go in the future, build the future. One more year, if not, they're gonna bring a young coach in, I think.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, you touched on one thing already because nobody. I mean, when they drafted Obi, they were trying to get rid of Randall anyway, but you couldn't even give Randall away. You couldn't get Randall away with $100 bill strapped to his chest. So at that time, and then he blew up, and nobody saw it coming. So now you stuck with Obi because then we missed out on a chance to get the whole point guard thing when Halliburton was there. And you could have got Halliburton when in the Obi draft. And then real quick on that, then you got Sacramento. When you talking about point guards, you see Sack got Fox and Halliburton. They kind of dangling them out there, possibly for trade, whatever. So maybe that'd be a move to make. But back to the thing with the Randall and Obi, Randall really kind of flipped the apple cart over on that with the moves he made, but now he's not producing that the way he did. So now you're looking at the Obi deal like that was a wasted pick. We could have gone another direction, and the way things are falling.
It may not be though. Maybe Randall was the bargaining chip because that's a lot of pressure too.
And let me just clear that up, Will, on that, what I said about it, because I don't think Obi's a wasted pick. Just get a young cat. He's only in his second season. Give him time. All the talk about being NBA ready and all like that, a lot of times, you know how these talking heads get to pumping up a cat so much and they look at his accolades, but he had accomplished a lot of things in college. You can't take that away. You can't take that away. I say it's kind of like the system Tibbs uses. Because if he was on a Phoenix team, they'll be able to use him to his full ability, his capabilities, what he brings. Teams that actually get out and run with a point guard to unlock what he needs. So you got to look at certain teams. We don't do that here. We're not doing that all the way unless he's with the second unit. When he's coming out the second unit all the time.
Just let me say this thing because I was saying this in reference to Freezy with his big cheesy smile on the face with his D plus D minus stuff. Is that I get your frustration. And I get it because the road could have been less traveled, and still ended up with the same result. Yes. So I totally get that. But my question to you is that would you consider the fact that maybe being a first time administration, right? Seeing the anomaly of what Julius Randle happened last season, do you think that maybe they were enchanted and starstruck in certain ways that deter from their vision, which led them to kind of go up and down, left around instead of going straight on some of these decisions?
I'm shocked, bro. I'm stunned.
Why? You changed yourself by accident or something? Wow.
No, man. I'm stunned that we have a front office conversation and we still find creative ways to blame Julius Randle.
I'm not blaming
Nobody
Julius
did that.
Randle. I didn't blame Julius Randle.
That's what I feel like is happening.
Oh, well, your feeling's wrong. Your feeling's wrong.
You heard Julius Randle name because we talking about if I was about to say it's not blaming him for the front office at all. I was about to say if he's worth something because we was just mentioning Obi, and the whole thing. I don't know if you missed that part, but we talking about moves that they could make. We're not blaming them for Randle's success. We just talked about all of that, Freezy. We was talking about how Randle came up. That's why you heard his name in the last take Soulfinger was making.
Yeah, the $100 bill to the
I can
chest.
repeat it again
Yeah.
for you, Freezer. At the time, when the draft went, when we drafted Obi,
This is
when we drafted
Yo, he
Obi,
appears
we
like a
didn't see
genie
Randle
when he
going
heard
away.
Randall. Stop it, Freezy. You didn't even hear it all.
It's like the bear to the baby cub. Like, damn. We weren't talking about your baby cub. Relax.
I did say at the time when the draft came up with Obi, they were trying to ship Randle. You couldn't give him away
that's
with
the
$100 bill strapped to his chest.
That's
Maybe
what he
they wanted
said.
him.
That's fact.
So I said, when I brought up Randall, I said, and he came up, so maybe they got to use him in a bargaining chip if we going in another direction.
And then he had the year he had. That's all we said.
So this is what I'm hearing. Soulfinger says the front office can't trade Randle with a $100 bill strapped to his chest. So this is what I hear. Our front office is so inept that they can't trade a guy that averaged 20 and 10.
Yeah,
this is what I'm hearing. No,
you missed that. That wasn't it.
Because Soulfinger said the front office couldn't trade Randle. That's what he said, right? Soulfinger, that's what he said.
He was talking about at that time when we got Obi.
I know that.
Okay.
I know that.
Okay.
I know that.
He did say that.
I know that.
That's why I say you getting missing pieces. You was working on something. You was working on something.
Randle was coming at somebody's butt cheeks. He didn't say any of that stuff.
Get it, Freezy.
Freezy, before you go, I just wanted to say one quick thing to Soulfinger. That narrative is not you. It's the narrative that they always play with us in the NBA.
Right.
They always hit us with, like for Obi or Duarte, whoever it is. These guys have played in the league. I mean, in college for 4 years, or they're 23 or 24. That means they're NBA ready. Guess what?
Yeah.
You know when you're NBA ready, guys?
When you're on the floor.
In the NBA.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all that matters. That's exactly.
Y'all real slick on y'all real wiggly on this, but I'm gonna hold y'all down though. Y'all real wiggly on this.
I said
point
that
right
with
now.
my chest.
I feel you. But what Soulfinger said was at that time, the front office could not trade Randle if he had a $100 bill strapped to his chest. That's what you said, right?
No, I did. And the fact is, it was going on the way he played. Before you start saying, I'm saying that because I know what you're saying about the front office being inept, I'll just keep it a little low, bro. They just couldn't do the job. So
let me say my point.
Freezy, I feel like we're in class. Like, what did you just do? What did you just say?
All I want to do was express I legit jumped off the screen and everybody rocked, and I just want to jump in and say my piece, and now everybody want to, you know what I'm saying?
Go ahead, man.
I'm making sure I got what I said clear because I'm not going down the round of slander.
You're in trouble, Soulfinger.
No, this is not.
None of that.
No, this is not. Soulfinger ain't in trouble because Ron from Still Knicks fans jumped in and stated the same thing that we all felt that Soulfinger just said it out loud. Ron jumped in and he said it. He co-signed it because a lot of us felt like what Soulfinger just said. So I'm not knocking what Soulfinger just said, but what I want to point out is that this is not semantics. This is real, right? The front office could not trade Randle, a 20 and 10 player, on a very cheap contract. Is that an indictment on Randle, or is that an indictment on the front office? And so what happens is we always take the Randle part. We never take the front office part, right? The year when Leon Rose came in here, the first three things he did was cut Kadeem Allen, cut Alonzo Trier, and cut Elfrid Payton. And then he had to go back to Elfrid Payton and ask him to come back, right? Because he made room to bring in a point guard. And then when free agency started, guess what happened? He couldn't bring in a point guard. DJ Augustine turned us down. Jeff Teague turned us down. Fred Van Vliet turned us down. Right? But we want to give a pass to the front office. Right? We want to give a pass to the front office because our franchise, we don't want to think that we are flawed. I don't want to think so either. I want to think that we great. But facts are facts. Sometimes when you get knocked down, you got to be able to realize that you got knocked down in order for you to get up stronger than you were before you got knocked down. That's just a fact. You know what I'm saying? That's just a fact of life. And what I'm saying is this. I don't want to be in that pie in the sky era no more. I want to be a real Knicks fan. I want to realize that the things that are happening to us are real things. I don't want to have my head above the clouds no more. Because I had my head above the clouds for years and denied a lot of stuff. Well, Kevin Durant don't want to come to the Knicks. That means he's soft. Nah, maybe Kevin Durant ain't come to the Knicks because something was wrong with the Knicks. Anybody ever stop to consider that? We don't want to.
Oh, no. Look, we already know that at the time, before with this front office flipped and everything, we made the changes. The previous regimes were horrible. We already know that they were terrible. And Charles Barkley boys, they were terrible.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is this: we operate as Knicks fans with our head above the clouds, and part of it is because we realize it's just sports, right? But to some of us, like myself, it's beyond sports, bro. This is a passion for me. It's a love. So I don't want to look at my warts and scars as warts and scars. I want to see them as beauty marks. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But at some point we got to get beyond that and realize we have warts and scars for a reason. It's because we were imperfect, and realize in our imperfection, we're not all bad. We just have some bad parts that maybe need to be worked on. And if we can work on those bad parts and those bad pieces and gradually get better in those areas that we're deficient, then we can be better and more respected going forward. That's all I'm saying. With the front office, with the front office, with what I just said, I want to be better going forward. I just don't feel like the front office is moving at a pace that we're going to see it, because year 3 starts in February. They only have 5 years. What have they done the last 2 years? Are you impressed? Do you have a young Kobe Bryant on your team? Have you signed a very good free agent since you've been here? Since they've been here, right? What have they done exactly to have you be an optimist going forward? Is what I'm saying. Did they sign a Kevin Durant? No. And you know what? The Knicks had an all-star. Did they even sign that all-star? No. They signed Evan Fournier and Nerlens Noel. And y'all want me to sit here and say, no, Freezy, this front office deserves an A++. They got 100%. They scored 1,600 on the SAT. No. This front office ain't did that. This front office ain't did that. They got you a dude named Rokas Jokibitis.
Man, that you love.
I love him. And listen,
I get your point though.
I love Cam Reddish too. What I'm saying is let's not grade this front office unfairly one way or the other. Let's not give them an F, because they ain't totally messed it up.
Right.
But giving them a B? Are you serious?
It's Freezy. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something, Freezy. I think you have an uncanny ability to really mess with people, because last week you just gave me a spiel, bro, about how if you're in the bottom of the cellar and you see the light, you got to go ahead and reach for that light. And I was arguing with you, but why would I want to reach there if there's polluted airways? And then you gave a whole spiel. And now this week you want to give the front office a damn B now.
You left out the best part. You left out the part.
He gave him a C-.
Yeah, and you left out the best part. The best part is me as a person already in the light is willing to risk it all to go in the dark to get you. You know what I'm saying? See, you left out the best part.
Damn, you're good.
You left out the best part. But that's how the story goes, bro. If I was in the dark, I would have 100% faith that Be Poetic would leave out of the sunshine leave a good place, and come get me out of a dark place to bring me back to a good place.
Don't have that with the FO, huh?
All right, I'm just saying. All right. I'm back working on the pod couple stuff.
Okay, Freeze, that was good. So I get it. I get it. It's just you got to understand too, Freeze, is that even when moves haven't been made the way they should have, they haven't been as catastrophically, destructive as it has been.
Yeah.
So you do have to give them some credit for that, and I get it. I mean, it's not too much credit, but at least that hasn't happened because we have been in way worse times. But I honestly think, and I started thinking a little bit more optimistically once I realized that they gave the keys to RJ Barrett the other night, where I just felt like, wow, like, okay, like this is a totally different situation. This is a totally different roster construction now with this decision. My only question for them is that now, how are you going to handle this newfound decision? Because if anything, I can make the case that they got a gift from the NBA gods of what happened last season, and they had an opportunity to really go in a really great direction with that, and they kind of bombed that. So this is kind of like a second chance. At least that's how I'm looking at it, and now I'm interested to see what they will do about it.
Hey, Cornerstone Cav just asked me. I'm gonna pull up Cornerstone Cav thing, bro. So he says, "Blowing tears. Then why be a fan?"
Oh man.
See,
why be objective? Wow.
This is what. See, that's exactly why I went on that thing and said what it is that I was saying. For one, this person who rocked with us totally didn't listen to what I said, and two, he totally dismisses fans' passion, because just because you're a fan and supporter of a team don't mean you have to be a crazy over the top fanatic, right? We passionate about this. I was passionate about basketball first, then I was passionate about my city second, right? Because I didn't know I was a kid, so I'm passionate about the New York tri-state area, bro. From all the way from New Rochelle all the way down to Bayonne. I'm passionate all the way from Connecticut all the way through everywhere in between. Right, all the way out to the island, all the way out to the water. You know what I'm saying? I'm passionate about that area because that's why I was born and raised, right? And I'm passionate about our basketball team that's from there. You know what I'm saying? I'm a fan, bro. Rep your city. You know what I'm saying? You love something, rep it, right? But at the same time, be careful of the people that are caretakers of the stuff that you love. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. The front office is the caretaker of this thing that we passionate about, bro. We passionate about this thing, and should I sit by idly and let them run it in the ground if I feel like that's what they're doing? Nah, I'm gonna have my say. We got platforms, and we gonna use our platforms to say what it is that we got to say. It's unfortunate that we wasn't able to do this in past regimes when they were running it in the ground, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, we all here, we all love ball. We all love the Knicks. And to be honest with you, I love rocking with y'all because y'all stretch me mentally and get me in a place where I have to think about the stuff that I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? I like that, man. That's fire, in my opinion. Like when Hard will jump in and say something. I'd be like, yeah, I like that. I like that, bro. So when you ask me why be a fan, come on, that's crazy, bro. That's crazy talk. That's crazy talk. Should we just allow the caretakers of our team just to do anything willy-nilly, whatever they feel like, and not say nothing? Come on, bro. You gotta tighten up, Kev. Stuff like that, bro. Come on, bro. Like, I legit, like, you asking me why be a fan when legit I put 4 hours into producing your show and all you did was show up and talk. And you asking me why be a fan.
Damn. All right, man. We're gonna shift. We'll shift gears.
Come on, bro. Come on. Hey, don't do me like that, bro. We all have our own opinions and our level of passion and stuff. I'm passionate about the Knicks, and I want to win a championship, man. I want to win a championship. Hey, Hardwill, you want this team to win a championship, or you just like the jerseys?
Nah, I need the chip, man. You've been losing too long, man. I want to see one before I leave here, at least,
Bro, and we ain't won one since Vietnam.
You've
Yeah.
Oh
Since I was
man.
Freezy, just have you and Kev on the screen right now.
Okay, no, we ain't gonna do that. I ain't
Oh,
gonna
you
do
ain't?
that.
Oh,
No,
okay.
I
'Cause
ain't,
I see Kev's energy. That's why he looks like he's ready for it.
Look,
okay.
Got a nice
look,
shirt on, Zach. Got a nice shirt on.
appreciate
Nice and
it.
pretty. He looked
Listen,
nice and pretty, like he's
pretty.
from
Listen,
he
I'm
from
not
Central
pretty.
Came
Jersey.
back at
I'm
the
not
right
pretty.
time.
If you would have said handsome and been different story, but I'm not
No,
pretty.
no, Kev, you cute, bro.
Pretty is forget it. I'm not even gonna get into it. Listen, I heard everything you said. All right. And not once did I hear anything positive out of your voice. Not once. That's why I asked, are you a true fan? Because I didn't hear anything positive. It's always negative. Put it this way: is this regime like the New York Giants regime?
I don't care nothing about no New York Giants.
Oh, so you're not a Giants fan then?
No, I'm not a Giants fan.
What
fan.
fan are you? A Bears fan? Okay,
Right.
we'll go Bears.
But it
Is
don't
this,
matter because this is a Knicks channel.
I
You know?
understand it's the Knicks channel. At least this regime is trying. They did something last night where you're
So
like,
the
yeah, they
past
could.
regime didn't try.
Huh?
So the past regimes didn't try.
Past regime was ridiculous.
They didn't
And
try.
I couldn't even make
Look, the
excuses for
past
those guys.
regimes couldn't lead ants to a jar of honey, man.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you.
Right.
I couldn't.
And
At least
so
this one right here.
and so Kev, what I'm saying is this regime right now is like, yo, we got some honey, but where the ants at?
Man, don't even get me started about them past regimes. Some of the bonehead moves they made, man, and giving up and this and that put us into the future, into the mortgage our future that we've been trying to get out of the hole for. I mean, we already know we've been beat. I mean, you think about the past regimes, man. I every time I think about it, man, I feel like Denzel in Glory. I had that
Let's
one
not
tear
go there.
running down my face on the wagon wheel, man. When I think about that, man,
Right.
it was horrible, man. I mean,
Hey,
the bonehead moves they made, and never mind. I ain't gonna even get into that, man. We stop, man. Because
Hold on, guys. Let me
I
do
had to go
something real
take
quick.
some KO Pectate or something for my stomach thinking about that.
Let me do something real quick. Okay, we do have the super chat too, so I'll do a super chat as well. Brooklyn Buddha, thank you for the generous contribution. Brooklyn says Freezy needs to run through the list of past front offices like he does for our past power forward, center, and point guard. Yeah, that's right. He would be Gandalf for some things, but not for others, right?
Right.
And by the way, also too, guys, we got 192 watching. We only have 107 likes. Let's get the likes up. We'll smash the like button and support the platform.
200. Gotta get to 100. Gotta get to 200.
You want to shift gears? I think we talked about the FO for like good 2 hours almost. Bro.
Forever.
Yeah.
So yeah, man. So Kev, come on, bro. Don't do me like that, man. You got to cut me some slack, bro.
What? Do you
You gonna ask me why be a fan of the Knicks? Are you crazy?
You know what
that
what
hit
it
his
reminds me of?
soul.
Hey, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of Free Keith, the optimist with the happy face, and you, the sad face, being negative. That's what it reminds me of.
He's not being. He don't have a sad face. Yeah, Freeze don't have a sad face.
No, you're right. He has the angry face.
No,
Yes.
and Kev, what this points to is that you don't listen to others.
Yes, I do.
No,
Yes,
you
I
don't.
do.
Because
Yes, I
no,
do.
you don't. Because me and D Poetic were talking about Cam Reddish, and I expressed to him my overjoy and excitement. I actually called Cam Reddish Paul George. Did anybody up here?
But you
remember
just
me saying that?
But you
But
just
then when we talked when we talked about the front office, because I had a different opinion than you do about the front office, now I'm lemon drop.
Well, the front office is part of the team, you know. They are part of the team.
Kev, you also said that I'm always negative.
Towards
so I
the
can have a
front office.
positive.
Towards the front office.
You didn't say that. You said negative about the team.
The front office. Okay. So I'll take that back. The front office. You are
right.
negative
You got to clarify this stuff, and we can't just use blanket statements, bro. Because because it goes to a disrespect of how people feel. If I don't have the same opinion than you, then I'm dumb.
It's not the same. It's not. No one should have the same opinion. I mean, we would be robots if that happened. But from what I'm hearing,
and why you whispering? You in the library?
You know what I'm at, man. Come
The
on, man.
man is at work, man.
What you
Stop
trying to do?
that.
What you do? Trying to rock the Dewey Decimal
I've
System or something? I
I've
mean,
just
what's
got.
happening?
I was just. I was just getting. I
That
was
that
just.
man trying to be on the show during company time. You better
Thank you.
chill.
Exactly. Exactly. Exactly.
You better respect that man's hustle. See, this is what we
Eh,
do as black folk.
exactly. Exactly. I just got scolded for being two voices. So
Okay, all right.
You can't turn into aggressive black men around those around, around those good nice white folks. You better stop it.
You need for me to go get G-Man. You want me to bring
yeah,
G-Man back?
please bring. Yeah, please bring him back. Please bring him back.
Wow, you said please bring him.
And Cap, I was just working on this for y'all, bro, and you was like, "Yo, Uncle Freezy hate the Knicks."
I didn't.
And I was just working on this.
That's your blanket statement. I love it. I love it.
Bing bong.
I can't use it. I can't. I wish I could.
Yo, y'all the best and the worst, yo.
At the same time, bro, right?
At the same time.
I'll be right back.
Uh-oh.
See, I'm trying to get that man fired.
Let's shift gears a bit because I think we drained out the front office talk.
Yeah, we rolled enough grenades on that horse.
Yeah, man, it's disintegrated. It's blown up into a million pieces, and I don't want to even get the pieces back.
Yeah.
So, what are you guys looking at as far as my question for Cam? Let's talk about Cam a little bit since we're going to be seeing him tomorrow. What are our expectations for Cam in his first 10 to 15 games?
Could I go first?
Yes, Rod, you can go first.
Because the funny thing is, before you even said that, I was going to say something about Cam. So,
all right, good.
I just wanted to say first off, I think I've been saying this since Cam came into the league. I thought Cam was a very slow starter. I think Cam still has a lot of holes in his basketball game yet to be established. He hasn't shown me the type of consistency that I'd like to see from someone who I know can go out there and get it. However, Cam is still a very nice upgrade for our Knick team, much better than Kevin Knox, and probably better than a lot of other players that we have on the roster right now. We just need to really tap into his potential, make him feel comfortable, allow him to feel like he's wanted here and he has, a chance to really fit in and be that guy. Or should I say be one of those guys. But I think I'm just a little worried about how Thibodeau's going to use him to start. I don't know. Has Thibodeau changed the way he looks at a player like a Cam who can come in and play defense? Maybe that's the big key for him. The fact that he can play defense, so he has a leg up over some other guys. So it's tough. It's tough, man, because I just don't know. I know you guys, not you guys. I should say Knick fans have written off. As soon as we got Cam Reddish, they've written off Fournier. I'm telling you, I don't know, man, because I think Tibbs likes the fact that Fournier is a vet and Fournier is playing well. So I don't know how he's going to use Cam. I think it's a bad thing because I know some other people, have talked about Grimes being the odd man out just because of, the fact that Cam's here. Without Grimes, we don't win some of these games we've been playing. And it's not because he is.
Uh-oh. Ron, you okay? You just blacked out.
Nope.
Oh, damn, he was about to get in too.
Yeah,
I know he was warming
busy.
up.
Yeah.
He was warming up. Hey.
Okay, so
just
we'll
started breaking
shift it.
sweat.
And when he shifts, we'll shift, but when he comes back, we'll give it back to 4 right after, okay, yo? Let's go with Keyshawn. Keyshawn, what are your expectations for Cam Reddish in these first 10 or 15 games?
First 10, 15 games, I think they're going to bring him on slowly. At first, let him get acclimated to, the team. Let him play with the second unit a little bit. I think that would be a nice little second unit with IQ, Grimes, and Reddish and all that. But he has to find his, I think by the time, 10, 15 games in, there might be a move that's done so that Cam could be put in the starting position, So,
Right.
with his talent, I believe he should be a starter, after 10, 15 games. But
Mm-hmm.
due to the fact that we have a logjam of these positions,
Mm-hmm.
like we have to find a way to make this happen. So I'm interested in seeing.
I hear you. And now I was going to ask Ron the same thing. Can you give an estimate of a stat line you think might be realistic in the first 10 or 15 games? How many minutes do you think he'll play?
I think he'll play probably about like 9 minutes, 9 to 11 minutes a game, maybe.
Wow, really? That little to start? Okay. Keyshawn, you there?
Everybody getting cut out?
Yeah.
What's going on?
What's going on?
Okay, Keyshawn, you there?
My fault. Yeah. I was
Oh,
just
okay.
talking to someone, but yeah, I see like.
So do you think 9 to 10 minutes to start?
Like the first few games, like I'm not saying like for the whole season, just the first few games he'll probably play.
Right. Yeah, we're talking about 10 or 15 games. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But then it will definitely get more and more minutes. Like depending on who we play. If we play a team that we need a defensive stopper to stop their best player, I think Cam would get a lot more minutes. So it depends like on Tibbs, like
Okay, you break it up heavy, Keyshawn.
if he wants him to play. I think he just saw the.
Yeah, we can't hear you, brother. You break it up. Okay, that's fine. Let him work that out. Soulfinger, how many minutes do you think he's going to get to start out, and what are your expectations for him in these 10, 15 games?
First of all, I think I agree. I think they're gonna start him off slowly, but I think he'll get about 10 to 15. I don't. He's gonna get about 10 to 15 minutes.
Okay.
It's gonna be a process because it's gonna be kind of touchy because of this whole lineup and the logjam we got. Yeah, Fournier is playing really. He's been playing better. I don't want it with him coming. I don't want that to put any hindrance on Grimes' development and growth and time. But I got a feeling that way where Tibbs may tap and pull some of the minutes, possibility, or he can get it from a few places. So it just depends on. I think it's going to depend on the team and how the game flows, on who gets how he can distribute the minutes. But overall, about 10, 15 minutes, I'm thinking he's going to probably his numbers will be decent to start off, but nothing really to just blow your mind offensively. But I think defensively is where we're going to see what he can bring immediately to the team, more so than offensively to get in the rhythm.
Right. So you're saying that his impact will be more of a notice than his statistical stat line.
Yeah, because he's got to get to feel everybody, and know when once he can pick and choose his moments. But one thing that travels that you don't have to worry about is defense and effort, and he's going to be able to bring that easily more than offensively. And I think within the next 10, 15 games, we're going to see him as he progresses. He'll start heating up, and I think he'll have more point production. His point production looked way better than it did in Atlanta. But it's the fact he wasn't getting the ball. That was one of the main gripes. He wasn't getting the ball. With the second unit, he'll be able to get the ball and have his moment. But it'll take a little time for him to gel.
Right. Okay, cool. Thank you for the take. Free Keith. So how many minutes are you expecting from Cam Reddish in these 10 or 15 games? What are your expectations from him?
I feel like I feel like to those first the first few games or whatever, I think it's going to be fluctuating depending on like how smoothly he fits in. I feel like if he comes in and the gameplay stays how it's been and he flows in well to that, I would see like 10 to 15 minutes to begin, maybe those first few games. But by game 15, I would say his minutes would have averaged out to like something like 20 per game.
There you go.
Wow, 20 per game?
Meaning like as the time, I would feel like as he goes along, if he fits into the flow of what's going on well, I feel like his minutes will ramp up much more on like games 5 to 15 than 1 to 5 or 1
I
to
hear you.
4, let's say.
I hear
But
you.
like by the end of that, I feel like it would have all averaged out to like about 20, 22 minutes a game.
And can I just add one more thing in? I just feel where I feel. I think there's gonna be another move to actually open things up even more for the way the team is set. It's got to be, because you can't just bring in a Cam Reddish and not play a talent that he has that, and just you can't Kevin Knox this cat, because
no, it's not gonna happen.
He brings way
No,
too
no.
he brings way too much time.
No, I think what he brings, I don't like another move would be cool, but I don't think that the team needs another move for him to fit in. I actually think what he brings in the fact that there's people that need to be moved around is like that internal competition is about to be great.
Oh no, it's going to be monsters. I agree with you
And
on
so
that, Keith.
whatever the product is from whoever comes out of that, whether it's not Cam getting those minutes or that steel sharpening steel, whoever's on the floor, is going to be the best guy.
Gotcha.
But
all I'm
then we
saying.
would have Atlanta's problem, because Atlanta had the problem where they were logged in.
No. Then that would solidify for us that the problem is him.
That's quite possible.
Or at least for me, I should say. It would solidify for me that the problem then was him. Because I feel like he's going to be able to compete for that time, especially with somebody like RJ on the floor, probably capping for him right now.
Right. And I don't think it was him, Keith, and I'll go into later as to why I think that.
No, I don't think so either. But if it happens here too, you have to ask that question.
Is it the team?
Yeah, I hear you. Okay, Harwill. Same question. What do you think his minutes are going to be in the first 15 games, and what are your expectations?
Well, I can't predict his minutes. My expectations are that he could help the team. It's going to go according to how fast Tibbs want to put him in. You know how Tibbs is. But I know he's going to help us as far as like in transition. He got a good IQ, like RJ, better off the dribble a little bit. So he'll be able to do things that we really didn't have. Hopefully it don't take a long time for him to get going. One thing I want to say too is the Hawks kind of already have a set star and a direction that they're going, and the Knicks are still up in the air trying to figure that out. And I think for a young player like him, that could motivate him to play the way we know he could play from, being on the ESPN 100 list in college. And, you can't really judge a player by their situation always. So hopefully, even with Knox, hopefully he has luck over there with Atlanta. But please, stop. Knox is not like this guy. If you don't know him, then you can't really say the name the same way how it's being thrown around. You can't, you know what I'm saying? So I just wanted to say that, but I'm not sure about his minutes. And hopefully he start to get a lot of minutes right away, D. I hope, honestly, because we need a player like that on the floor. And I think him and RJ are going to bring great chemistry, and the rest of the team. He's going to unlock a lot of players because he can make a lot of passes that a lot of players on the court can't, and a lot of plays. It's about confidence when you passing the ball too. So I know y'all watching the game, y'all be like, yo, in transition, you see guys open and they don't make that play. So Cam can make some of those plays. He's great on defense. So of course, hopefully Tibbs love defenders. So that should help him get to the floor faster, and just get in line with the team. There shouldn't be no pressure on him to try to be the best player on the team. He's gonna just fit in and produce as it go on, I think. And I'm not sure about the minutes, D. I can't really call that yet because Tibbs is hard to call when it comes to that. So that's basically my take on it.
I got you. Thanks, Harwell. Ron, you back yet or no?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Go ahead and finish.
Yeah, man, it's very annoying. This computer's tripping out right now. It's all right. So, wow. I know I had mentioned something about the fact that I think the way Fournier's been playing lately has probably caught Tibbs's eye, and I think he wants to continue to play that hot hand because this is the best we've seen Evan Fournier since he's been a Knick.
Yeah.
And I think you want to try to capitalize on that because if you notice, even in the last game, while we did win in convincing fashion, there was a point early in the game where Grimes was in the game and he didn't really have anything going. Our offense was a little stagnant. And he put Grimes on the bench and brought Fournier in, and Fournier gave them a little bit of a boost. So I think Tibbs, whenever he sees something like that, he realizes the value in it, and that directly impacts Cam. So if I'm looking at what Cam can actually do, I think it's tough because I just don't know where the minutes are coming from. Obi barely plays now. I think he played 14 minutes in that game, something like that. So I mean, you could easily take those minutes from Obi, but I mean that's another problem. I just don't know where you're getting the minutes from unless you cut Randle's minutes and maybe you take from Taj Gibson. But you know, you can do that though. I mean, Taj is definitely out there longer than he needs to be. You just brought Nerlens Noel back. So, and that's another thing. Like each time I'm given a solution, there's somebody else who can cut into those minutes as well. Because now Nerlens is back. I just find it a little tough. I mean, this could be a little iffy, and that leads me to believe, even though tomorrow's set up to be a nice little thing for Cam to get back at Atlanta, he may not even play at all.
And guys need to be prepared for that as well.
Yeah,
that's a strong possibility. That's the other
Ask him to
option.
be prepared for that as well. I mentioned that yesterday, I think.
I don't know about that because Cam, even with his limitations of the role what he had at Atlanta, he was still going plus 20 per game.
Yeah, no, he got busy.
So, you know, I'll give my spiel real quick on it. It depends on if he pops right away and if he doesn't.
Right.
And if he pops, I could easily see 20, 25, possibly even 30. If he pops it, he has an instant impact. If it's a thing where he's just gradually getting into the lineup and stuff of that nature, I could see like anywhere from a 12 to 18, something around that nature. As far as expectations are concerned, you see, people don't realize something about the situation with Cam Reddish in Atlanta, and that it's the Trae Young show down there. And many players on that team have come across and have had a problem with the Trae Young show because Trae Young doesn't only shoot the most shots on that team. He also has one of the highest ball usages in the NBA at 36.2, I believe it is.
That's insane, bro.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I, to piggyback.
That's not the highest.
They all upset about that.
It's one of the highest. I gotta look. I think LeBron and KD and stuff are around that. But my point is that so you don't get to see the beauty of what Cam can do under that because he's in a position that if he plays with Trae Young out there, and don't forget, I think Trae Young averages like almost like 35, 38 minutes a night. So he played some minutes with him. And it's a very like shoot, get it to you, move quick because you might not get this damn ball back. So I think that kind of hindered him a bit. If you looked at his advanced stats, there's really nothing that really pops out. But I also think that was an environment of that Atlanta Hawk team that there's certain guys you can't just see what they could do. So when he does get the ball, it's right, like he's just trying to get his and that's it. Mm-hmm. So I don't think that's going to be the situation here. Because also keep in mind too, when he was there, when he played in his 20 minutes, his ball usage rate within that 20 minutes was 20.4. So that means that, he was gunning, bro. Like he was just trying to get his, and that's that. But anybody that's seen him played in college, that he don't do that. He's willing to work with the offense, and he's willing to be on the corner sometimes, and he'll pass out a PNR and stuff like that. So it's a very interesting thing of what we're going to see from him. And of course, as Tibbs is going to use him. I believe Tibbs is going to use him, of course, defensively first. And I think it's going to be a mix of things. I think there's some sets you're going to see him initiating the offense. Some sets he's going to be in the PNR. And some sets he's going to be in the corner. I think he has versatility to do these things. My other point too was, I forgot. Okay, but anyway, that's what I see from him coming out the gate. And the log jam, because I saw Sherwin, he was on, he was like, we don't have a log jam in so many, and I disagree with that. We do have a log jam, because what's going to happen when Kemba comes back? Let's say everybody's clicking, and we just gave the keys to RJ. What's going to happen when Kemba comes back? What's going to happen when D Rose comes back? I would assume he would take his bench position. But now what happens with IQ? See, and now what happens to Grimes? What even happens to Burke? If Cam comes out popping, Burks is getting relegated back to 15, 20 minutes. He ain't playing plus 30 anymore.
Right.
So
that's what
they're
I'm saying. We have like the same situation that Atlanta had before, you know.
No, it's not the same situation, because it's not. We don't have a Trey Young, and that was the.
We have a log jam in the same position.
Yeah, but they have more talented players.
And you're right,
but they
Keyshawn.
all did the same thing.
But you're right, Keyshawn. But
that's why
it's a difference.
The Knicks. Go ahead, y'all.
He's right in the sense that it is similar as far as the log jam, but it's a totally different situation as far as the ball usage and how the offense is ran. It's two different things.
Yeah.
So you're going to see a lot more of what Cam Reddish can do in this type of offense.
Freezy, I think.
But the log jam is not for our future, though. That's why I don't agree with a log jam. That's why I think he came here in reference to our team and the fit and being cool with Barrett. I think it's something more to that, because
I'm not saying like.
I'm sure other teams would have wanted Cam, and it's just that to go put him somewhere, we not gonna have an opportunity. And I think on this team, he's gonna have an opportunity, because a lot of the pieces that's here is gonna be moved, like Kemba, even Burks. A lot of these guys I don't see the future of them being Knicks. Honestly, that's just my opinion, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I think, because like we have a bunch of like guys who are 6'5", 6'6" guards that kind of like Burks and Grimes and Fournier. Like that's why I think we're gonna have another move in the tuck, not Grimes, but like we have another move in the tuck to get rid of some of these, like a Fournier or Burks, or so that Cam can play more minutes and be effective.
Fournier's gonna be smooth.
Let me
look at the trade value in those guys that we mentioned, and they all have value.
Let me get two people, because I didn't get to Karen. I didn't get to Hadouken. Karen, how you doing? You with us now?
What up, Karen? She went out again.
Karen, you're not with us? Okay, all right. We tried a couple of times. Okay, Hadouken. So to the question was that how many minutes are you expecting from Cam Reddish, and what are your expectations to these 10 first 15 games?
First of all, salute to everyone. What's good? Good morning
What
to
up?
everyone.
What up?
Good.
I think, to be honest, they're not trading for him just for him to play like 15 minutes. They're going to play him like 20 to 25. Like within those 10 to 15, they're going to find a way to get that. Whether he's definitely going to take some minutes from Grimes, because Grimes has been playing like 18 to 20 the last few games. He's going to take minutes from him. Burks is not going to keep playing 35 minutes. He's going to take minutes from him. He's just going to, I feel like he's just going to take minutes all around. And I think he's going to produce pretty decently, to be honest. I think we're going to find a good place for him, because I just think, especially in lineups, like him coming off the bench to begin with, I think that's a good spot for him to get his groove and get acclimated into the team. He got to get his chemistry up. But after that, seeing lineups with him and RJ together, because I just remember from like watching RJ play with Wiggins in Team Canada, and just the way Cam has played with RJ before, I think they will be a great fit together, and I think they'll produce really well on the floor together. So I don't know. I expect him to do pretty good in his first 10 to 15 games. I think he's gonna play fine, and then his minutes are gonna start to increase towards after All-Star break as well, depending on what they do.
What's the stat line you're looking for within the first 15? It could be an estimate. You don't have to be exact.
So in like 15, 20 games. If I think he's gonna get like 20, 25 minutes, probably like 13, 14 points, something like that. Around
Okay.
there. Yeah.
That's respectable. Okay. Freezy.
Yo.
So, what are your expectations for Cam Reddish in the first 10 or 15, and how many minutes do you see him play?
30 minutes, about 19, 18 points a game, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, and stellar defense.
Wow, really?
From the rip? That's what you from the rip? From the rip?
From the rip.
Is he starting?
So for the first 10 games, I wouldn't think it'd be fair.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying, to speculate if he's gonna start or not. I'm thinking that he may come off the bench a little bit just to get acclimated to offense and defensive systems, play calls, and sets.
Mm-hmm.
But I think by February, he's a full-time starter, full-time starter, and maybe the third or fourth option in the offense, because you can't just bring a guy in and say, "Hey, RJ, hey, Julius, we just brought a guy in to take your spot." I don't think that's fair. Right. You know what I'm saying?
I agree with that.
Yeah. But listen, this is the thing. Cam Reddish's impact on this team should be looked at not as a guy that struggled in Atlanta, but as a 21-year-old Paul George on a Indiana Pacers playoff team that had David West, Roy Hibbert, and other established guys, right? So what George did when in his 21-year-old season, 21-year-old season, was did all the peripheral stuff. Danny Granger couldn't guard nobody, so they put Paul George on him, right? Danny Granger was an excellent ISO scorer, mid-range assassin that can get buckets in bunches, but he wasn't a secondary ball handler. Paul George did that, right? When Paul George and David West, when Danny Granger and David West struggled defensively, Paul George took on those assignments. It didn't matter how big the person was, how fast the person was. Paul George covered everything for the Pacers. He was the do all everything for those guys. But he was the primary nothing. He was the secondary everything. And I think that's what's going to happen when RJ Barrett struggles with bigger, stronger defenders. Cam Reddish is going to be the guy to step in, right? When defenses trap Kemba Walker and point guards up top, when our point guards get hot, I think Cam Reddish and RJ will split those duties, balancing the floor so teams can't trap our guards up high and get us out of offense, and then force Julius Randle to put up a shot with 6 seconds left. I think you'll see a huge alleviation of that, and you won't see the Trey Burke holding the ball till 7 seconds left to go and forcing Cam Reddish to throw up jump 3-pointers and hurt his 3-point percentage or hurt the team. I think those wide open 3-pointers that you see the Knicks are missing right now will go to Cam. Some of those will go to Cam Reddish, and you'll see him knock down those at a decent rate, because Cam Reddish is a shooter, right? Cam Reddish is a shooter, man. The kid can shoot. Don't let these numbers fool you because of injuries and bad basketball play. I think Cam Reddish legit. If you're a Knicks fan this morning, you should be excited that you finally got a guy that can operate in today's NBA, a 6'8" guy that can dribble, pass, and shoot and defend.
And he's athletic.
And he's athletic, and occasionally he can go off for 30. And you know how I know? Because he's done it.
Yeah.
Just last month,
right?
Twice when Trae Young was out, by the way.
And a great thing, just like you're mentioning with Trae Young out. With Trae Young out, he averaged 19 points per game.
Yep.
Oh, those games that he started, and he was doing it on good efficiency. That's the thing. And the thing I want the team to make sure, which I know they will, because he's friends with RJ, all that. Like when you watch him on the Hawks, when he would be open or there would be possessions he's open, Trey wouldn't look at him and other teammates wouldn't either in certain moments. So I hope the team actually they look at him whenever he's open, pass him the ball, let him shoot, let him get comfortable with the team. Don't make him feel like he the same exact way he was on the other team, because the other team, the Hawks, they just didn't treat him fairly. He had problems with the coach, Lloyd Pierce. They had stories about him like picking on him really badly. That's why he got fired with like the Trae Young stuff that he said. But I do think that he's gonna be good for us. I just think he will, no matter what. I think this is a good pickup. And
so I
heard
the opposite about Lloyd Pierce. So I heard that when Cam Reddish came in, he favored Cam Reddish so much that teammates didn't like it. And so it was like the opposite of that. Like teammates like who Cam Reddish think he is coming in here, and blah blah blah. Yeah, that's what I heard from a dude that I trust. So
because the story that came out after Lloyd Pierce got fired was that he used to pick on Cam Reddish a lot, and the main reason he got fired is because he would be telling Trey to play defense and stop baiting for fouls and play real basketball, and that's one of the reasons he got fired.
No, and I agree. Even though those two don't relate, the second part, I could see that. Yeah. I'm with you on that, but
yeah, that's just one of the articles I read about it when they posted it. So I don't know where.
And plus, neither one we ain't there, so we don't know for sure. But I could dig it. But what I'm gonna say this is this, man. If you're a Knicks fan, bro, right now, you need to be excited, really excited about this kid, and not just about him per se, but the mindset of the front office recognizing that we need to move forward, get out of this archaic style of, blah, 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 and move forward to today's NBA. Because when you look at your roster, your power forward is a traditional power forward, right? Like he's 6'9", 250. He score and rebound, right? You're big. All he does is protect the rim. He don't stretch the floor. Your point guard, they are what they are. Your two guards, it's not 1987 no more. You got to be able to do stuff. You got to be able to be the secondary ball handler. You got to be able to shoot this three at a high clip. You got to be able to defend your position. And if you can't do those things, then you defeating the purpose. You already coming out of the locker room behind. So if you be excited about Cam Reddish. Don't let people dampen your spirits or try to damp this thing down. Don't let them be a wet blanket. You know what I'm saying? Cam Reddish is for real. And his numbers in Atlanta goes from a bad city. The reason why Atlanta is what they are is because they have a whole bunch of scorers that don't buy into the total team concept of basketball. All of them, all they worry about is numbers. That's why they can't win right now. You take Cam Reddish out of that environment, put him here, where it's the ultimate team concept, and watch how he blossom. That's all I'm going to say about that. And if you Kevin Knox, peace, bro.
Thanks.
More Fortnite.
Right. Free Keith, you was looking at me, like you don't want me to say Cam Reddish is going to be a star, bro.
Oh, no, I want you to say that. I want him to be a star.
Him and RJ both.
Yeah.
I was talking
I
to
want as
Steve.
many stars on my team as possible. I want everyone to be a star.
Right.
I was talking to Stephen Fox, and shout out to Sports 5 TV with Keith, and we were building on this Cam Reddish thing, and he brought up a very good point that must be considered. We can even run Cam sometimes at the 4 and spot minutes due to his length and his wingspan, and especially how whether Tom does that or not is a totally different topic, but it could be done, especially some of the lineups that you do see out there. So that's something interesting for him to be used as well.
It's almost like a somewhat of a low-key blueprint. If you look at, we got a lot of multiple players that can play multiple positions. So you can set up a different kind of lineup and attack many different ways. Cam brings in, Cam can handle the ball. so he can actually bring it up. You may have to use him at sometimes to bring the ball up. It depends on what set you have or who's around him. The fact that he can score, the fact that he can play defense, the fact that he's only 22 and he's still, you know, he hadn't even scratched the surface. Yeah, he has some injuries here and there, but he's here, and the fact that he's here with RJ, that's a whole nother dimension. And what Hadouk was saying, that I agree with you on that. Between he and RJ, in the perfect world, and what I like and what I'm hoping and praying, and here like G-Man will say, hope is not a strategy, but I'm praying that RJ and Cam both pop. They both pop, and then you can have your two superstars. You can have it set like Boston has with the Jays. You know, we can have our own in this, you know, to come up in our own organization, something we haven't had. You know, you think about it, you had Ewing. Then after that, well, who was what? You know, we brought in Melo, but to actually, and then, you know, I actually thought about we had Frazier and got Earl coming here together, and they played together. So, you know, the only difference is these cats played in college. You know, they played in college together. So it's a beautiful thing, and I'm really hoping that it works out for the best, all to the good. That we at the end of when it's all said and done, we're raising the banner.
Right. Anything anybody else has to say about Cam Reddish and expectations 10-15?
Also, with just a little bit of tempering as well. Like, let's, you know, I know I think it was a great move. I think everybody thinks it was a great move. Let's wait for this guy's sneakers to touch the court first. You know what I'm saying? Let's give a little bit of grace. Let's give a little bit of grace to the process that has to happen to acclimate him to the team, because it may take a little bit longer than we're speculating as well. And it doesn't mean that things are going wrong. Right.
And you're right, Keith. And I agree with you on that. Like, I feel like if 10 games go by and he's okay, I'm not up in arms about that. This is a process. It's called matriculation. So,
and we tend to kind of like rush it in our mind because we think, oh, we got the guy, then it's just plug and play. And it just doesn't always work exactly like that.
Yeah, some people gotta not hope that he's gonna become this crazy player like all of a sudden. Like he's a young player still that was in a bad situation since the beginning of his career. There's no reason anyone should think he should go off. Like it's a slow thing.
If it happens, I'll take it though.
Yeah, obviously. But a guy coming into a new team after what he had to deal with in another team, and he's been requesting a trade for several months. You gotta wait till he gets into the flow of things.
And don't forget, he's a young puppy, just like RJ.
Old, like I said, 22.
So, and you know, and people may have concerns about Tibbs and stuff like that, but I'm pretty sure RJ was like, "Oh, listen, Tibbs is a little rough around the edges. You know, he's not everybody's cup of tea, but I see the light at the end of the tunnel with this." So if I do, I think you'll be okay. And I think, you know, conversations like that really do happen.
Yeah. And do we really think, like, I hear the defensive stuff. I definitely think like he's not a negative defender, but like all this, are we calling him a lockdown defender?
No, not yet. No, not yet. But he has the potential. But he has the potential to be it because he has all the tools.
I think potential.
Wait, Free Keith. How we talking about this, and then you say the smallest thing about Obi Toppin, and everybody get all uptight and screw face. You say Obi Toppin is a wasted pick. Everybody getting their feelings, but then you say when you say the obvious about Cam Reddish, like Cam Reddish could be a really good defender. He could be a really good glue guy in that line of Paul George. All these things that he's shown already. He's shown these things already. And we're like, nah, just pat the brakes, bro. But you say Obi, y'all be like, but Obi had 6 points and 2 rebounds. And all three of them were dunks. At the end of a game, we were either up by 20 or down by 20.
I'm not here championing Obi, if that's what you thought.
No, that's not what he's saying. That's not what he's saying, Keith. It's funny how you bring up stuff like that, and people go ahead and just listen, and people will get on you about that, but because Obi did some helicopter dunks and some between the leg stuff. But when it's in the same stature about other things, you don't get the same thing. So he's just bringing a point to Obi, not you.
It's just not fair. It's
Okay.
not
I was
fair.
like,
It's
wait.
not fair and
I was
balanced.
like,
You're good, bro.
It's not fair and balanced. Like the Christmas Day game, we were blowing out the Hawks, right? Obi Toppin had nothing to do with it, but he get a breakaway dunk, and so he dunked on the break. And on Twitter, everybody is talking about not how we built the lead systemically, how we came out and choked Atlanta out over the course of a game. They talk about the Obi dunk and RJ Barrett excitement.
look. Knicks fans are a fickle bunch, yo. Like, I these days, I'm just realizing that. So you can't, like, people get uptight about the oddest things. Like, so it's weird to me. Like, we'll have a win and like cats grumble about like one play in that joint in the whole game. Like, so it's those things are going to be out there. Those fans, those people who say that stuff, they just going to be out there, bro. That's just the nature of this beast.
Yeah. Right. And another thing, Freezy, with the Cam Reddish thing is that you just got to think about it. For a person that has been requesting a trade for months, and like when you talk about defense, when someone wants to get traded, they play a different type of basketball. Like for the team, like they might slack off on defense.
Nah, he's too young. He's too young to be doing that, though. He's too young to be doing that.
I know, but I'm saying that's how it is.
Hold on, yo. Hold on.
Let's get it. Y'all be spitting with your flows, I'm just podcasting. That's right. On the air every day, I'm just podcasting. What? You don't know what that mean when I say I'm podcasting. I'm broadcasting these flows with the podcasting. Every day of my life, I'm just podcasting. Right. Share my dreams with you, mean I'm podcasting. What? You can see my vision through the podcasting. But don't forget J Boogie when I'm broadcasting. What? I'm podcasting, he's podcasting. What? I've been spitting this venom since Karate Flicks. When Mr. Sims was sharing nothing but the Knicks. I guess you know by now, I seen some tough years. Now I know the reason why Freezy got them blowing tears. Closest thing to the Reverend, me.
J Boogie, sorry about that, dude.
J Boogie.
How y'all brothers doing, man? Shout out to y'all, man. Salute to y'all brothers. Salute to the chat. Salute to everybody rocking this orange and blue. I just wanted to come upon and be amongst my fam for a moment, and tell everybody thank you for everything they've been doing, you know what I'm saying? Keep me in their prayers, keeping the encouragement up. I got to lay to rest tomorrow. I done everything that I could possibly do. So I just wanted to, get around something positive, do what I do every day in my life, and that's just being amongst y'all. That's it.
Appreciate that, man.
Love, brother.
I just wanted to say I think that, and I'm happy to see you, J Boog. So yeah, just this is the love right here. This is the positive influence. The Knick talk, man. Just us being together, being able to chop it up about our favorite team. That's what does it for me too, man. So definitely happy to see you, bro. And as you already know, you and our well wishes and our prayers, man. So it was good to see you, brother.
Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. Thank you, man. I can see y'all, and I can call y'all. I can talk to y'all. I can read your texts. I can see y'all faces. I just, wanted y'all to see me a little bit too, man. Just know I'm all right. Keep doing what y'all doing, man. I'll fill it in a second.
All right. Good to see you, brother. Good to see you.
So have we exhausted Cam Reddish yet, or you guys still got some things to say?
Oh no, I have one more thing to add to it. The other thing about Cam that I think is something that we also got to temper expectations with regards to. I already mentioned the fact that we don't know as far as minutes how that's going to play out. But I think the other thing about Cam is we already seen Cam almost took maybe a little over a year to really start to show that he was comfortable with Atlanta. Like he struggled that first year to me. Every time I saw him, he was terribly inconsistent, and some people were calling him a bust. And I knew he wasn't a bust because of the talent he had, but he really struggled. So I'm not saying he will, because maybe he's at a better place now. He's comfortable, but the fact that he's coming to a new organization, a new team, and RJ's here, who's his running mate, but RJ's the man right now. So it might take him a little bit to get comfortable here. Not like that, not too crazy, but he might not come out hitting out the gate. So we'll see. I think he will, because I think he's a better player now. I think he's more comfortable. But sometimes, for whatever reason, when guys move to different teams, they just takes them a minute.
It's human nature. It's human nature. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it just, cats got to get comfortable. And I just want to make sure that we're giving grace for that as well in our prognostications. Like,
Nah, he can hit the ground running, bro.
Okay, I like
Hey,
it. Freezy.
Freezy, man, optimistic about
see,
that.
that's
It's
that Knicks
crazy.
fan stuff, yo.
Man,
That's that Knicks fan stuff.
Nah, man, it's nah, bro, nah, for real. So I'm not trying to blow no smoke, man. I'm gonna keep it a buck. You know what I'm saying? Because we get on here and we get in this verbal tussle all the time. So y'all know I ain't gonna mince words. If like, I ain't gonna shoot you the gas, bro, for no reason. Because I know a lot of y'all keep receipts. You know what I'm saying? So the fact that I'm even saying this means that y'all know that I believe in what I'm saying, right? The fact that this kid do all the things that we need a player to do, but we haven't had that player, right? Dudes come out when we play against Miles Bridges and Gordon Haywoods and Mikal Bridges and Kevin Durant. We gotta guard that person with Quentin Grimes and RJ Barrett, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we just went and got a guy that's his forte, and we thinking we're not going to use him immediately.
You
know what I'm saying?
Good point.
The Atlanta Hawks have. Think about this. The Atlanta Hawks has a log jam on the wing, right? Guess who we play Saturday? The team with a log jam at the wing. You think we ain't gonna use that against a team that's deep on the wing?
I mean, we definitely should.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, and Free Keith, to answer your point about when you said about Cam as far as his defensive prowess, I would say he's definitely just jumping back in. He's not a lockdown defender, but one thing that's great about Cam is his anticipation. He's in the right spots and he's very handsy because he got them long arms. He's lanky, so he gets in the passing lanes. He blocks shots here and there. So he's active. He gives you what Freezy would like to see from Obi that we don't see.
Oh no! I was just asking that because like I've kind of heard it thrown around in some guy's description of him about like being a lockdown defender, and I was like, I haven't really seen the lockdown joint. Like I was wondering where they was getting that from, but like now he's a good defender. I think that he'll be definitely a plus defender on the team.
Yeah, no,
especially with Tom coaching,
right? Oh, and that's the thing. Tom might bring out more of that.
I was just thinking that as you were saying that, it's like Tom might actually pull it out of him even more. So, like, yeah, definitely. Yeah. I'm excited to see like what this is a good move to me, and I think it was a very good cheap move.
It answered a position we needed. We needed this really bad. I mean, I know I've been jumping up and down with GI, or as I say, I've been rolling the caddy with GI, wanting this wing. This is something I wanted to see for a while. The fact that this young cat can play defense, and again, that's something Tibbs can do. I do believe he'll unlock that defensive prowess that he has, and help elevate him.
And I was just thinking about something. Maybe this is obvious. Sometimes things hit me at different moments, so excuse me if I'm like late to the party with it. But I know we've been clamoring and saying, I've been saying it for a long time, that we need a true floor general out there, a true point guard. We haven't had it. But, maybe the Knick organization can't be in their head, but maybe once again, the Knick organization was thinking, we got Julius Randle, who has the ball in his hands. He's been facilitating, most improved player. At this moment, maybe we shouldn't lock in all types of money unless it's a foolproof. We're getting Chris Paul, all types of money into a point guard when we're grooming quickly to be that guy, which I don't think he will be, but whatever. I'm just thinking from their perspective, grooming quickly to be that guy. Then you draft McBride, you draft Rokas. I mean, you kind of saying the other thing side of it is like you don't want to bring in a guy here when you're already making moves to have other people maybe take that role in the future. So why tie that up right now? Let's build on other issues that we have as a team and focus on that stuff. I think that's where they were looking at this whole situation. As a fan, we could see that maybe that's a misstep because without having a true floor general out there, look how long it's taken us to be able to play decent basketball where we're starting to move the ball. It's
We need a floor
damn near taking us almost 40 games. We
Can't
just
be
now
Randle.
moving the ball.
I think we kind of overestimate as well as the things that any front office can do. Like, yeah, the trades and stuff, like you probably have more power, like a guy who doesn't want to be here could still be here. But like free agency, like I don't think it's always a matter of like, oh, they didn't go after this person should have been here, this and I feel like the Cats had to want to come here too, bro. Like we kind of forget that portion of the agency of it. And like we're only a year out of like dysfunctional organization. Like it's not like I think we think that the team is just because we're seeing some good play that we're light years beyond what these cats think about the team. Like it's like these are all part of the equation. And I feel like I actually feel like what the front office is doing is making very measured moves. They're making themselves look competent, and they're creating an environment that people that now that quality talent. It's easier to talk to them. It's easier to convince them. You know what I'm saying? Like but a lot of that base work had to be done first. And I think this slow, measured, very, very deliberate movements that they makes them look competent. Just saying.
Bro, just
You know,
because
right now,
just
you know, right
because you
now,
measure it don't mean he's smart, bro.
I mean, caution in the face of caution in the face of like if you're not smart, I think caution is the better direction.
Well, I'm saying measured.
You could be cautiously stupid though.
Yeah, and
I feel you, but that only that plays out at the end of that plays out, but that only plays out at the end of. You think the plan is?
I would say, Freaky, if I got a fix for you. Trade Kemba Walker to the Brooklyn Nets for Patty Mills, and then trade for Corey Joseph.
Yeah, now they gotta want to do that,
right? And then
why would they want to do that?
Why would they want to do that? Because Kyrie, because Kyrie's missing a bunch of games.
Wait, who are you trading for Patty Mills?
Kemba Walker.
No, they're not doing that. Patty Mills is playing better than
bone on bone.
Yo, y'all trade these 2K trades. It's just not like
what kind of world we live in where you can't even. You're
not getting Patty Mills. Not right now. Not for no Kemba.
Other candidates that we can trade for. I think
Patty Mills is playing like
he's playing out of his mind right now.
And he's shooting a crazy percentage from the field, the 3-point line.
Haduka, who would you trade for? Haduka, who would you trade for?
Hey, so D'Angelo, let me say this real quick.
I'm sorry.
This is how you set the trap for panelists, bro. Right?
Oh, okay.
So I said trade Kemba Walker for Patty Mills, right? And everybody told me, well, not everybody, but people just said, man, Kemba Walker ain't worth Patty Mills ain't worth Kemba Walker, or vice versa. So listen, if Kemba Walker is at a place where you
just put another conversation going on,
you have to talk to him. I don't know if he has it.
If you had a place, bro, where you can't even get Patty Mills for Kemba Walker, what are we still doing with Kemba Walker?
I don't disagree with you. I don't know why. I'm not one of those that really. I feel like we should just let him go to another team. I don't really care, to be honest, because I just feel like there's too many people that have to play on the team. I'm fine with him just sitting out. Plus, we've looked better since he's been out.
I think especially with the keys being given to RJ Barrett, I don't really see where he fits in the equation. And the Knicks might have to be forced to waive him if they can't get nothing from him by the trading deadline.
And the question I have is, how much different is Patty Mills? Maybe better shot selection, a little bit more of a heady player. But how much different is Patty Mills than Quickly?
What do you mean? How much different? He's
Like,
better than
to me,
Quickly.
they're similar players in the way their game is.
It's just his experience. His experience is a whole lot different. And when your experience is different, that's more than anything. Something else is going on somewhere.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, Jay. But like, I'm okay with that. But I feel like if you was to bring Patty Mills here, I don't really want Patty Mills and Quickly. Like, I'd rather have one or the other.
Okay. I get it. I get it. It's redundant.
Yeah, that's
okay.
Yeah. So if there's your answer though, Patty Mills for Quickly. I don't know if I want to give Brooklyn Quickly, but
I don't want to give.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, there's no point for that trade.
Yeah, so the thing is if you feel like Kemba comes back and he's not a help, what do we do with him? Because if you bench him again, if Tibbs benches him, if Tibbs benches him again,
his knees are going to bench himself. The knees are going to just tell him what he could play for us. That's it.
That's why I feel Freezy. If we waive him,
good point.
If we waive him, it looks good on us.
Yeah.
Because now Kemba gets to choose where he wants to go now.
Right.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
So I think if we can't get anything for him, that's a good situation for him and us. I say we waive him, and he has the option to go wherever he wants. And nobody's going to say nothing bad about that. And it's only $8 million? Come on, bro.
He wanted to play so bad. He got all the minutes, and now he's injured. So,
I think that's up to Kemba Walker. You know what I'm saying? Kemba Walker is a good enough veteran and respectable player inside this league that whereas if he feels like, if y'all going in a different direction, you know what I'm saying? Why don't y'all go ahead and release me and let me go my own way? Until Kemba goes in the office and have that conversation, I guess he's going to continue to sit with us. But Kemba is respected enough to where, you know what I'm saying, if he knows we going in another direction and it's looking like it doesn't include him, you know what I'm saying? And then I do believe that Tom is respectful enough towards him that them two can have that conversation and together can bring that to the office and figure out what's best for them. But real quick, just the chairman of Cam, you know what I'm saying? I'm really happy at the office right now for that move. I'm really happy for Cam Reddish for him having an opportunity. During that draft, for them to grab Cam Reddish right behind Hunt, that was almost the closest thing to me that I was looking at when Minnesota had went and grabbed both of them guards. You grab two players back to back that play the same position, and that really, you know what I'm saying, put him in an awkward situation.
Exactly.
Even though his stock was like top 5 coming out of college, we all know it slid a little bit. So being that he was in that position, it showed that they went that way with Hunt, you know what I'm saying? Which is not a bad position, but it unhunkered that man that, see what was going on. But now he has another opportunity. Now the doors is open for him. And I'm really happy for that man. To me, this is like a 2022 version of Latrell Sprewell. You know what I'm saying? This is where I look at it. I look for a guy that can come in that's long-armed, that can run the floor, that can play deep, that can hit the tray and ain't scared and got heart. That's what we needed, another athletic type person on our spot. Another thing is that 3 spot is open now. You know what I'm saying? It's a competition for it. Now, Cam, if you want it and you want that money and you want that check and you know you becoming available, you got to go take that for Evan. Because right now, that's still Evan's spot. You know what I'm saying? You're going to have to come take it and show the office. Y'all going to have to figure out a way to go ahead and get rid of Evan because I'm here and I'm coming to take that. You know what I'm saying? So, right now, he's going to have to sit on that bench and come off that bench behind Evan because over the last 3 games, Evan's going to find some type of groove. Maybe it's his contusion in his thigh. Let that continue on hurting or something. You know what I'm saying? Because he's doing what he's doing, and we're happy with him. But for him to get that 3 spot, which that's his fit, so RJ can go to that number 2, you're going to have to take that. And until you take that, RJ is still going to be playing the 3. And Evan's still going to be playing the 2. And RJ going to still have to play against the bigger guards. We brought that man over here so he can play KD, so he can play Jason Tatum. You know what I'm saying? Them type guys. So RJ can slide up and handle the other dudes like Jaylen Brown and all them guys. You know what I'm saying? So I love the situation that we got, Cam. You know what I'm saying? It didn't cost us a lot. You know what I'm saying? And now I feel like we on a roll with something, man. I feel like the organization is coming together this year in 2022, still in the first half of the first part of the season, working on towards All-Star break, build our chemistry, and the first game he get the players back in Atlanta. Okay, y'all want to get rid of me? Forget y'all and your lemon
Pepper
wings and
wings.
all that. I'm gonna go up top where I'm gonna get me some real pizza. You know what I'm saying? So handle your business, Cam. Great move for the office. Great move, man. I'm glad he here, man.
Jay
The
Boogie,
only
let me
thing
ask you a
about that
question.
though, I would have an issue. I would caution against moving RJ right now back to the 2. I feel like if he's finding this kind of groove right here, I wouldn't want to move him out of position. That I'd be a little bit cautious to move
Yeah,
him out
they're
of position.
interchangeable. They're fine for now. It doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're fine for now. It never worried me for RJ playing the 3s that there was no defender at the 2 that could actually guard. That was the only problem. So if Cam plays the 2 and RJ plays the 3, it doesn't really matter to me.
Yeah.
Boogie, let me ask you a question. What do you grade in this front office for their first 2 years going into the third? A+ to F. What are you giving them?
I'm gonna give him a B.
Okay.
All the moves have not, stood out like, okay, where something we went crazy about, I guess, until, well, the Derrick Rose move stood out. That helped. That gave him a good grade. And then this move. But your signings and free agents are still to be determined. But the greater point about it is all of them are movable contracts. So we're not stuck within something. You know what I'm saying? Anything can be moved. If that guy over there in Washington can move John Wall and then turn around next year and move Westbrook, I know we can move some of these guys if we have to. But I give them a B, you know what I'm saying? Keeping everything quiet, keeping us on the wonder what are they doing, you know what I'm saying? Not leaking out their business, you know what I'm saying? So that tells you, you know what I'm saying, when your locker room is tight, your office is closed, you know what I'm saying? Ain't no air leaking out, no nothing. And we all been in suspense. What are we doing? What are we doing? Don't know, this and that. They ain't doing nothing because we didn't know what they was doing. And then bam, they went, that was a little left jab. I look for the overhand right to be coming real soon. Might not happen this year, but if I look for it to at least happen in the off season, you know what I'm saying, going into next year. But I think we on pace, man.
Cool. Hey, here's another thing about Cam too that we haven't really touched on too much is that this is a move, and what makes this move so good is that it's a low risk, high reward. So even if it doesn't work out, it doesn't throw us in arms and feel like we backpedaled a couple. It doesn't do that. So I think that's a very good thing, and that's a good move on their part.
In the famous words of Free Keith, exactly.
Exactly.
I was just thinking, guys, because we do have, we do need to free up. I mean, some of these guys got to go. I don't know when it's going to happen. We got to free up some space for people to get minutes. We all know that eventually is going to have to happen.
Yo, this is a game of takers. You got to take those minutes. That's what I really feel like. But we got that kind of squad now, though.
Even that, we just got like too many players that could be in line for minutes. You got to free up some of this. So I'm thinking, what if we traded quickly Obi and Fournier? We might have to sweeten the pot with a pick or two to Sacramento for Halliburton and Bagley.
I'm not really convinced on Bagley, bro. Like,
yeah, but Bagley gives you, first off, he gives you something that you don't have. A guy who can take that shot 18 to 20 feet out. Right now he's been playing for Sacramento. He's putting up some decent numbers at the time that he's out there. The Duke connection is strong. Being around his Duke brethren might really help him. Being in New York might really help him. Being on the Knicks with a better roster than Sacramento might really help him. So you might be able to get something good out of it. The key is getting Halliburton over here. Because Sacramento wants a little haul for these guys. So getting Halliburton here, get rid of Quickly. Yes, I know people like Quickly, but Halliburton could really change the game for us, especially you put him in the starting role and give him his time to shine.
I dig it. I'm not the hugest Halliburton fan, but like I could see a possibility there. But I think that's something that is being. I think we're too quick to trade IQ.
I'm not trading that much for Halliburton. For someone we
I think we're too quick to trade IQ. Like there's something about that kid's work ethic. There's something about that kid's work ethic that I feel like this is his second year. I feel like even third year IQ will impress us over this year and his improvements this year. Like I feel like he's that type of player. I'm reluctant to trade IQ unless I know it's a sure thing.
I got a question.
I'll J Boogie.
We gave up the Charlotte Hornet pick, right? So that means we still have our pick in 22, right?
Right.
I wouldn't even be mad going to holler at Chicago and tell me, let me get that boy for this our pick this year. That boy come off in that bench that played with
Kobe White.
White?
No, the other one, the rookie.
Ayo? They're not gonna, I don't think they would give him up.
You're not getting that.
I know
it's not even that. I don't think we have another draft pick this year.
We do. We have our own.
We have ours, yeah.
And we got like 10 second-round picks.
Yeah.
Just something to shoot at. You know what I'm saying?
And that's what I was saying before. Like, man, we gotta treasure load of what you call is we gotta start offloading some of them. Yeah. We only got 15 spots on the roster. Cat's got like a million picks.
And keep this in mind too, right? When you're starting to build this team around RJ Barrett, which is what it's looking like right now, right? All these guards that we talk about, Halliburton, Darren Fox, that's off the table now. You know what I'm saying? We're already building and growing our dynamic perimeter player, and Cam Reddish might be a part of that. So now we got to look at the trade scenarios a little bit different now, because now if they're constructing this roster around RJ Barrett, like the way it looks like it's going. You know what I'm saying?
Wait, so you think they're building around RJ now because they got Cam Reddish?
No, I'm thinking that they are, because I don't know if you heard my take on it, but that I've noticed within this month that RJ Barrett has had a lot more shot production than Julius Randle. Barrett's almost at 20 and Julius is at 16 and a half. And the way that I've seen the games go, it leads me to believe that they are giving
is on my radar. I'm about to give them.
Huh?
Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, it's about work.
I was like Tuxedo World.
Yeah.
So I just feel. Just let me finish real quick.
I was like, I'm about to get breaking news.
Yeah, right.
All right, let me finish real quick. So I feel the way that they've been using him, Hadouken, it leads me to believe that they are giving the keys to RJ.
So I don't disagree with you. That's why I just asked, because I've noticed it too. Because I've been saying that, like the last games that RJ has been playing this month, you have seen the ball more in his hand, like I've been asking for. You've seen production coming out of it and wins coming out of it at the same time.
Right.
And you just seen a different type of basketball, because Randle is actually deferring to him. He's actually looking for him a lot more than he has ever looked at him for. And it just looks a lot better for the team. And RJ is just showing something more in his bag every single game.
Right.
It's just great to see.
So I said that just to say that the way we're going to look at what we're going to do at the trading deadline and next season may be a little bit different, especially if this RJ Barrett route keeps growing before our eyes.
And you got to give Julius Randle some love. You know what I'm saying? We've been getting on top of him, trying to throw dirt over him, right? But he's adjusting and turning around and twisting his game and trying to do what's best for the team. You know what I'm saying? He's never been in a position where, you know what I'm saying, he was a facilitating, you know what I'm saying, number one option. You know, either he played a number one option from high school to college and coming to the NBA and becoming a second option. Whereas if he was the second option, he was receiving ball to get scoring buckets because the number one was probably jammed up. So now that he's making, you know what I'm saying, a twist in his game, and you know what I'm saying, okay, y'all got this going on for me. I'm gonna learn how to start giving the ball up to my peoples and get them more involved. That's great. So I just wanted to throw that out there because, you know, the narrative, you know, of us just switching over to RJ, that's good. But Julius is also playing a part because you have to be willing and wanting to do that. And I reflect back to that buzzer beater. You know what I'm saying? When he hit that buzzer beater, he was the first screaming, yelling, grabbing that man and hugging. So maybe right then and there, you know, that hug towards RJ for what he hit in that shot might be something
for him.
It's hard to change his game over Okay, let me ride through this guy and see how that works.
Hey, Jay Boogie, you're making me think of something, right?
Yeah.
And this is going to be my next topic. So I'm very glad that you brought it up. My next topic is that if that is the case with RJ Barrett, and now you just added a Cam Reddish, my concern for Julius Randle is that, and this is only proliferated if Cam pops right away. What will happen to Julius Randle? And I say this for this reason. When Cam Reddish was with the Atlanta Hawks, in his limited minutes, his ball usage rate was 20.4, which means that the ball is in his hand. So now I got to worry about offsetting Evan, because we know the best way that we use Evan is that get him his shots nice and early to get him going, right or wrong. So now I'm worried about the shot production from Evan. So I'm saying that now if that pops and we still got to get Evan going, right, that might put Julius Randle to now 2 or 3 less shots than what he's already gained this month at 16. He might be down to 13 or 14. So what I'm saying is that something to look forward to? Do you think Julius will be affected by that? Will it affect his play and chemistry on the team or whatnot?
I don't think he's going to be affected of it. If you look at him rebounding, I've been looking at him rebounding, and when he rebounding, he's taking the ball and he bringing it up court. But the great thing about him rebounding and bringing the ball up court, RJ been hustling more quickly to his spot. Evan been getting quickly to his spot. So now if you bring in Cam Reddish, that's a third person that could do something, get quickly to their spot. So now with him being able to come up court and oversee the entire court, instead of 2 spots, he got 3 guys, you know what I'm saying, with him being a 4th option. So I look for Julius to continue on trying to be that facilitate type guy, you know what I'm saying, and play what's best for the team. Because Julius, he wants to be here, but now you see whatever it takes for him to be here, he has to change his game a little bit and be productive, you know what I'm saying, for the team. Not just Julius, not just RJ, not just, in Evan. It's a team move. And I think he's knowing and he's understanding. I commend him for that. But just because I speak upon that way, and I am a little bit of a Julius fan, that doesn't mean that if Cam Reddish pops and Evan continue on doing what he's doing and RJ continue on beasting like he's doing, because I pray that he shut Atlanta down and win this player of the week. That's what I want. You know what I'm saying? RJ player of the week. You know what I'm saying? He deserved that. I call that with Kimber. I want that for RJ. But if those 3 are doing what they're doing and the right situation comes up, you know what I'm saying? And Julius is mentioning it, I'm not mad or upset for the Knicks not taking advantage to go ahead and make a move, because we got other people, you know what I'm saying, that's looking to look like they're going to pop and they're going to take off. So that's
got it.
So, but I just, I like what Julius is doing and rocking with them people right now.
Well, and that's you know what, and so my understanding is that even if his shots per game do dip a bit, you don't see in the future that he will be affected too much by that. And even if he is, it still puts us in a prime position to move him if he's unhappy and maximize our value on that. Jay Boogie, I agree. Keith, go ahead.
Like this, I mean, I'll answer the question, but just as a sidebar, I really think that actually, like, as we're talking, I think that we might need to shift our understanding on the type of point guard that probably would be most appropriate for this grouping.
Yes.
Because as I'm thinking about it, like, all these guys need the ball in their hands.
Yeah.
I don't think a ball heavy, a real ball heavy point guard is going to be a good addition to that, unless it's somebody like Dame who's going to replace all of their points. But I feel like our point guard need is way more just like purely somebody who's highly defensive and can pass the rock.
Got you.
So Halliburton.
Let's go. Wait, hold on.
Like a Marcus Smart type.
Let's not go all crazy here. So to the question, Keith, do you think this will affect Julius Randle?
In so much as his gameplay, I don't think so. I think like on the points production, it may come down a couple shots, but I still think he'll be effective on the assists and rebounds. I think that might make his assist and rebound numbers even better. I've noticed him. He's setting, even the gameplay wise. I know I mentioned this a lot, but like I've been railing about the Knicks and the pick setting for years. And like, to me, he's setting hard picks. They're deliberate. He makes contact. You know what I'm saying? Those are things that I haven't seen before. And I feel his affecting the game, I think, is going to be the same.
Got you. Okay, so you don't feel that him possibly losing out on a couple of touches because his ball usage will also go down as well. Keep that in mind. And his field goal attempts, you think he'll be okay? He'll roll right with
I
it.
think these guys are a team of guys who want to win. You
Okay.
get that from their conversation. There's the things that they say. It doesn't sound like it's BS from D Rose on down. Like all you hear cats talk about like is I want to win. What happened from the first first presser of the season when we thought it was going to be a battle between who's gonna start between D Rose and Kemba, and D Rose was like, no, Kemba's starting. Like you get the idea that these cats is just like they're about winning. And I dig that. So I don't think that there'll be a huge disruption for that because of personal whatever.
Okay, cool. All right, cool. Thanks, Keith. All right, Hadouken, same question.
I mean, it really depends if he's gonna defer like he's been deferring right now. I don't think that because I think that Cam is gonna take minutes from other people on their shots. I don't think it's gonna affect Julius too much with his. I think he's still gonna get like his 15, 16 shots, but the way that you look at it, you kind of want him to take that Draymond role, who actually shoots, but you want him to take that Draymond role. Even though I don't think he's the best passer for it, he's not like that good of a playmaker. But I think he could put himself in that Draymond position where he doesn't have to score every time, and he could help set his players up to get in the right spots. And then whenever he can get his, or whenever he's on the court, he feels like he could get a bucket, he can go for it by himself. I don't know. It really depends. The way I'm looking at it right now, it looks like he's starting to defer more. So I believe that he can do it if he really wants to.
Right. So you're feeling because he has deferred, he's trending towards that direction. Even if it's points, field goal attempts, and his ball usage drops, you won't be too affected by it. Got it. Okay, Ron, same question.
Yeah, I feel the same. I think he can. I think he can coexist in that manner. I think he'll be fine. I think what he's done recently has definitely helped the team. It supported the effort of RJ. I think RJ acknowledges it and appreciates it. Just given the example, it's one play, but it's more than just one play. You saw when RJ got the 32 points in the last game, when Julius kind of started to drive to the basket, then he kicked it to RJ. And RJ knew that Julius could have taken that and done something with it. It's pretty much the end of the game. And he went up to him specifically and told him, thank you for looking for him. I think I think Julius can get his points regardless. The only thing is Julius is in the same situation, which I always point to it. He's a rhythm player, just like Quickly's a rhythm player. And at first, watching how Tibbs used Julius, I used to think that last year when Julius played a certain number of minutes that was not manageable, maybe 20 something minutes or less, he didn't have the same type of game as when he played 30 plus minutes. Seems like the more he was out there, the better he played last year. This year, I feel that's different. This year, I feel like all that's doing is wearing him down and making him tired. So now I think if he can play the way he's been playing, where there's a little bit more thought in his actions, he can still coexist. He has to get used to it. It's just this culture that the way the Knicks have been playing has been for almost a year and a half. So now he's got to kind of look at things differently, and he's got to get used to just playing this way. Julius will be fine, man. Julius is a professional, and he's a really good player who shouldn't be affected by having to do stuff and take a little bit of a back seat in how the offense has been orchestrated. I think he'll be fine.
Got it. All right. Thanks, Ron. D'Angelo, what you got? I'll go to you, asshole.
Okay, yeah. I think over the last two games that we've seen Randle, I like the change in his play a little. He's looking make the pass more. He's doing a lot more rebounding. I like what I see in the last two games. That's all I'm going by right now. But his numbers would come down, I believe. Is he going to accept that? I do believe he has an ego with his little thumbs down routine that he did up the court. I hope that doesn't come back. I hope he has a good demeanor and body language. All that comes into play as a fan. So, and I'm looking at that. That's what I'm looking at. I look at the body language always, So
Got you.
that's my
Okay.
opinion. Mm-hmm.
All right. Thanks, Andrew. Karen,
Yeah,
you
no.
ready for one now? Karen, you ready for a take?
Nope.
Oh man. Okay.
Yeah,
All right,
it's
let's
a,
shift
it's
it.
a tough day.
Okay, let's shift to the hard will. Hard will. What's your thoughts, brother?
Your mic
You're on mute,
is
bud.
muted.
You're on mute.
You're on mute.
My bad, y'all.
So
I hope he do fit in. I'm not sure, because like somebody mentioned, he changing course. He never been in this type of situation. So he's a good player that can average decent numbers. And I feel like he should be able to average his numbers in the system. He gets the minutes if he's still on the team. As far as him having to defer, I don't know how he handled it. We can't go by those games because the first game it looked like he wasn't looking at the rim, even though the next game he was. So, we just gotta really wait and see with that. I think if they move him, then it just shows they really going in a different direction with the future. But I think it's gonna be based upon how he handled it. And I think you got to give him credit for still rebounding and passing the ball. And I think they knew a little bit about maybe what was going on, like what you said, D, how it's
Yeah.
ironic that now RJ had the ball in his hand, maybe to show Cam before he even got here that we going in a different direction. So I just wish him luck. And if he do stay in there for us for a long time, and he played in his role and he learned how to be most effective where he's really effective at, I think he could be a good player.
Right.
But if he's trying to be this number one option in his head that is only in his head, then it's not going to work unless he goes to a team where he can really be that or be a second option and a winning team that's ready to win right now and not ready to develop. Because when you in his even though he's young, in his experience, he should be a little bit of a better leader, even though he's never had to really lead. So you can't really judge him and say, yo, you should be doing this too much from experience of leading, and he never really had to lead. But I feel like once you could be impactful at scoring, impactful at rebounding, it should be easy to do the intangibles, setting picks, getting your teammates involved and stuff like that. So that's part of being an all-star and a leader. You got to pick all that stuff up. So I wish him luck. And my answer is more or less we got to wait and see how he handles it and what direction the team go in, basically.
Right. Okay, thank you for that.
No problem.
My thoughts on it is that I think it's something to look to, and I want the best for Randall, and I want him to really buy in, and I think it would be the best for everybody. But for me, I think it could be those type of things where like he'll accept it at first, or he's accepting it at first, and maybe something might happen along the way. Like for example, and this could be a clear example of that. I mean, and Julius Randle is capable of it. It could be a 2-game stretch where he's averaging like 25 and 15. And now it's like, okay, now will he feel a certain way? Like, well, I know what y'all just did, but look what I just did. And I'm interested to see that. And this is from the Knicks coaching staff or organization too. If that does happen, do you still keep the keys in RJ Barrett's hands? So I think a good indication of that is that when he is, say he is on, if RJ is still in the 20s, 22, 23 shot attempts, I still know that that's still going on. So, but now my question is that if I got to give Evan 15 shots and I got to give Cam Reddish, and let's say he pops, he's going to get anywhere from 12 to 14. So I'm just curious to see moving forward if Randall will buy into that and play his part within that construct and know when to take a game over sometimes and when not, because RJ might be off. And can they share that back and forth is really what I'm looking for. What were you gonna say, Harvey?
I was going to say, I think the test is more on consistency and trying to be a leader. Because if you bringing on young guys like Cam,
and if you're going in a direction, you're going to need some leadership. So I think the test for him is really leadership, because the team knows that he can get 20 and 10. We all know that. So I think once he starts to figure those things out, that's going to be the test. That's why I said to wait and see, unless they already gave up on that train already and they feel like he's not going to fit in. He's not going to be he's not a good leader. He don't speak up enough. These are things that they could maybe say because of what's going on. I'm hearing he's not really loud in the locker room the way a leader maybe should be. Be more focused on his game. And when you have young players, you got to have somebody that could really, lead them and tell them, yo, I've seen him do more lately though. Like, not really. I see them call guys out like, yo, why you wasn't over here? But I look at it like more of like, that's not the way you really do it. You know what I'm saying? You really got to know how to lead. That's not something you just could turn on. Just like you had to learn how to be a dominant scorer, you got to learn how to be a leader. You got to be in those positions more. And he got to learn how to do some intangibles like picks, passing in the double team. All these things is going to make him, it's going to prove his faith.
Right. I got you. Freezy, any thoughts? Beat me up, Freezy. Freezy, any thoughts
Can I
on the
get
matter?
in since I got skipped?
Oh, I'm sorry, Soft Finger. Yo, I'm sorry, man. I do not do that on purpose. Brain the brain cells. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah. Oh no. Well, see Freezy and is Freezy coming in? What up?
No. Go ahead. Go ahead. You can
Just
rock
real
after.
quick.
Speak up. Sometimes people be leaving.
No,
So,
I'm just
how that
saying.
go.
And no, I'm just saying. The way I look at it is, I kind of look at how Miami did with the Heat did with the Randle situation. Everybody's got to sacrifice, especially where it's going, because it's starting to roll. And you made a point. I do believe it was you, D, that brought it up.
Well,
the way Randle was moving because of way he was playing and acting as a possibility to think about.
Against San Antonio, right? Yeah, that was one of my
against San
evidences to
Antonio.
this.
Yeah, and when ever since you said that, I really started looking back at it and everything. Now, the way Randle has been playing after that, with the ball distribution and everything, getting in, not trying to force it, being more of a more in the with the rebound and the facilitate, not trying to go out his way to score, I think that works better. He doesn't have to go out and try to, and if you remove his ball usage rate, that could basically drastically reduce his turnovers. You know what I mean? To help out the team in that aspect. So I see that going that way, and it does look like the keys are starting to be passed to RJ. And if he wants to win, then you make those sacrifices to win. It's not about you; it's about the team. Bottom line. So, it just, and that's the only take I got. I mean, when it comes to that, because if you want, you got to get in where you fit in.
Right, and I think we all have an overall consensus that he will adapt, and he will take the role in which, and this new role in which he's going to be given, because giving RJ the keys is a new role for him. Go ahead.
So Tibbs said that Cam Reddish is going to be out for a while with an ankle sprain.
What?
Oh wow!
I don't know how long is a while, but he said
this was today for Duke.
Yeah, it just came out 15 minutes ago.
Oh,
It says it gives us an opportunity to look at Cam's size, athleticism, wing position. Sometimes it changes scenario. It's good for people, so we'll see how it unfolds.
Okay.
I thought they had him out with an ankle sprain because of the trade before, but I guess he still has it.
I thought it was protocols. Jeez.
I because I saw him day to day last night, so I figured he might have been good for Saturday, but that's okay.
Whatever it is, you think it's their way of bringing them in slow?
Could be.
Yeah, I don't think it's something major though. I think it's
the trade wouldn't have went through.
Yeah, it would have been like bowl situation if it was anything else.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably best case scenario, honestly. Not for us, but for Tibbs. If he's not feeling that great, it gets him healthy. Plus, he can kind of get him in practice and work with them.
And let him see. Let him watch what's going on, too.
That would have been nice to see him against Atlanta. Them Atlanta fans is going sick right now.
Yeah, I was
But I
just
think
listening.
what
It
we
was
got going on right now, our chemistry is good right now. And even to bring somebody in could change it, even though he's gonna come in soon. So I think that could just help us get a few wins. Because when you bring somebody right in, not knowing what they're gonna do, it means you taking people out of their position and lineup. You know, you moving pieces around. So we playing good right now. So whenever he come in, maybe it may be a better time.
True.
And you know, just a real
If it ain't
quick,
broke, don't fix it.
I haven't heard of it, but somebody enlighten me on the Solomon situation because I'm liking Solomon. That gives us an enforcer, somebody that'll punch you in your mouth. You know what I'm saying? I was really thinking like Obi, Solomon, Reddish, IQ, and when Burks or when Rose get back. I was liking that. So I mean, I don't. Are we keeping him? Are we waiving? Because we waive him, I'm gonna be mad because that's a defensive dude.
He's
That's
out
an
for the
enforcer.
season. He's
Yeah,
out for the season.
he's out
Yeah,
for
he
the
tore.
season.
He literally tore his hamstring.
Okay. So what we waiving him?
Nah, they
Probably.
waived someone for him to get a roster spot, but he's out for the whole season. So
Right.
And the other thing, Jay Boogie, is I mean, you know, you don't want to make a big deal about that stuff, but he said a little something back in the
about the
day
Knicks, yeah.
about the Knicks, and their roster, and how, you know, in essence, basically saying that we don't have much going on over here. So I don't think they did the trade to get Cam. I don't think they were really thinking about Solomon.
Okay.
I mean, but I hear you. He got a little grit to him. He would be somebody you could definitely have coming off the bench that could help the team. But yeah, I think he's not going to be here.
Solomon is not even going to probably see a day on the court as a Knick.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
I don't see it happen.
Question: Is he an expiring contract?
I
Who,
think
Solomon Hill?
he's $2 million or something like that.
I'll tell you right now.
He's only for a year, correct?
And while you look that up, D, I just, you know, the more and more I think about this. Now, granted, you still got to do 2 trades for this trade to happen.
Ron, real quick. Yes, he is
got
an
it?
expiring contract. Yeah, he's making 2.3 this year, and after this year, he's an unrestricted free agent.
Oh yeah, so he out of here.
And that's easy money to move. So it's a contract you can a contract to move for the money.
Yeah, yeah. I was gonna say, this Patrick Williams thing, man. I like the idea of getting Patrick Williams to the Knicks, and if the Bulls are looking to move him, I don't know what their asking price is, but if we could get something to them to pick this guy up. Now, granted, he can't help us this year because we know he's out for the season. But this guy,
Season with that wrist.
yeah, but he's a player that can shoot. He can bang down low. He plays some decent defense. He's a great passer. I was looking at highlights of him earlier. That's why I say this.
Yeah.
And he's what Freezy would want Obi to be, but Obi is not. So I think you would do a trade to bring him in. I don't know what it would take. And then you move Obi somewhere else to make that spot available for Pat Williams. You don't even have to move Obi
Ron,
right now. You can keep Obi for the rest of the year.
Ron, you better watch out because G-Man somewhere with that black book writing your name down.
I hear you. Listen, I'm in love with Obi too. As I like the story. I like him as a person. I think he's a good kid, but this ain't gonna work with him and Tibbs. So he's gonna
thank you, man. Hey, thank you, man. I'm gonna get back with y'all next week. I got some calls coming in. I gotta handle some more business. Bless you all, man. Continue on doing what y'all doing, man. I love y'all, man.
Next family, we send out our condolences as well to you and your family, J Book. Thank you for
J
coming.
Book,
Appreciate it, man.
Prayers, my bro.
All of y'all, man. Appreciate y'all, man. All
God
y'all
bless,
brothers, man. Thank you, man. Freezy, I talk to you, man. God bless you guys. Thank you. And thank you to the chat, man. All right.
Stay peace, J
Take
Book.
care, J-Bro.
Yeah, so
Go ahead. Let's just kick it.
No. So I was just thinking about that. I don't know what you guys think about it, but I think Patrick Williams is a big find. And it's an unfortunate situation that he got hurt, but we heard him, so we might as well bring him in because Mitch was the one who got him hurt. So.
Well, I talked to some guys in that Chicago fan base, and this was a concern of mine too from seeing him. He has a little bit. He has all the tools. Like, he's got a good ball handle for that size. He has an excellent mid-range game. He could get around his defender, but it seems to be something missing with him, EQ wise. Like, there seems to be a little bit of a motor issue. There seems to be, so it's something to keep out for. I mean, we're not going to see it this year, but something for next year.
Yeah.
What other young guys you guys see like that are not being utilized on teams that you guys feel that, you know, we could take advantage of and not give up too much to get them? You know, it kind of like a situation with Reddish where it's a low risk, high reward situation.
I like Kobe White. I heard him mention earlier.
That's what Karen just said.
Yeah, his name is. Yeah,
He
they're
shoots
trying
the
to trade.
ball
They're looking
well.
at trading him.
He shoots the ball well. He's tough. He was injured and he came back off the injury looking pretty good.
That defense, though.
I was just gonna say,
I'm not even worried about that. He's a shoot first guard,
and he needs the ball.
We got enough.
we need. If we're gonna get,
he make plays though. He pass too. He passes. He make the basketball play.
But for these cats, you need a better defensive point guard. You know what I'm saying? Like we got all these dudes is gonna need the rock. You know what I'm saying? But like I feel like now it shifts the focus of what we need from the one spot. We need somebody who can actually defend his spot. Because like between the we can't even find enough touches between the rest of the rest of the cats to, you know what I'm saying? Like I don't think the we want that kind of point guard. He's going to be is not going to be any better than Kemba.
Yeah, I seen somebody put in the chat Mo Bamba. You know, look, I think Mo Bamba is a really interesting talent. I think he's got a really good skill set. He can do a lot of things. But I just got this thing about Mo Bamba. For whatever reason, he don't dominate. And I think Mo Bamba should be – ain't nobody over there he don't dominate. Like, you know what I mean?
Cat's in love with him because he's from the Bronx.
I mean, he definitely can. He can rebound. He can block shots. He can hit that outside shot. Like, he got the skill set. It's just I just feel like that for whatever reason, like he don't give me that dominant presence. And he's had opportunities this year to be dominant. In the past, Orlando been tripping out there, man. Their front office and their management, I don't know what they're doing with Mo Bamba. But this year, he's kind of been in a situation where he can do his thing, and I still don't feel like he's been dominant. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I missed some games because he probably had some games where he put up good numbers. But I mean dominant, whereas you ain't got nobody else challenging you. You're the man there, and they run the offense through him. Like, I just think that he should be showing me more.
Whoa.
Okay, Hadouken, tell us what you really feel.
That was aggressive.
My bad.
I feel you though.
You love Mo Bamba like that, B?
Yeah, going hard for Mo Bamba.
Mo.
People in the chat are talking about Derek White, which I'm looking at his contract right now.
Derek White from San Antonio, right?
Yeah. He is making 15 this year, 16.3 next year. The next year, making 17.6. And then the next year after that, 18.8. And then he's an unrestricted free agent. Now, the other question is that will the San Antonio Spurs, R.C. Buford, and Greg Popovich want to work with us? That's a whole other story.
I mean, Tibbs and Popovich have a nice relationship.
That's true. I like that idea of Derek White because that's kind of like a lead guard that we would look for if this roster construction continues the way that we think is going.
Yo, Brogdon is a free agent come this summer. Like, I'd really love us to get him.
No, he got an extension.
No, I checked on that. I checked on his next year. It's 2023.
Oh, damn it.
Yeah, they just signed him to an extension.
Right, and that's why he can't be traded until June or something.
Oh, my fault. Well, scratch that. Isn't Jalen Brunson? Jalen Brunson is a free agent this year too.
Yeah, he's unrestricted.
Jalen Brunson is this year.
He's attractive.
But yeah,
that's another one that I wouldn't mind copping.
And the other thing, just to go back to the Derek White thing, Derek White is interesting because obviously we all know the young kid is the man over there. Damn, I'm not drawing a blank on his name.
Deontay Murray.
Right, Deontay Murray. Like we know he's the man over there, but Derek White is no slouch. And Derek White was kind of the person who set things up for Dejounte Murray to kind of take over and do his thing. But when Derek White has the moments and the time to facilitate, I mean, in the last 6 or 7 games, he had 2 games where he had 10 assists one game and 14 assists another game. Like he can give us something that we haven't really seen too much on this team.
And he plays defense as well.
And he plays, and he got a pretty good shot.
Yes, he does.
I don't know what's
Let me go over his
on.
numbers real quick, Ron. This season so far, he's at 14.5. He is at 5.5 assists with only 1.6 turnovers. He's averaging 3.5 rebounds a game. He's got a 3-point percentage of about 29.5, which isn't too great. And he's shooting from the field 42% on 12 attempts.
Right. And the interesting thing about that, you said, 5.5 assists, right?
Yeah.
And that's while not being the primary ball handler.
Yeah.
It's not bad. Not bad.
No, it's not. My concern with him is his durability. He hasn't played over 68 games throughout his whole career.
Yeah.
So that's a concern.
Availability is an ability now.
It is. It is. That which always points to that guy, my guy that I like in Memphis, the shooting guard over there who's always hurt, that I thought the Knicks could target.
Dylan Brooks.
Is it Brooks you talking about? Dylan Brooks?
Nah, bro. We be paying for him to be in the hospital. Nah.
Yeah, that's the problem. Exactly.
Nah.
But I like him though. He's got a good skill set. But they and Memphis is probably going to wind up moving him anyway because Bane is definitely somebody that they like.
Oh yeah.
Well, he plays.
You can't. You got. Yeah. Like Keith just said, availability is the best ability. You got to get him on the floor, and Desmond Bane is pushing it. Even though I wish I wanted us to draft Baines as well. I'm in that group as well.
If Memphis is smart, when Dylan Brooks comes back, he will be playing small forwards defensively because he's a stellar on-ball defender. So if I was Memphis, I would keep him because he brings a lot to the table that could really help that team moving forward.
I know that's the reason why I would love to steal him because he's a good player, man. He just can't he got to get his health right. He need to go see Steph Curry's doctors, whatever the dudes that helped him those first couple years.
Yeah, LeBron's medical staff. Let's look at Jalen Brunson real quick. 16 points a game this season. He on 5.6 assists, only 1.7 turnovers. Shooting about 34% from 3, 50% from the field. He's
trade Obi.
Yeah,
Push the button.
I'm not the biggest Obi fan, but I mean, this is this is second year. Like, I feel like we gave scrubs longer time to really kind of to show themselves a little better. Like,
nah, I hear you, Keith, but that was a different regime, man. They ain't doing that now. They're not gonna give you 4 years to figure it out. And the other thing about Obi is I keep saying that if the Knicks trade Obi and he goes to a nice situation, Obi's gonna get busy and he's gonna haunt us, not in necessarily the bad way, but we're gonna say you know what, Obi was a good player. We saw that it just didn't work out here. I just don't think
some alley-oop somewhere else. That's all.
As long as Tibbs is here, Obi's not gonna get to where he needs to be.
I don't think that's totally a Tibbs thing, though.
No, it may not.
You could make the argument, but I think that blame goes in other directions as well.
And you know, we're saying all this stuff, and Obi's dealing with a lot of stuff mentally because of the way his minutes are, and Obi. Oh, by the way, guys, you think Julius Randle? Here's what we say. Obi being all the social media, he knows exactly what's being said about him. Obi may take this and turn it around. It may not happen during the season. It could be the off season. Obi might become a monster in the defensive end. Not too crazy, but he might really turn his game around.
That's some wishful thinking. I
I
hear you
know.
though, Ron. No, I hear you though, Ron. I mean, anything can happen. I hear you.
Practice makes perfect.
Yeah, he needs a lot of practice. And the other thing I just wanted to say, because that was something that was said a couple of days ago, because I've been on every day. I just can't. I've been working in the office, so I couldn't get on with you guys. But I know some people have mentioned the whole thing about Obi working and doing what he needs to do to get better. Maybe Obi hasn't focused on the right things necessarily, and that's not necessarily all Obi's fault. That's coaching. That's the front office. But Obi has been putting in the work. Obi played in the summer league. Obi gave up his summer. Him and Quickly were the only two that was up at the training facility throughout the summer working. Just them two. So Obi's been putting in the work. I don't want it to seem like he hasn't been working. Like I said, maybe it's just he's not working on the right things.
Yeah, we talked about that. We talked about, like for example, I said that if I was Obi, seeing what happened last year, seeing the ascension of Julius Randle, seeing what Tibbs wants and stuff like that, I would have made I would have made an effort throughout this whole summer to make myself as top notch as possible on the defensive end in order to get my minutes.
Yeah,
and I just don't think he took that step. It has improved. His on-ball defense is a bit better. His post defense is a bit better, but it's not like, what I'm saying. He did it increase that this offseason, and I don't think that did him any favors.
Mm-hmm. With you on that.
Hey Karen, let Josh get the spot since he's gonna share some takes with us and stuff like that. Do you think you could do that for us?
And I don't even know if we can get Josh in. I think Sam has been waiting backstage for a while.
Oh, Sam is backstage too.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get back to work. I'll talk to you guys later. Don't worry about
Okay,
it.
Andrew. Thank you for coming, bro.
All right, no problem. Take care, guys. All right, bye.
Yeah, me too. I think I got to jump.
Okay,
it's a
Keith.
pleasure.
All right, Free.
Thanks for your take, brother.
Peace, y'all.
Okay, so yeah, all right, we should be good now. Freezy, we need you on the controls there, pilot.
Freezy, unlock the door. Let the people in.
What?
Freezy the key maker in the Matrix.
Another thing I wanted to talk about is I think that the fans need to kind of come to the realization that certain guys at this point now, even though we've seen them playing well in certain spots, they're just not going to get those minutes. Like Deuce is not going to play. It just is what it is. We trying to find minutes for some of these guys. Deuce is just, his time is going to come, but it's not right now.
Right.
Yeah.
No, I hear you.
I agree.
I think Russell McCall said, Ron, he splits time with Julius, who constantly makes mistakes with no reprisals. Listen, look, Obi is that type that while he gets penalized for every little thing he does, you got to understand, look, I've been defending Obi all year, but even I can see it. This last, 5 to 10 games, maybe not 10 games, but Obi just hasn't been doing enough on the court, regardless of his, and I think that has a lot to do with his confidence. But even in the time that he's getting, the time that Obi was getting before, he was doing something. I used to be clamoring. I'm like, look, Obi played 10 minutes or whatever it is. Look, he got 4 rebounds. Look, he was 3 of 3 from the field. Like, he's giving you some type of production. But now it's like he's I don't know if something's just, he's just not feeling good about himself right now. This is, if anything, who should be helping with Obi? His team. Randle. Guys should be talking to him, getting him back on track, telling him, look, these are just the ups and downs of being in the NBA and being in a situation where you got a coach that's demanding something from you and you got to step up. If I was, look, I don't know, man. I can't really say how these guys move, but I know if I was Julius, I'd be talking to Obi like, let's work out, let's do some things together, let's get you right. But that's me.
And you know what, Ron? What if they are?
I know. You never know.
And I'm going to concede that there's got to be some guys on the team that, you know what I'm saying, are pulling for him and supporting him at least. So it's not like, he's just a lost puppy dog all by himself somewhere or something like that. I think he's got support. I just think that his game doesn't translate to what they're trying to do.
Right.
No, I'm in agreement with you on that, D. I really don't. I like Obi, but for what our team brings, the way it works, his skill set doesn't fit. A Golden State maybe because he can run the floor and they get the ball, they can get him the ball, or like I said, Phoenix, somebody that's going to run the floor that's constantly moving.
In Charlotte, he would have a blast in Charlotte.
Charlotte, definitely. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Charlotte, yeah, teams like that.
But you know what's a quick change that Obi can make that he doesn't do right now? I mean, granted, he could get hurt.
Hey, Sam and Josh, thank you. Welcome.
What's going on, y'all?
Afternoon, fellas. Afternoon. How y'all
I'm
doing?
sorry, Ryan. Just have to get him in.
No,
Come on down, fellas.
I was gonna say one of the things that Obi could do, it doesn't make up for all the other stuff that he's lacking. But Obi can attack the rim. Obi's not attacking the rim. Like, we know the dude can dunk, he can jump over people. Let's see Obi attack the rim. Get himself to the foul line.
I think I've seen him do it twice.
It's dangerous. He could get hurt, but it's aggressive. I remember guys like Corey Maggette.
He got to get a move off the dribble. Then he could go then he could go upstairs. So he got to work on his handle package a little bit, I think, Ron. And I think he got to be a little bit more aggressive.
His base has to be stronger too. He has a very weak base.
Yeah.
Push him around very easily.
The other thing that would help him is if guys set like back cuts or back screens for him, and then you had whoever is holding the ball at the time make a nice pass. It was really good to see Jalen Brunson, and Jalen Brunson was dropping them dimes, like them back cut dimes. Like he looked like he's definitely someone who gets you in the right place. We had somebody like I've seen quickly try to do a dime like that to Obi, and he threw it right to the defender. Like, you just got to have players that can get you right, too.
That's true.
That's a fact. I see that, too, a lot.
Josh, Sam, and you guys have anything to say about anything?
What's up,
anything
Josh?
you want to get up your chest?
What's up, Julio?
I'm going to let Josh go ahead. Y'all said he got some takes. I'm just happy to be on the panel.
I always got takes. They didn't have to assume that. They already know I got some takes, man.
We appreciate that, Chief of Medical Staff, Sam. He's always on the job. Always got hypodermic needles.
So good afternoon, everybody. D is balling hard. Will, I ain't scared of you, my brother. I ain't scared of you. You know what I'm saying? Soul Finger, Ron, Knick fans, Hadouken, Karen Fung.
Yo,
nice to see you. I see you in the chat all the time. But
yo, good to see you, nephew.
Oh, all right. Yeah, okay. Man. Yeah, okay. And Sam, good to see you guys and good to hear from you guys. Listen, this is my take on this whole thing. So first and foremost, I heard someone say that, let's try to find some talent out there without having to give up too much. I think that's an issue, right? Because already you got Cam Reddish, who was in a situation in Atlanta. They have too much talent. They already paid too much talent, right? And they have no place for this guy to play, right? Or max out his potential, right?
Right.
Now we're bringing him over to the Knicks in a situation now. We're trying to figure out what role we're going to give him. And I know a lot of fans are like, yo, we should, take 48 minutes away and give it to Cam Reddish. When right now, Evan Fournier is pretty much playing some good basketball right now. And the team is kind of firing on all cylinders offensively, right? So I think, this notion of trying to go get more talent without having to give up too much. Yeah, it works in theory when you don't really have that much talent, but the Knicks have some talent. Now with the acquisition of Cam Reddish, right? Somebody's going to have to leave, right? And someone's going to have to, be sacrificed, so to speak, right? So I just think for right now, the Knicks are currently in this situation. I think we're good as far as our talent is concerned, but if we want to go out and fill some holes that we need in the team, we have to sacrifice some of these guys. I wanted the Knicks to draft Obi Toppin. I thought at the time, at the 8th pick spot in the draft, I thought that even though the Knicks needed a point guard, we were also devoid of talent, right? And Obi Toppin at the time was the best player available on the board that fell into our laps at 8, right? In hindsight, probably was a bad decision because, the Knicks still need a point guard. They still haven't been able to solve that, right? As we speak right now, I think Obi Toppin is expendable. I think Alec Burks is expendable. I think Mitchell Robinson might be expendable. And a lot of these young guys, might be expendable. Look, I'm all for the Knicks getting better, trying to do what they can to bring talent in here. But some of these guys have to go, especially if they're going to get their minutes cut anyway. And I think those 3 players that I named are basically, expendable to go bring some more talent in here. So I don't know. I want the Knicks to still make moves, but I've realized that some of these guys are going to have to go.
Before I ask you a question, guys, we got 191 in the chat right now, 159 likes. So smash those like buttons to try to get to 200 today. Josh, got a question. Who do you think minutes will suffer with the Cam Reddish edition?
Obi Toppin. Obi Toppin, right off the bat. I think it's going to be Obi. I think the Thibodeau has kind of been open to using the small ball lineup a little bit more. And I think that if, for the bench specifically, if Cam Reddish is going to be that bench player, because I don't see him coming off the bat, right off the bat coming into the starting lineup, I still think that's Fournier's job to lose, right? I think it's going to be Obi because, like someone was saying, Obi Toppin really doesn't fit what we're trying to do, as a team altogether. He's had his moments, but he's still very, very limited offensively. Right, defensively, we already know he's limited there, and Thibodeau likes his guys that can be able to play defense or at least show something, right? And I think that's where Obi Toppin's lacking. And just like everybody else, I wanted Obi Toppin to be better than what he is, but he's just not that guy at this current point in time. Now you got like Cam Reddish that can come in here. I can give Cam Reddish some time at the small ball 4. I can throw him out there,
especially against certain matchups. Absolutely, you can.
Off the bench, absolutely. Off the bench, absolutely.
So do you like the pick, Julio? Because I really couldn't. I wasn't sure about your take. Did you think Cam was a good pick or not?
Oh, no. It was a great trade. Oh, it's a phenomenal trade. That was a great trade. I'm just moving forward, cautioning people to this notion of trying to go out and get more talent without having to give up too much, meaning a player that's in the rotation, because at some point you're going to get to a plateau where you can't play everybody. Somebody's going to have to lose minutes, and I think that is more of a detriment than it is something that's an advantage for the team. And with Cam Reddish, there's going to be some time for him to get. But again, with all these guys playing well, the Knicks finally starting to play well, whose minutes do you take away? And I think that becomes a problem moving forward.
So if you take away Obi's minutes, he's pretty much disintegrated because he ain't hardly been playing in the last couple of weeks. You don't think that Burks, possibly Grimes, possibly even Evan to a certain degree, depending on how he plays, you don't think that they will be affected by the subtraction of minutes from a Cam Reddish edition?
I think they could be affected. It's all going to depend on how they play. But I'm looking at all of those guys in totality: Obi, Grimes, Fournier, and Alec Burks, and how all those guys have been playing. Obi Toppin's been playing. I don't want to say the worst out of them, but those 3 guys are playing better than Obi Toppin. So to me, I feel like in Thibodeau's eyes, and I'm just, kind of predicting how this is going to go. In Thibodeau's eyes, I feel like Obi is the one that's going to be expendable, which means that Obi might be on the trading block. I think, there's really no room for him there, particularly when you got a guy like Cam Reddish who can come out, who can go get his own shot, who can go get a bucket, who's going to be better defensively than Obi Toppin. I don't really see a role for Obi out there now that Cam Reddish is here. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I'm saying. Moving forward, we have to be cautious about how we go make these moves. And if we go get someone like a Jalen Brunson or a Miles Turner, one of these rotation guys, 1 or 2, might be gone. And we have to accept that as Knicks fans. I know we want to keep our draft picks here and whatnot and have a whole, 12-man roster full of draft picks to take us to a championship, but that's highly unlikely, and it's kind of asinine when you think about it, right? So just giving y'all the truth.
I got another question for you. So do you only like the Cam Reddish trade because what we got him for? Because we only had to give up Knox in the pick? Or do you like him as a player in general too?
Both.
Okay, you know why I asked you that, right?
No, I don't know why you asked
the question. My bad. Answer the question.
Yeah. I like it for both reasons. I don't think it has to be an either or. But I like it. What I'm saying is, I think Cam Reddish can off the bat contribute. Off the bat, I think he can contribute. So I think it's a now thing, and it's also a later thing. But I like it because we didn't have to give up much for him. I correctly predicted that it was going to be Kevin Knox in the first round pick, and at the same time, Cam Reddish is a baller. We all know he can go get his own shot, score on all 3 levels. We know that already. So that's easy money. That's an easy day for Leon and the crew.
Facts. Okay. Good take.
What's up, Freezy?
Yo.
What's up, Freezy? You beat me up, Freezy. You just came out of nowhere. What's popping?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, Freezy, you good?
Yeah, man. I'm straight.
I don't like it, brother. Why you put yourself down at the bottom tier? I don't like it.
Who me? Oh, how did I get down here at the bottom?
Yeah, that's how you. It's been feeling like that all day, B. It takes your.
That's all I'm like, yo, what's popping right now?
Yeah, man. Well, I guess I'll start at the bottom.
Nah.
Nah, Freezer, you ain't on my level. You can't be on my level.
Oh, okay. No, I got you.
Nice
Hey,
one.
what's up, Uncle Fulio? What's good?
Chilling, man. I got after this, I'm gonna get on with Sim at 2:45, and then I got a controversy at 4, and then right after that, I'm hitting the road. I'm going down to Atlanta for the game this weekend. So, I got a busy day ahead. A lot of driving, a lot of.
Hey, Josh, be careful out there. It's crazy back there.
What do you mean?
Oh,
In
Atlanta.
Yeah, be careful out there.
Yeah. I mean, I was more concerned about the storm that's coming on Sunday when I come back, but
Nah,
got a lot of stuff going on.
Josh, military man, he good. You gonna take him out?
Yeah,
I'll be all right.
Oh Lord, he Navy. Oh Lord, y'all pray. Hey, go buy some donuts. Go buy some donuts and coffee, bro.
Ah, there it is.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
I would do my job, D, but I feel like y'all already did it.
No,
No. You do your job because that's what you're here for. So whether we did it or not, we still want to see it done.
Yeah.
I mean, it really isn't much. The only thing that I have to say, we know Kimba's day to day. Derrick Rose is out, of course. Solomon Hill is out, of course, for us. For the Hawks, though, I think it's key to note that Capella is supposedly not playing tomorrow. So that's a big loss for them as far as the paint presence. With Capella being out, they're saying he's dealing with an ankle injury. Kevin Huerter, he's recently been moved to day to day. He could possibly play. He has a foot injury. And then Jalen Johnson is also listed day to day for the Hawks.
And Cam Reddish is also listed day to day as well, right?
Right. They just announced it, so it's not even on like the apps and stuff. But like Adukin was saying, they just said pretty much Tip said he's going to be out for a little minute. So
that's fine.
The Capella thing is the big one for me because that pick and roll is very deadly with Trae Young, very deadly, and Clint Capella can go up and get those alley-oops. But that's another game for Mitch to again dominate.
No, hold on.
Huh?
Yeah, point to the paint should be plus 40 again, like it was last game.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't go that far, but I think because Dallas is really, really weak, really weak, and I think Mitch will get his, but I want to say plus 40. I don't think it'll be that drastic, but it is a game where Mitch should be able to go out and do him. No question
think about it. Even last time we played the Hawks, Mitch kind of made Capella like irrelevant. Even when Capella was playing, it was like he didn't have as great of an impact as he did in the playoffs.
Well, that's because they don't have Trae. They didn't have Trae.
Right. Exactly. But I'm just saying, Mitch, I feel like Mitch did a solid job on him as far as on the defensive end.
Oh, yeah. No doubt.
Josh, do you respect RJ more since our last conversation?
Wait,
I've always. All right, go ahead.
I'm sorry, just real quick, and Harbaugh, he can answer that question. The Knicks are currently 29th of the league at 41.2 points in the paint. So me demanding a plus 40 is not astronomically out of this universe. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. So what'd you say, Harwell? I'm sorry, I got distracted. I'm sorry.
I said, do you respect because a lot of stuff have happened since we had the discussion.
True. No, I've always respected RJ. I'll say this. I'll give him his credit because he's definitely shown me that he can be a 3-level scorer, right? He's had consistent games, which I think that's the most important thing. But my problem with RJ has always been his lack of aggressiveness. And people making excuses for his lack of aggressiveness. Oh, he doesn't have a point guard. Oh, it's because Julius Randle's out there. That's not the case. It's not true. We're seeing what RJ Barrett can do right now, right? And I think, these little glimpses that we've seen, that Pelicans game, that Spurs game from a couple months ago, RJ has the ability to do that. I just need to have that consistency of aggressiveness every single night. I'm not asking him to score 30. Right. But with the ball in his hands, I need you to do something with it. To me, Julius Randle has been extremely passive the entire season. RJ has had his opportunities to go out and be aggressive and get to the rack, but he hasn't been doing that. Now he's finally doing that, and I'm much more impressed about him. And, if he continues to play like this, continue to be aggressive, I think the sky's the limit for him. But, without that.
Hardwell. Yeah.
You see,
right.
So for Josh.
Yeah, nah. So Uncle Fulio just did a 180. He backpedal like he got penny loafers on.
Yeah.
Yo, you got penny loafers on.
You got the receipts on you, Josh.
Yeah.
What's good?
You said RJ's a role player.
Because you said he said, I always felt like RJ was not aggressive. That's not what it was.
I've always been. No, hold on, time out. Wait a minute. Hold on.
No, that hasn't always been your stance.
That's always been my stance about RJ not being aggressive. That's always been. Now listen, this is what I will say. This is what I will say. Hold on. This is what I will say. I did say RJ Barrett for this current team was a role player, and right now he's not playing like it. He's playing like the man on the team. So I'll take that. I'll take all those bullets. Y'all can go ahead and try to hit me with the firing squad all you want, but I'm still here. You know what I'm saying? I'm still here.
But I think what the fact is they're asking is like, so you were wrong on that take.
Yes.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, we would.
That's why I asked him.
I made a whole video about it. After he had the game against the Pelicans. I made a whole video about that saying I don't think RJ Barrett is a role player. I already came out and said that. You know, not for this current team.
Yeah, because there's video evidence of you saying that RJ Barrett should play more minutes with the second unit. Remember that?
No, I still agree with that though.
What?
Right.
Even after what you've seen, Josh?
That's
crazy.
All right.
Yo, Freezy, what kind of shit you put on just now, Freezy? You put on some sketches.
Yeah, he man. He out here sliding like the Temptations, bro.
Hey man, you look good, you feel good, you play good. You know what I'm saying? Listen. I was.
You'll be the first ball player to put on some sketches and go on the court. Go ahead, though.
No, I never wore sketches a day in my life. I wore Starberry, so I had to try them on. They kind of comfortable, but I had them. I'll say this about RJ. He definitely proved me wrong in the fact that I don't think he's a role player, right? I think he's much more than that, right? And he's definitely come into his own, and he's more comfortable out there. And for that, I'm happy. I'll be wrong all day, but I think for this Knicks team, we need him to be the current player that he's playing like right now. So if I'm wrong because of that, I'm perfectly fine with it.
Well, we fine with that, but it wasn't just because I think I heard Uncle Fulio say, and listen. And Uncle Fulio, my man, he one of the few people that I know will stand his ground regardless of what. I respect that. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But Uncle Fulio is still one of the same people that said, I think he said RJ Barrett in G League minutes. Was that?
Never. No. I never said that. No, I never said that. Don't do that, Freezy. Don't do that.
No. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. If I'm wrong,
I never said anything like that.
It was RJ. Was it RJ with? Because I'm trying to figure it out. Because it was definitely not RJ in the starting lineup, right? It was RJ is struggling. Try RJ with some. I can't remember exactly what it was, but what it amounted to was RJ is struggling too much, and RJ should get some second unit minutes or something like that, whatever it was.
Right. He
might play better with the second unit.
Right. I absolutely said that, and I still stand by it. I think it's sometimes for the Knicks, it's good when they stagger RJ and Randle off the court at the same time. I think RJ plays better with that second unit. But now it seems like they're playing together well. So I would go ahead and I would eat that one too.
The chat is not having it though.
And don't try to say they playing together well.
They're saying that you wanted to trade them too.
Hold on. Say again? Don't try to say they playing together well. Say Randle is playing better at less of a role at just giving the ball up. Because y'all always be trying to make it seem like it's not a totally different direction from what it was before.
No, Hartwell, you're wrong. I'm gonna tell you why you're wrong. Because like I said when I first came on here, Randle has been passive all season, right? And it's the fact that when RJ and the rest of these guys get the ball, hold on, but that is true. Randle has been very passive, right? He's been passing the ball a lot to these guys, and when they get the ball, they weren't doing anything with it, and that was my problem with it. That was my problem with that from the get-go. And then on top of that, we're talking about how good RJ Barrett's playing right now. I'm not going to take anything away from him. But you can argue that one of the reasons why RJ is having the amount of production that he's having right now is because Randle's on the floor drawing those double teams. You can make that argument.
Nah, I would give him the credit.
We'll make the argument then. If it could be made, make it.
Okay, when RJ Barrett was, let's say when Randle was out, right? And State was the one I did a show before you, Hartwell. He was like, if these kids play well without Julius Randle there, I'm gonna come on there and apologize. I ain't hear my apology yet, right?
Yeah,
but we seen when.
Oh, but you lost to me though.
I didn't.
But he's talking about State though.
No. But I'm gonna make my argument. So when RJ was out there as the leader of the team, production wise, yeah, he was putting up some kind of decent numbers, but again, for the team's production, it just wasn't there. Right now, you have a situation with Julius Randle's back. Julius Randle's still drawing those double teams. He's still a threat, right? And he's allowing RJ on the other side of the floor to go out and get his, right? So I think Randle is a very important piece to what this team is doing right now. And as much as people try to disregard what Randle's doing because he's not shooting the ball great, I think you're fooled because RJ is not at that level right now where he's drawing double teams. RJ is taking advantage of his matchup one-on-one. He's going out and he's pretty much dominating over the last 3 or 4 or 5 games or whatever, right? On that one-on-one matchup. But RJ is not at the level where he's drawing double teams. Randle is drawing double teams, right? So I think Randle is very important to what RJ Barrett is doing right now. For all those people that were trying to say, though, the reason why RJ Barrett wasn't doing well is because Randle this, Randle that. No, I was always making the counter argument that Randle allows RJ to go out and work. He wasn't doing that before. He's doing that now, and I'm okay with that.
See, you know what this is all about, what you just said, your counter argument. You protecting what you said before now, but it's proven that even the organization is not going with what you said and what you think, because I was trying to tell you the ball should be in his hand. We had that debate on your show, right? Now, I'm not going to go into all that. I'm going to pass it off. But who won when me and you was on your show? Me or you?
Me. Me. No, I'm gonna tell you why you think you won. Because you were talking for like 50 minutes, saying a whole bunch of nothing, going in circles, right? And I was going out to the facts. All right, you wasn't going out to the facts. You just was talking. I don't know what you was talking about.
Okay, you could say that, right? And after that, you see what happened. I predicted what was going to happen, right? And the fans is the one that decide who win, not you. And they didn't say that in the chat or anywhere. And I just ended on that. That's all I want to say about it.
That's fine.
Hey Josh, I'm just saying I don't know what you did to the chat, but I'm seeing Uncle Caplio, Cap Traversy. You wanted to bench RJ. I mean, they're coming at your neck. I don't know what you did.
That's fine. Listen, that's fine. I'm willing to take all those bullets. I'm willing to take all those bullets because guess what? The Knicks are a better team right now. Right now, they're playing great basketball. So it's all about the Knicks for me. Like, I can care less about whether my points were wrong. I'm glad my whole entire RJ take was wrong. The entire thing altogether as a whole was wrong. But some of that stuff that I said is absolutely true. Whether we like it or not, he is. Right? His ability to draw double teams is very important for this offense, right? And RJ wasn't being aggressive. When he had the ball in his hands before, he wasn't being aggressive. He was very passive.
You shifted your stance, though.
Yeah, that's common for him, though. Hardwell with RJ.
You shifted your stance.
You don't accept that Tibbs used him wrong before, and now you make it seem as if he's only making shots. That's the only difference.
Yeah,
but they're giving him the ball more on offense.
No, I didn't say he was only making shots at Duke. No, you're absolutely wrong. I'm saying he's being much more aggressive. I'm saying no, it's not on
That's
Twitter.
your argument. Your main argument has been that RJ is not being aggressive and he's not making his shots. And then
but that was everybody though.
No. But when I said that Tibbs is using him wrong and not giving him the ball on offense, you said that's not true. But now you see he is. No, he wasn't getting.
He's second on the team.
No. It doesn't matter. But look, compare the touches he's getting now compared to before. It's nothing the same. He's actually getting the ball more on offense, and you see more in his bag.
But Hadouken, you're not listening to me. You guys were saying RJ Barrett wasn't getting the ball. I'm saying that's wrong because statistically,
no, that's not. No, because you think of it in that way. I'm talking about the touches he's getting right now.
Here you go calling numbers again. We know RJ wasn't having the keys and running it like he was these games where he went and did him.
Okay, I agree with that, but listen to what I'm saying. What you guys were arguing was RJ wasn't getting the ball at all. That's the issue that I have.
Nobody said that. Nobody said that.
You just said it.
No, I didn't.
Twisting this Decatur to what you said, but it's okay. But you know why? This is the main point, Hadouken. Look, he just admitted that he was wrong about RJ, right?
Yes,
completely wrong. How can he win a debate about it?
All right, enough. I got Josh's back.
Over.
Let's
he
go,
shouldn't
Josh.
even have a chance to go back and forth. He just admitted that
might get shot up, Chuck. You better watch out.
Hold on, no. The issue is like this is a constant
back and forth,
right? It feels like, and I've said this. I've also tweeted this, but no one wants to notice that, right? There seems to be this Randle versus RJ narrative that's being pushed by the fans, right? When Randle wasn't doing that well,
by some fans,
by some fans, whatever, but by the fans, right? And for the large part, Hadouken was pushing this narrative. I'm calling you out, Hadouken, on this point.
Okay, tell me what it was.
I'm trying to. What I'm saying is, we were pushing this narrative. Randle wasn't doing well, right? Randle nor RJ wasn't doing well. Right? And then at the same time, because RJ is not doing well. Y'all want to say, well, it's because of Randle. It all
That's for
starts with
RJ.
Randle.
I
This,
never
this, and
said
that, this,
that.
and that. But
Never
you
said that.
were pushing that narrative. And what
No,
I'm
I
saying
said both. I said both of them were not doing well.
Let me finish. And then you also were saying that RJ wasn't getting the ball enough. Or he wasn't getting the ball at all. That's what you were saying. And I'm saying statistically, that's not true. Because he was second on the team in usage rate, second on the team in shots. So he was getting the ball. He just wasn't getting the more than Randle. Now, if your argument the whole time was he should get the ball more than Randle, we can agree on that. That's perfectly fine. Right now, we can agree on that. Right? But before, that's not what you were saying. You weren't saying that before.
But Josh, you got to understand that that's not what the main thing I've been saying. Ask Freezy, because I've been telling him this too, was get RJ touches within the offense. I wasn't just saying catch and shoot. That was my main thing the whole time for Tips.
But it wasn't catch
and you should know that because I was.
But
he wasn't getting. He wasn't getting the same touches he's getting now as often.
Well,
that's
exactly.
not to run the offense.
He's getting
that's
the ball
my main
more.
point.
He's getting the ball more now.
Try to take it one at a time, y'all. So then try to take it one at a time, so then we can actually hear your points and your rebuttals.
Got you. RJ Barrett was getting the ball. He may not have been getting the ball as much as he is now, but he was getting the ball before. It wasn't like he was parked in the corner waiting to get catch and shoots. That wasn't it. And most of y'all were kind of frame it like that. That wasn't the case. He was getting the ball sometimes, right? A lot of times Randle was off the floor. Tibbs would stagger the lineups, and RJ would be the quasi leader of that offense. But when he had the ball with him, he wasn't doing anything with it because he wasn't aggressive. The Knicks had a stagnant offense where they were literally pass the ball around the perimeter. No one wanted to get inside. No one. If not Randle, it wasn't RJ either. So this whole narrative that y'all trying to push is false.
Josh. So Josh, where we at is so the argument back and forth is nebulous. It's too much of cloud on both directions. So for instance, what we could probably consider so that we can have a line of demarcation so that we can point out which side is correct and which side is not is clarify what we mean by aggressive.
Get into the rack, doing what his strengths are. His strengths were coming out of college, getting to the lane, using his strength. That's what I'm saying. And then when he did get to and the small amount of times that he did get there, he wasn't finishing that well either.
So if he's not finishing that well, that does not point to aggression because it's
right.
Said when he gets
that part of it. But I did preface that by saying he wasn't getting to the lane that much. Right, he was just basically holding the ball on the perimeter, taking jump shots, doing a lot of that stuff, and the small amount of times that he actually did get to the lane, he wasn't finishing that well. Right. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. All right. So in the paint, RJ Barrett through 35 games, RJ Barrett has a finishing at the rim percentage of 49.1, and league average is 58.2.
Okay.
Yeah.
Below average.
Yeah. So he's definitely. I would
super below average.
Yeah, we should consider that poor, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he's taken 232 shots at the rim, right? 232 of his 502 total shots are at the rim.
That's less than half.
Yeah. So. Yeah, that's less than half. I get it. I do army math. I got you, bro. but when somebody has 232 shots at the rim, should we consider that not aggressive or very aggressive?
So ask that question again.
So for a wing player to have 232 shots at the rim in 35 games, should we consider that aggressive or not aggressive?
For RJ Barrett, that's not aggressive enough.
Okay.
Wow.
For his skill set.
Wow.
So okay.
You're completely changing your stance now because first he didn't have the game. First he didn't have the game skills to even have that much time that we expected him to have with the ball or be the number one option. Now you saying that's not enough for his skill level. So he proved it to you since when? The half court shot or when he had 30? I mean, a deep three game winner or when he had 30? When did you start to feel like he was this? Because you didn't feel that way before, brother.
Before he answers that, before he answers that, Freezy. Now I know you're doing 100 million things, but do you have amongst league leaders of shots inside the paint off the drive this season?
How close inside? You talking about inside 12 feet or
Yeah, or even inside the restricted area, because that's what you're talking about. Because you're talking about his percentage at the
so
rim.
I had RJ Barrett's, not the NBA's.
I got you. Okay, because that could strengthen the argument one way or another. But all right.
Go ahead, Freeze.
Hey, let me clarify something real quick. Are you looking at where is RJ ranked amongst those people that get to the rim? Because RJ Barrett gets to the rim about 7 times a game.
Right. Yeah. As far as attempts per. Right.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So, Hardwell, to retort what you were saying about what my whole stance on RJ, my stance on RJ has always been about his lack of aggression. That's basically what it really comes down to. That's what I've always been saying. Now, everything else, his lack of finishing ability, I say to that part, I was saying, okay, yeah, he's not showing any finishing ability, right? Which was supposed to be a strength that he had coming out of, as his development or whatever. That was supposed to be a strength, right? He wasn't showing that improvement on that aspect, and his shooting percentages were also going down. So when I seen that part of it, that's when I added to the other part of, RJ Barrett is just kind of a role player for this team. He's not knocking down any shots, and he's not being aggressive, right? So that's where that came from. Now, if I'll be 100% wrong about that part, about RJ Barrett being a role player, I'll take the hit on that all day long. But nobody is sitting here telling me that I'm changing my stance up on RJ because of this and that. I'm mixing around. No, I've been very consistent with this point about his lack of aggression. Now he's being aggressive, and now he's playing much better. Like, the numbers are there. He just pulled it up for you. So,
Yeah, it's more to it. I ain't gonna. I'll let you. I'll leave it like that. It's more to it. You said more. He can't do this. He can't do that. He not this. He not that. So basically, the stance changed because of that. And I'm glad you came around, my brother. And you can't keep on saying somebody can't do something and you reporting it, and then they go out and do it. And that's what you was doing.
Listen, RJ Barrett has proven me wrong. RJ Barrett has proven me wrong. And I'm 100% okay with that, because that makes.
I was going off of wrong. Like what Hadougan was saying, the opportunity to really go, because it was more or less Julius would do it, and I told you on the show in reference to RJ, he's a playmaker, so he would be better at doing it because he's not gonna always force the shot. You know what I'm saying? And you see that as well. And that's
Harwell. I've never disrespected RJ's ability to play make. I've never.
I didn't say you disrespected.
Okay. Just for the record. Go ahead.
No, I didn't say you. See, bro, you in your feelings right now, bro. Because nobody ain't even say that, bro.
Okay, I'm just putting it out for the record.
Nobody said that, bro. We know what you say. You said he can't dribble. He ain't got no moves. You said
I said he ain't got no bag.
Yeah, there you go. Now
that's
you see. Now you being more honest. He ain't got no bag.
I'm being more honest.
He got a
tomato.
He got a merch now or something. He got a Gucci merch now because he going off, brother. Do he got some type of bag now?
He got some type of bag. He does.
Okay. Now we getting somewhere. And that's what I wanted to do. Don't believe in a player because look,
his mic is doing that.
I don't know.
If it was Randle, it would be the other way around. This is how
That's not true.
Yeah, because you said that Hadougan was promoting the Randle against RJ, right?
Him and a bunch of other people as well, not just him.
Okay, but I don't agree because look, when you promote Randle like that, and that's not our future.
How did I promote Randle? I don't understand. How did I promote Randle?
Hear me out. When we was talking about who should have the ball or who this, you was going over what Julius Randle does and why we need him and X, Y, Z. I was just saying that we need to build for our future, and the earlier we give RJ the ball, the better our future is. That was my whole point, to prove to you that, this is what we need to be doing for the better future of the team, bro. You know what I'm saying?
It's the way you said it. You said if we give RJ the ball, like as if RJ Barrett doesn't get the ball. Like if you would have said we need but it's the way you put it, bro. It's the way you put it. What I'm saying is if you would have said, RJ needs to get the ball on the same level as Julius Randle as far as usage rate, I would have been okay with that. I would say, okay, you know what? Maybe he does. right? But you were saying it, and a lot of other people were saying it as if RJ didn't get the ball at all. All they did was paint him in the corner and left him there, and that's the only thing he was, a catch and shoot kind of
So
guy.
you know what?
And that's not true. Statistically,
that would be a great point if you didn't listen to us many times, if you didn't listen to Hadougan, if you don't listen to the shows, if we don't hear each other enough. Bro, you know what we mean. Stop it, bro. You do got on sketches today. You got the sketches with the roller skates on them, bro. Go ahead, man.
Wow.
You got the sketches with the whip. You got the Heelys on today, bro.
I've never wore Heelys a day in my life.
You got them on today.
So let's keep it a buck about RJ Barrett for a second. Is that his ball usage rate before this month started was at about 23 to 24%.
25.
So okay, no problem. So he was getting the basketball. I think our gripes came from how and where he was. And now you see they're using him completely different now than they did previously at the beginning of the season.
Yeah, now
especially on the right side of the floor.
Ball like around, I want to say 30%. Like he's like approaching that, which I think he's been with the ball in his hands. He's been playing great. He's been playing great basketball with the ball in his hands more. Absolutely, I will not disagree with that at all.
Well, it's also true where he's getting it too, Josh. Because for example, I could show you some shot charts over the span where he's operating more on the right side of the floor than he was earlier in the season. He was operating more on the left.
Charts.
Huh?
You said shot charts. That's where he's shooting the ball or where he's getting the ball to play to facilitate.
No, but you could tell from the shot chart where he's getting the ball. That's my point. So you can see he's operating more on the right side of the floor, as in earlier in the season, they had him operating more on the left, and the coaching staff must have figured out something with that as time went by, where he's more conducive on that side of the floor.
So to be fair, I don't think that's a good measurement of what he's doing different, because those are just shots. That's where he's taking his shots on the floor. No, I agree. I do agree that the Knicks are using him a little bit differently, meaning they're giving him the ball a lot more, right, to start possessions, right, to initiate the offense. I would agree with that part, but I'm just saying if you're going to use the shot chart, I don't think that tells the whole picture.
Okay,
so I see what you're saying. No, I see
for
what
me
you're
it does. And I'm not saying it tells me the whole picture, but it does tell me a story. So let's keep it that way.
Y'all done coming at the king or what?
I wasn't coming at you. I was
building.
I was serving.
What are you the king of rock? There's none higher.
That's right. Sucker MCs. That's right.
Hey, Freezy, you had a super chat. Yeah, super chat.
You did have a super chat though. Yes.
Pudge Nice says, "Thanks for the content, fellas." Hey, Pudge Nice, thank you for your generous contribution. We appreciate you, bro. Keep it up in the chat, bro. You know we be reading all your stuff. Good job, bro. Bim.
There also before, since everybody wants to talk about what I said before, the entire team as a whole, offensively weren't doing that well. Everyone. Randle wasn't playing that well. RJ wasn't playing that well. Fournier definitely wasn't playing that well. Kemba wasn't playing that well. And Julius Randle was getting all of it for the fans. Everyone was blaming him. But no one else was looking at the other pieces around him through the offense. That's absolutely true, Sam. You sitting there shaking your head like RJ Barrett was exempt from that whole.
I'm just saying, I didn't say it.
He covering fingerprints from.
I'm just saying, I didn't say it. I'm not.
No, that's what y'all brought up. That's what y'all brought up, so I gotta respond to that.
Josh,
right? That's also what I was responding to.
Let me just talk to you about that one thing you said. That's it. I'm looking at spreadsheets right now, so I'm remind me. I lost my train of thought a second ago, but I got it back.
We gotta let Chuck.
Good job, Ron.
Trying to speak too. Go ahead, man.
Yeah. All right. Right after this, it's real quick, Chuck. The whole thing about RJ benefiting from the double teams that Julius Randle is creating. I'm no knock on Julius Randle, but Julius Randle hasn't been playing the best ball offensively in recent times and hasn't really been commanding a double team. He's not shooting well from the outside. He's barely going inside. It was 2 games that he decided to enforce his will because he was mad at the fans in the Boston game. But prior to that, there's no reason for people to double team Julius Randle. He hasn't shown much lately. So RJ has been creating with the fact that he's benefiting from the ball being in his hands. Tibbs is giving him a little bit more freedom to do things rather than always relying on whoever the point guard is or Julius. Even though Julius is still bringing the ball up the court, you see RJ is being put in positions where he has the ball and he's able to read and react, if you want to get more specific. So I think that, and the other thing is RJ is being a lot more aggressive. So if there's anybody to blame for RJ's recent success, it's RJ.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I'm just saying Randle's a part of that too. That's all I'm saying.
I'm not saying he's not, because he's being a willing teammate. He's passing. He's been doing some screens. He's definitely been a teammate. But I'm not saying, I don't think he's doing much more than that. If Randle was hot and still getting his shot off and commanding that double team, like you said, in recent times, then I would say you're right. But I just think recently he hasn't been.
Ron, so what you're not understanding is just because someone's shooting percentages are bad doesn't mean that they don't command that respect on the floor. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, Randle has been shooting poorly. We all know that, but Randle still gets he's the focal point. He has been the focal point, and I don't think it's fully transitioned over to the fact where, I'm talking about from a defensive standpoint, guarding the Knicks, right? Teams key in on Julius Randle, right? And I think that right there is what the situation is right now. RJ, it hasn't gotten to the point where teams are keying in on RJ now. Now, if that starts to happen, right, then we'll be able to see what RJ Barrett's going to be able to do with the ball. Now he has to start deferring a little bit more. But as of right now, the defense is still keying on Julius Randle, and I think that's important for this offense. Very important.
So you're saying that when RJ go off a certain amount of games, they still watching Randle? They're gonna have to adjust and key in on RJ, and then Julius to be able to get off. That's why we were saying before. That's why we saying before, if RJ do this, then it should free up Julius, because they can't. Why would they be over there and RJ have the hot games? Not saying Julius.
That's what I just said, bro. That's what I just said.
Nah, it sounded like you were saying something else, like in reference to.
That's because you're not listening now. See, you gotta listen. You cut me off before you even gave me a chance to finish what I had to say, but you wasn't listening to what I was saying. I'm saying right now, as of right now, the defense is still keying on Julius, right? And I think along with RJ's aggression, right? That's what's allowing RJ to produce the way he's producing right now. RJ, like independently himself, I think the biggest thing for me and the biggest gripe that I had with RJ specifically was his lack of aggression. That part of it he can control. Like, that part of it he can control, and I've always had an issue with that or lack thereof. Right now, if you combine that, the fact that he's being aggressive now, with right, Julius Randle being back in the lineup, right, keying in on Julius, that allows RJ to get off on the other side of the floor, right, and then we have an offense that's going to score 110, 115 points per game. Right now, everything is starting to look great. Now you have another guy outside of Julius. I've always felt, right, and this is the last thing I'll say about this. I've always felt with the Knicks struggles, right, with Julius Randle struggling, there needed to be someone else to step up offensively, right? RJ Barrett is now starting to do that. Before, he wasn't doing that. And I think part of that is because of him and his lack of aggression. That's all I've been saying the entire time. I don't need RJ Barrett to score 30. I just need him to be a threat, right? To be able to be aggressive and be a threat, to draw some defenses, because I think along with Randle, right, that's going to open up things for the entire offense. That's all I've been saying the entire time. I also said that RJ Barrett wasn't going to be a star player in this league. I still have to see more. Right? But has that trajectory now. And if y'all want to say that I'm backtracking or whatever, fine. You can go ahead and say that all you want. I just know if these two guys are playing well and being aggressive, the Knicks are a better offensive team. Point blank.
Right. Of course. We all agree with that. So now basically with what RJ's doing, RJ's going to make Randle better.
Yes.
Yeah. No,
I agree with that. I never ever thought otherwise.
Are you ready to come? Because I have to sort
Go ahead, Harwell. I know you want to say something.
Just quick, said I cut you off, and I didn't have no. I heard what you said. You still stayed on the same stance, kind of, but I didn't feel that way. I don't agree with what you saying, because the scout, just for your scout example, like, right, the scout don't even work like that. They know, like what we said, like when Ron read the stats and what Julius Randle's doing right now, they're gonna go in and they could take the attention off of him, and then if you could say he could be ready to go off, then yeah, but they can't double team or both of them or be in his spots and his spots. Like, they preparing to stop Julius, and that work now RJ they gonna prepare for, right or wrong?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. No, I'm saying
Nah,
that
I didn't
exact
hear you
same
say
thing.
that. I heard you say that they still trying to stop Julius, and that's why RJ's going off. I'm like,
saying no, hard will. Listen, now you're mixing up my words. What I'm saying is we haven't. Okay. Put it to you like this. I'm gonna make it real easy, right? And these past 5 or 6 games that RJ Barrett has had been scoring great or whatever, right? Have you seen him get double teamed? No. The answer is no, right? I'm saying I haven't seen it to that point yet where it's actually shifted and defenses are now keying in on RJ. It's gonna happen if RJ keeps playing the way he's playing. It's gonna happen, right? And then, like you said, it's gonna transition over to RJ. And then now he has to start becoming a facilitator, and that's going to give Julius some better shots. I'm just saying it hasn't happened yet. The transition hasn't happened. That's all I'm saying.
well, from just a basketball. So my last point is this: it ain't even. It's more like him having the ball and Julius having the ball. That was the only difference. The way you making it seem like it's more like he can't deal with getting off the ball and still be effective. That should be That should be what you should be wanting.
Bro, I never said anything like that. What do you think? Did y'all get that?
What you said. This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. I'm not trying to twist your words. You said what you said. I hear you, Julio. You doing a lot of backpedaling. You know what I'm saying?
So let me bring up these numbers. Let me bring up these numbers real quick for RJ Barrett. Now, keep in mind, according to NBA.com, this is only through 34 games. I think this usage has been a lot higher in the last 5 or 6. So forgive the numbers; they might be skewed, up to now. But he's averaging 9.2 drives a game, and he's averaging 4.6 field goal attempts within those drives. So just to give you a bit of a metric of how that will look comparison to others, Russell Westbrook has 17.8 drives a game at 6.1 field goal attempts. Even Ricky Rubio has 14.6 drives a game at 6.0 field goal attempts. And the last one I'll do is I'll do Shai Gilgeous too. Shai Gilgeous is at 23.6 with about 10 attempts a game. And Tim, where is he, bro? Where's Trae Young? Because he was just right here. Okay, here he is. 19.2 a game at 9.3. So, I think those numbers. Well, I think my point was that I think those numbers have risen a little bit because he's been very active in his drive game in the last 5 or 6 games. Don't forget, this is through 34 games. So, right.
All right, and so those other players are point guards.
Who did I name? I named Rubio. Yeah, you're right. Shai Gilgeous. Yeah, I'm with it. Yeah, Westbrook and Trae Young. Yeah.
Which points to the whole thing that I've been saying. I'm gonna go back to. I think someone said it before. Like
I'll look at shooting guards. Freezy.
Hadouken said it. I've said it. I forgot who else said it. Like watching and maybe even Hall Will pointed to it too. I don't know, but watching how if you watch RJ Barrett and just look at what he's been comfortable, what he's been used to through high school, coming into Duke, the guy works better when you allow him to have the ball in his hands and allow him to facilitate. He just sees the court better. He makes better decisions and he plays better offensively. So now that Tibbs is finally doing it, we're seeing, along with his aggression, of course, we're seeing better results. This is something that should have been done from day one. And this is why I get a little mad at Tibbs, because you should know your personnel. And it's not like, oh, I just picked up this guy, this young kid Grimes. We want to put him out there and see what he can do. No, this is RJ Barrett, the 3rd pick in the draft. You've had this is his 3rd year. You should know what would help him to be the best out there on the court. That's all I'm saying.
So a lot of y'all were saying that RJ Barrett will play better at the 2. It's because RJ Barrett is playing. He needs to be playing the 2. He's been playing the 3 over the last few games, and he's been able to do what he's doing. So can y'all finally come off the point that it's because RJ Barrett's playing at the 3? That's the reason why he's doing what he's doing.
Nope. No, I won't. You know why? Because I never had an issue with RJ Barrett on the defensive end. He could be playing the 4 for all I care. I'm not really serious, but you know what I'm saying.
I got you. Yeah, I'm with you.
Defensive end. It's the offensive end and the fact that he creates a lot more mismatches at the 2 because he's a lot bigger than those shooting guards. That's all I was saying. That
all right, but what has been the difference over the last 6 games or so?
But the only difference really for us that we've seen is that RJ's being a lot more aggressive to the rack.
Thank you. Thank you. That's all I was saying. Thank you. It doesn't matter whether he's playing the 2 or 3. The aggressiveness, if he's that aggressive, it doesn't matter whether he's playing the 2 or the 3.
Well, let me tell you this.
It does matter.
I'm just gonna say this real quick, guys, and then I'll let everybody else speak. You saw
you, man.
RJ played a very good game in the last game against Dallas, right? And then he got to 32 points by hitting that last in the final seconds, that 3-point shot to get to 32.
Right,
But it was a trend, like it took time for him to get to that point, because in that game he hit a lot of outside shots. He scored.
I was just going to
inside
bring that up, Rob. Ron.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, it took him more time. Now, if you have him at the 2-guard spot where he's playing against smaller shooting guards, guess what? He's gonna impose his will. That aggression that you see is gonna be even more effective and he'll be able to score his points easier, and he'll probably put up more points. That's what I'm trying to say.
So check this out, right? So in that game against Dallas, inside the restricted area, RJ was 4 of 7 inside the restricted area. All his other points came out from outside the restricted area, which he was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of 14 from out there. So it's not just the driving of the basket, because also during this run that he's had, he's also shot 50% from 3 at 5 attempts a game. And he's also shooting 50% almost from the field, because he's been mixing it up.
Yeah, he's been scoring at all 3 levels. That's why I would take back my comment about RJ Barrett as being a role player for this team, because if he can do that, score at all 3 levels, which he wasn't doing before, I think it's much different. But the aggression does not just come from, driving to the lane and getting shots on the inside at the rim. It's also being aggressive, knowing when to take that mid-range shot, like against Boston, where Williams is blocking the shot almost every play. Right, I think that would have been a good opportunity for RJ to step back and take that mid-range, knowing when to attack the lane and get that mid-range shot off, which he wasn't doing, But over the few games after that, right, he was been very effective in the mid-range. You've seen him post up a lot more, right, at the 3 position, post up, like being really aggressive in that mid-range, knowing when to attack, knowing when not to attack. And I think if he can do that consistently, we got a different type of player on our hands. And I think that's where I was wrong. And I'm saying it clearly. I was wrong because of that.
Okay, cool. And we know that, and we believe here that the keys have been given to him. But my thing is that, because when it was asked what has been the difference, you said, he's been driving to the basket. And that's kind of not true. You know what I'm saying? That the difference is that, for example, when they get into the pistol action, right, on the right side, he's actually their lead ball handler. And he's actually initiating the offense and making things happen, which was a gigantic difference than how they were utilizing him earlier in the season. So, those are things just to point out.
And look how high he's shooting from 3. So, and just like you said to me earlier, so I would have to ask you, what do you mean by aggression then? Because, you know what I'm saying, he's being aggressive in all 3 ways.
Yeah,
with the ball.
He is. It's not just driving to the rim. It's also he's now creating his own shot. Right, I think that's another part of aggressive. So when I say aggression, I don't always mean just going to the rim and just going layups and getting in the paint. I mean scoring at all 3 levels, taking the shots that are there for you to take, not being passive. He wasn't doing that before.
You just told me in Hadouken we didn't say that in the same situation, though. Get what I'm saying? When you said we would have to say that, you just said that to us. When you said you would have to say that, but I just wanted to remind you on that.
Okay.
Go ahead, Chuck.
I just want to salute to everybody in the chat. D, Uncle Freezy,
What's up, Chuck?
Sam, Josh, Karen, Ron, Harwell. My only question is, does RJ like pancakes or waffles?
I'm thinking based on what Uncle Fulio said, definitely waffles.
Bacon.
I think definitely waffles, basically based on. Hey, so Chuck, man, thank you for coming through with that conversation. That conversation last night, man. We had on vibes and stuff. That joint was fire, bro.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I think. Listen, I ain't gonna lie to y'all, man. Y'all definitely missed a dope conversation last night, man. So we got this joint. Yo! What's good, Cash? Fam, where you been? Hey, Cash, listen, if you disappear that long, where you been? How the family, bro?
I know, Freezy.
I told you to stop doing that, bro. I told you to stop doing that, B. You got to be here, man. What's happening?
I know Freezy. Look, man. Look, Freezy, you guys is like, you know what I'm saying?
Bro, you told me we was family, bro.
I don't take no medication, so basically you guys are my Xanax, man. Pause.
Yeah, man.
So I got stage fright, so I come on here when I feel up to it.
Yeah,
you know,
man.
I hope I don't affect none of y'all. You know what I mean? I love all y'all guys, what y'all doing. Watch this show every day. I like
Appreciate it. Thank you, man. Thank you for the support.
Yo, we miss you, man.
You know, look, let's keep it going. Look, ain't about me. I'm not here.
Whatever. All right. Whatever. However we deal with. But yo, you should know. You know what I'm saying? Whatever. But listen, I want to get back to the thing last night. So me and Chuck Allen and Ron and G-Man and Anthony D. Yeah, we all rocked on vibes and stuff last night. We did a conversation. We did a music conversation about, a few things, man. And the conversation be so funny that you get on. Like I was like, yo, I'm gonna just rock for like 90 minutes and then jump off and do Knicks after party. And yo, we started talking, bro. And it's like the time went by so fast. I was like, dang.
Yeah.
Yo, we got to do this again.
The cumulative of y'all guys, man, it's so much wisdom and strength, understanding everything, man. Y'all brothers is the truth, man.
Appreciate that, man.
Yeah, man.
And I appreciate that you see that as most supportive.
Word, and I be trying to get
I can't see
Deep Poetic and Hard Will to jump on vibes and stuff. They're a little nervous. They're a little scared to voice their opinions. But I'm gonna drag them on there one day too, so they can just straight up and get on there.
Yo,
And
you ain't
Uncle
even
Julio
to tell
too.
me you was going on yesterday. I would have pulled up.
Okay, my bad, bro. My bad. I dropped the ball, bro. I be so busy, man. I be so busy trying to do stuff for Cornerstone Cavs, and then he be throwing me under the bus that I don't have time to, you know what I'm saying, to hit up my friends, you know what I'm saying. But now I'm
Breezy, you gonna do it again tonight?
Yeah, I'm gonna get on tonight, bro. Definitely get on tonight. G-Man, how was vibes and stuff last night, bro?
Oh, I'm gonna tell you something. I think hey, salute.
Salute, OG. What's up, OG?
Salute to the panel. Salute to the chat. So I'm telling you, vibes and stuff should have went for like 4 or 5 hours for you. Because when we start talking, this is what it reminds you of, right? I want everybody to picture this in your mind. The best barbecue situation you've ever been in your life. When you go into the barbecue situation, you bring a plate or whatever the case may be, and you apprehensive at first, right? You like, I don't want to talk to cousin Rob. I don't want to talk to Auntie M, and because they're gonna get on my nerves. So I'm gonna have to be about 4 or 5 drinks in before I talk to Sam, right? Because I know he's gonna come at me with some crazy stuff. I'm gonna have to be about 6 or 7 drinks in before I can even look at D. You know what I'm saying? And that's kind of how we roll, right? But I'm telling you, the legit vibe that we had on the show last night, where we sat down and just talked about things that were relevant to the way that we grew up and the memories that we had and the songs that we heard that drove these memories and all that. Look, Breezy, I'm telling you, that right there, what we did last night, that's something there, bro. I'm just saying.
Right. Because it's a lot of people. What I realized by doing stuff like this, and I'm gonna get back to the Knicks stuff too, y'all. But what I realized is when you surround yourself by smart people who have well thought out belief systems and just fun people to be around, bro. When you get together and start chopping it up, for instance, when I start talking about Queens, bro, the time passed by so fast that people that's not from Queens can be like, I didn't even know what's so, blah, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying, man. Y'all got to come through and hang out, because Last night we talked about R&B music, right? Just songs and whatever, and times that we remember and blah blah blah. But we generally get on there just to vibe. The conversation just don't necessarily be about anything. It's a nebulous conversation that just morph. But I mean, like for instance, one thing I wanted to talk about is this, and I want to get back to the Knicks. But the one thing I wanted to talk about is weed. Is it taboo? Is it not? You know what I'm saying? Things like that. I want to kind of get in. I ain't for or against. I just want to have that conversation.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And other things like everybody in here was 13 one time, right? Everybody was 13, right? And I want to talk about how all them awkward feelings of it's weird, bro. It's kind of just come on and just jump on, bro. Come and have a good time. You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna tell you something.
It was dope.
Check this out, right? And one thing that can't be, one thing you can't erase from the conversation that we had last night, right? So when we talk and just different things, so the music was the thing that brought us all together, right? But we have these conversations, we learn, and I promise you right now, there was a time in my life that Uncle Freezy and G-Man for Life were probably in the same place at the same time and didn't even know it.
Yep.
G-Man and G.I. were probably in the same place at the same time in the New Jersey aspect and didn't even realize it. Because when we start chopping these things up and we start putting the timeline together, we're like, you were here? You went to this school? You know this person? Bruh, look,
brother,
I'm telling you.
Brother G-Man.
Yes, sir.
G-Man, even besides that, even if y'all wasn't in the same store, it's just the brothers that's inside of this room right here is just so homely. I don't know if that's the word. Like it just feels like I seen you. Like this feels like your friends. You know.
No doubt, brother. Much love, brother. All day, every day. You know what I'm saying? All day.
I was just gonna say that I lost my opportunity last night, man, because I was doing the NBA report and I came over late, but I needed more time to school these old cats to some of this '90s R&B. See, if I had a little bit more time, I would have y'all would have got a little bit more education.
Chuck, do you hear this dude, Chuck? Chuck, get him, Chuck. Chuck.
You don't know 90s R&B put a lot of these new bucks onto hip hop. Period.
Yeah, facts. That's facts, Cash. Facts, bro. No doubt. But Freezy, I would definitely say that once people get a glimpse of the vibe that the show has and see how authentic it is, and there's no hidden agendas. If you don't know, people say you don't know, but it's a learning experience at the same time, and it's just a genuine conversation about things that bring people together. Just like the Knicks bring us all together, this Knicks family we got right here, there are other things, outreaches out there that can elevate that family and that friendship level. That's all I'm saying. And I'm gonna be quiet now.
Yo, hey fellas, I gotta get out of here. I got a show at 2:45 and another one at 4. So I just want to say thank you. Thank you for this humble experience. I may have been,
Julio, my guy. Julio, my guy. You know you my guy, nephew.
Hey, it's all love. It's all love. It's all love, man. I just want to say,
have a safe trip,
Knicks.
yo. All right.
Yeah, it's only 2.5, 3 hours away. You know what I mean? I'm gonna hit the road. I'm in Charlotte, so Atlantis was right down the block. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I'll be
Hey,
heading on the road after
don't
my
be
shows.
surprised if y'all get some snow.
Yeah, I know. I'm preparing. On the way back.
I know. I'm missing it, man. It's crazy. The one time I'm not in Atlanta, it wants to snow. It's crazy.
Yeah, I know.
Guess where it's not snowing at? Ain't no snow in Florida, bro. Ain't no snow in Tampa at all.
I know.
Not even
So yeah, I just want to say thank you guys. I really appreciate coming on, Freezy. You know you're my dog. And although we may disagree and I may have my takes or whatever, it's all about the Knicks at the end of the day. It's not about me. I have no ego. This is not about me. I know we laugh and joke, but I just care about the Knicks' success. With RJ Barrett playing well, I'm happy about that because that means the Knicks are going to be doing well. So I appreciate you guys. I'll see you guys when I come back from Atlanta. I'll let you guys know how the trip was. Tune in at 2:45, or whenever you get off of here to watch MBK. We're going to talk about some trades, and then we're going to do a trade machine on the controversy, myself and Andy, as we talk about what potential moves the Knicks can make next moving forward before the deadline. Thanks a lot, guys. I'll see you guys next time.
All right, Josh. Take care. Thank you for coming.
All right, boss.
All right, Fulvio.
Yeah, yo.
Hey, D Freezy, can I say one thing? Hello?
Yeah, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Yeah.
You break it up a little bit though, Cash.
No, I hear it. I hear it. Yeah,
Yeah.
all right. Randall, he put the thumbs down, and he came at the fans, and he didn't appreciate that. But I was in the building when Steph Curry, broke the record. I was in the 100 seats, and they made a whole spectacle for at least 15 to 20 minutes for Steph Curry, and I ain't see Randall putting no finger down that.
Facts. I'm with that.
Yeah.
I'm with
Yeah.
that.
Yo, so we coming up against it, yo. We coming up against that 5-hour mark, yo. We usually try to cut the video at around 5 hours or whatever. I don't really want to wrap up here, man, because I really want to rock my birthday tomorrow. I ain't gonna see none of y'all tomorrow, man. Probably.
Hey, yo, Freezy,
Happy birthday, Freeze.
What you gonna be, 45? 47? What you gonna be, 45, 47?
Happy
We can buy
birthday,
Freezy a
Freeze.
drink now. We can buy Freezy a drink now. He about to be 21.
Hey, Freezy, we 5 days apart. Freezy,
Don't
we
let
5 days
Freezy be up
apart.
there lying. He said 38. What?
Yeah.
My wifey birthday on Monday.
Freezy gonna be 85. Don't let him lie to y'all. He gonna be 85 years old. Bro.
85 South.
85 South. That's it.
Yeah, on 85, doing 85. You know
hey, Freezy, listen, I know you may be doing stuff for your birthday, man, but if you want to, pop in, still Knick fans, 11 a.m. just to say what's up, give you a birthday shout out, and you can be on your way if you available. I'm just saying.
Look, y'all about to get Freezy killed because I'm telling you right now, Miss Mocha ain't having none of that. None of that.
Freezy, are you watching the game tomorrow?
I'm going to Mexico. I'm going to Mexico on Sunday. Wifey birthday Monday, so I don't know what the time difference is gonna be when I get out there, but I'm gonna tune in. I want to show wifey like I don't got no clout out here, but I just wanted somebody to say happy birthday to her too. I get on here. Okay.
Oh yeah.
No problem. For sure.
Yeah, man. Hey, so Bodega, you know what? I think I'm gonna tackle this discussion. So Bodega says Prince or Michael Jackson. I'm gonna jump over. Yeah, I'm gonna jump over to vibes and stuff in a few minutes.
That's another.
I'm gonna jump over to vibes and stuff in a few minutes and talk about it.
What?
I put a link to it in the chat.
I'll pull up.
You see the link? I put the link in the chat again.
I'm on it already.
Yeah, so I'm gonna
in
just
the chat right now.
Yeah, the link to the channel, the link to a video is in the chat. And if you just click on, y'all know how to do, click on it, subscribe to the channel and all that stuff. And then when the joint come up, man, because I need some time to do a thumbnail. You know, YouTube wants you to have it all pretty so people can find it.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna do that, and then I'm gonna jump over there and do a Prince versus Michael Jackson.
But
for those that have opinions.
Freezy, let me say this before you do that. If you are novice,
I got to go to the closet.
Look, if you're a novice and you don't really understand, this is not a place for you. And Chuck, stay out the closet, bro. Get out the closet. Don't
yeah, because we was calling him Crates last night.
Boy,
Chuck Allen new nickname was Crates.
Chuck got a lot of records, man. He got a lot of records.
Chuck is that dude, bro. I'm telling you, Chuck is that dude that when you think about a song in your mind, Chuck,
Superman.
Right there. Listen, Chuck, that dude, man. Crazy.
Yeah,
we gonna name. Look, you might as well go ahead and amend your name where it says Chuck Allen. Put Chuck / Crates Allen. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead and get it in there. Get it in that name.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna jump over, man, and work on a thumbnail real quick. So I'll probably get it started, man, about 3:30. For those that's interested in the culture, having conversations about the culture and all the things that want to go with. with a minor and Prince and Michael Jackson.
Oh.
So hey Ron, I know you busy. This conversation might be a little too heavy for you, bro. But I will holler at you. I will try to stop by tomorrow though for still Knicks fans.
So freeze. Come on, freeze. So I'm definitely hip to Prince and MJ, but for anybody that maybe not, is that still a conversation, or could we still what we doing? We
talking about the channel, talking about the conversation over there.
Yes,
the conversation over there is a vibe, bro. It's like yo. Think of it like, hey, I appreciate the birthday wishes, y'all. I appreciate that, but think of vibes and stuff is like when you come to the spot and it's just a cipher.
Right.
Barbershop talk.
Yeah, that's what it is. We got a point that we want to talk about, but we're gonna talk about a lot of stuff, bro.
A lot of stuff.
Because I can't talk about.
I'm more MJ than Prince, but you know, Prince is still the man, you know.
Yo,
but MJ raised me. MJ, you know, all my life, Christmas time, everything.
Yeah,
they had everything covered.
So, Cash, this is what I would tell everyone that's listening and that's watching and that will rewatch. If you want to understand what vibes and stuff is, guess what you need to do? Drop by.
Let's go over there.
Drop by. That's all. Drop by. You know what I'm saying? And you won't be disappointed. I promise you. And you're gonna be like, where has this been all my life?
Right, vibes and stuff. It's just that joint. It's just like we just kicking it, bro. I'm trying to find Tone Wu. If y'all see Tone Wu, tell Tone Wu, man, about vibes and stuff, man.
No doubt.
We can.
No doubt.
But anyway, I'm gonna wrap up here, yo.
All right, Freezy.
Thank y'all,
Listen,
everybody.
don't be trying to get me out of the conversation. You know I'm a come on over, yo. Don't be trying to get me out of the conversation.
Hey, I'm gonna say, hey, peace and blessings to y'all. I don't know if I made the age requirement, so I don't know if I'll be able to.
You might learn something, bro.
Yeah. You got bringing the youngins, man. You got to nurture them.
Why you ain't tell me we was 4 days apart?
I didn't know.
So my birthday is next Wednesday.
I know a lot of things, bro, but some stuff, you know what I'm saying? I'll be trying to figure it out.
All right, Karen.
Hey, Karen, come through vibes and stuff.
Yeah, so we can yo, because I'm about to put some slander. I'm about to put some slander on Prince, yo, and y'all not gonna like me after this.
Look, I gotta get my body off on
channel, right?
Yeah, vibes and stuff.
It's the link is in the chat, Cash. You click on that, it bring you to the YouTube, and then you'll see it from there.
Yeah, you'll see it. Yeah, you'll see it. All right, y'all. Thank y'all for coming through, man. I'll see y'all in about 30 minutes.
All right.
Okay, please.
All right,
peace.